She has lived her whole life in sight of that hill, learned to ignore it the way you ignore your own breathing. But tonight it seems closer somehow, leaning in toward the window glass. The villagers have a story for nights like the one that came a week ago, storm black with the wind veering in from the hills instead of the sea. On those nights, people say, the fair folk come down in the rain, slipping through keyholes and cracks, seeking things they want to borrow, spoons, songs, and sometimes children. They leave changelings in their place, babies that are almost right but not quite, a fraction too watchful, too still, eyes a shade older than they should be. Grandmothers warn, watch the shadow. The real child's shadow stays true, the stolen child's shadow lags, or blinks twice, or listens when you stop singing. If you realize the switch in time, you can call the real child back with lullabies deliberately sung wrong, verses twisted and names woven in crooked. But the trick is costly. Every wrong word tugs at the hill where the child is kept, and the changeling in the cradle will fight to keep the name it's been given. If you fail, you end up with a baby who is beautiful and smiling and never quite yours, and the hill keeps what it has. The mother's own grandmother told her this story once years ago, when she was small enough to sit on the woman's lap and feel the vibration of her voice through her ribs. Back then it seemed like nonsense, like all the old tales, entertaining but empty, something to pass the time on winter evenings. Now, with her foot rocking the cradle and the shadow on the wall blinking out of rhythm, the story feels different. It feels like a map of territory she's already standing in. Since the storm night, small things have been wrong. The baby, little Thomas, named after his grandfather, is too quiet, he hardly fusses. Other mothers in the village complain of sleepless nights, of colic and endless crying. But Thomas lies in his cradle with an almost unnatural calm, making no demands, requiring no comfort. He stares at the ceiling corner where the roof beams meet, lips moving as if listening to a song too distant to hear. When she leans close, she cannot tell if he's mouthing words or simply tasting the air. His breath smells faintly of earth and green things, not milk. Milk goes missing from the jug with no spill on the floor. The cream curdles only in his cup. She watches the level drop between morning and evening, yet finds no evidence of how it vanishes. Her husband laughs it off, suggests mice, but mice leave traces, droppings, gnawed corners, the usual signs of intrusion. This is cleaner, as if something simply reaches in and drinks its fill without disturbing anything else. The cream she pours for Thomas separates before it touches his lips, going sour and lumpy in the wooden cup. She has to scald the vessel twice a day to keep it clean, scrubbing with salt and sand until her fingers ache. The family cat, once fond of the cradle, now arches its back and refuses to cross the room when the baby's awake. It sits in the doorway with its ears flat, tail lashing, watching Thomas with yellow eyes gone wide and black. When the baby sleeps, or seems to sleep, eyes closed but body too still, chest rising and falling with mechanical precision, the cat will edge closer, sniffing at the cradle's base. But the moment those dark eyes open, the animal bolts, leaving claw marks in the floorboards from the force of its retreat. Animals know things people work hard to forget. The mother watches the cat and feels a kinship with its fear, that pure, uncomplicated recognition of wrongness. Most telling of all, the lullabies won't stay straight. When the mother tries to sing the song she knows best, the words turn strange on her tongue, rhymes slipping sideways into place names and half-remembered warnings. She starts with the familiar verse about angels at the door, about sleep and safety and morning light, but halfway through her voice rebels. The melody stays the same, but the words twist. Angels become hawthorns, the door becomes the hill, safety turns to watching, watching, watching. Once, when she reaches the line about angels at the door, her own voice replaces it with hawthorns on the hill, and the baby's eyes flick toward the window as if in recognition. Not the slow, unfocused gaze of an infant tracking movement, but a sharp, deliberate turn, purposeful as an adult responding to their name. At dusk, when lamps are lit and shadows grow long and definite, she sees it clear. Tomas's shadow on the wall does not match his movements. When he blinks, the shadow waits, then blinks twice. When she reaches down to stroke his cheek, the shadow's mouth twitches first into a smirk, then a smile that never quite makes it onto the baby's face. The disconnect is subtle enough that she doubts herself, questions whether exhaustion is playing tricks, whether new motherhood has simply unmoored her from reality. But night after night the pattern repeats, consistent and undeniable. The shadow has its own agenda, its own timing, and it watches her with the attention that makes her skin crawl. Her heart knots. She calls for her husband, for neighbours, for anyone to confirm what she sees. Her voice comes out thin and desperate, cracking on her husband's name. He arrives with dirt still on his hands from the garden, face creased with concern that melts into confusion when she points at the wall and tries to explain. But when they come, when other eyes look where she's looking, the shadow behaves like any other smudge of darkness, perfectly synchronized with the baby's movements. Her husband touches her shoulder gently, suggests rest, offers to take the night watch. The neighbours exchange glances weighted with pity and something else, relief perhaps that this strangeness has landed in her house and not theirs. They tell her she's tired, seeing things, grieving the way life used to be before the storm. Grieving is the word they settle on, as if something has died. And perhaps something has, she thinks. Perhaps the version of herself who could sleep through the night without checking the shadows, who could trust that what she held in her arms was simply and completely her son. That woman is gone. In her place is someone hollow-eyed and careful, moving through the house like it might crack beneath her feet. That night, alone again with the curtains drawn and the lamp burning low, she rocks the cradle and realizes there is a memory missing. She cannot recall Thomas's first cry. The midwife says he bawled loud enough to wake the barn, came out screaming with good strong lungs and a fighter's fury. But her own mind holds only the sound of rain across the roof, and a distant drum from the hill, a deep rhythmic pulse that seemed to sync with her contractions, guiding them, pulling the baby out into the storm-dark room. The hours after birth are blurred in the usual way, exhaustion and pain folding time into strange shapes. But this absence feels deliberate. It feels like something was lifted out cleanly, a page torn from a book so smoothly that the remaining pages show no gap. She presses her palms against her eyes until lights bloom behind the lids, tries to reconstruct that moment. The midwife's hands, the weight of the baby on her chest, the first sound he should have made. Nothing comes, just rain, and that drum from the hill, and a sense of something passing through the room like a wind with purpose. The first time she tests the legend, it is unintentional. Her mother hums the old lullaby in the kitchen 3 days later, and the words drift soft through the doorway, tangling with the smell of bread and herbs. Without meaning to, the young mother joins in from her chair by the cradle, but she gets a line wrong, flipping 2 verses, putting the morning before the night, the waking before the sleep. Her voice stumbles over the reversal but continues, momentum carrying her through the mistake. The room shifts, the lamplight shivers, shadows stretch toward the corners as if trying to escape the centre. The baby in the cradle flinches, eyes going unfocused for a second as if looking through the ceiling, through the roof, through the sky to something beyond. His small hands clutch at nothing, fingers splayed. The shadow on the wall tears, just a hairline split down one edge where darkness should be whole, a seam coming undone. Through the gap she glimpses something else, another shadow underneath, writhing. A draught blows through the closed window, smelling of crushed grass and stone, cold and green and utterly out of place in the warm room. From the hill outside comes, or seems to come, a thin, distant child's cry smothered quickly as if by a hand. The sound cuts through the storm's monotone like a knife, high and desperate and unmistakably human. Her mother stops humming. In the kitchen, a wooden spoon hits the floor. Neither woman speaks. The moment stretches, pulled taut, then snaps. The baby in the cradle settles back into stillness, shadow resealing itself, and the smell of grass fades beneath the ordinary sense of home. Her mother appears in the doorway, face pale, flower on her hands. "Did you hear that?" she asks, and the young mother nods because lying seems more dangerous than the truth. That night sleep evades her. When she finally dozes, slumped in the chair with her head against the wall, she dreams of the hill hollowed out underneath, lit by foxfire and crowded with tiny beds. Children lie there with moss in their hair, listening as unseen mouths sing her lullaby perfectly, each note straight and true, the way she can never quite manage anymore. The children are beautiful, each one flawless and still, arranged in rows like dolls in a shop window. Their eyes are open, but they don't move. Don't fuss. Don't cry. Perfect babies, she thinks in the dream. What every mother wishes for in her most exhausted moments. And the thought fills her with horror. One smaller shadow among them stirs at the wrong word she sang earlier, rolling toward a sliver of light in the turf. She recognizes something in the movement, an awkward determination that belongs to her son, the way he kicks in his sleep, the specific arch of his back. The shadow crawls toward the light, so small, dragging itself across packed earth. Something long-fingered emerges from the darkness, pressing him gently back with a hand that has too many joints. The fingers are tender, almost loving, and that makes it worse somehow. The hand strokes the baby's head, smoothing the moss in his hair, and begins to sing again. The voice is beautiful, inhuman, and it knows all the words. She wakes with her heart hammering and finds the baby in the cradle watching her, eyes bright and utterly calm. He smiles, a wide, toothless smile, but the shadow behind him does not smile at all. It stares, its eyes two deeper pits of black, and blinks once, then twice, as if counting her breaths. The counting feels significant, like something is being measured, assessed, recorded. When she whispers his name, Thomas, it does not react. The baby's face remains pleasant and empty, that same serene mask. But when she whispers the old hill name her grandmother used in stories, a name she hasn't thought of in years, Knock Cedar, the fairy mound. The shadow's head tilts sharply while the baby's face remains placid. The tilt is abrupt, mechanical, like a bird responding to a call. Something in her breaks then. The last bit of pretending, the final wall between what she fears and what she knows. She lifts the baby and feels, beneath the warm softness and familiar weight, a strangeness, like the faint hum of a distant beehive, an echo of another place vibrating through his small bones. She loves him, this borrowed child. He has her son's hair, her son's hands, the same small birthmark on his left shoulder. But love does not erase what she sees. Love makes it worse, actually, because she loves this thing that isn't Thomas, even as she grieves for the child the hill has taken. She holds him and weeps, and the baby pats her face with small, gentle hands that feel slightly too cool, slightly too dry, and his shadow on the wall spreads its arms wide like wings. The old stories say you can't simply grab the changeling and throw it into the fire or out into the night. That's cruelty, and cruelty only pleases the hill. You must play the game of songs. You must give the hill something it respects, effort, courage, and the risk of losing what you think you have. Her grandmother's voice echoes across the years, stern and certain. The fair folk value artistry and bravery. They despise waste and cowardice. If you want your child back, you have to earn him. You have to be willing to fail. So she prepares. She waits for another storm, for the night the wind comes from the hills, carrying the green, sharp smell of hawthorn and earth. It takes 4 days. 4 days of tending the changeling, feeding him milk that curdles, singing songs that twist in her mouth, watching his shadow blink out of rhythm. 4 days of her husband growing increasingly worried, suggesting doctors, priests, anyone who might help with what he sees as her deteriorating state. She smiles and nods and sends him away. She sends him to stay with relatives under some pretext. A cousin needs help with a barn raising, she says, and he should go. She'll be fine. The lie comes easily because the truth would sound like madness. Unwilling to drag him into a bargain he doesn't believe in, she waits until his cart disappears down the lane before beginning her preparations. She locks the door, draws the curtains, and sets the cradle in the centre of the room. The lamp hangs low, casting the baby's shadow sharp and large on all 4 walls. It already blinks out of sync, all 4 shadows moving independently, creating a stuttering pattern that makes her dizzy if she watches too long. She forces herself to look away, to focus on the words she's spent days remembering, reconstructing the lullaby in all its proper order, so she'll know exactly how to break it. Outside, the storm builds. Wind screams through the eaves, rain hammers the shutters, and beneath it all that drum from the hill begins again, deep and slow, patient as a heartbeat. She wonders if anyone else in the village hears it, or if this is a sound meant only for her, a summons she's obligated to answer. The baby in the cradle is perfectly still, hands folded on his chest, eyes fixed on her face, waiting. Then she begins to sing, not the lullaby as she knows it, but a deliberately crooked version, verses scrambled, images reversed, safety turned inside out. Where the song says sleep, she says wake. Where it says angels, she says stones. Where it promises morning light, she offers endless night. She threads the baby's true name through it. Thomas, 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 like a knot, a rope thrown into the dark, a hook meant to catch and drag something back into the world. Each wrong word is a violation of the song's magic, a rip in the fabric of the bargain. Her voice shakes but holds. She pours everything into it. Rage and grief and love and terror. All the things she's been afraid to feel fully, afraid that feeling them would break her. She lets herself break. Breaking, she discovers, is just another kind of opening. The room answers. The cradle rocks by itself, slow and then harder, bumping the floor with increasing violence. The baby in it begins to cry, not a baby's wail, but a thin, angry keening that skates across her nerves like nails on slate. It's a sound of protest, of fury, of something being pulled from where it wants to stay. On the wall, the shadow pulls loose from the crib, elongating, stretching toward the corners as if trying to find a way out. It blinks twice, 3 times, then opens its mouth in a soundless scream. Where the mouth opens, the wall behind shows through, and for a moment she sees not plaster, but earth, packed and dark, veined with roots. The air grows cold, cold enough that her breath fogs, that frost creeps across the window panes in fern-like patterns. Outside, the hill stirs. She can't see it through the curtained window, but she feels it, that massive presence coming awake, turning its attention toward her house. In her mind's eye she sees it, turf peeling back like a lid, revealing galleries lit with foxfire, blue-green and flickering. Children stir in their moss-lined beds, turning their heads toward the surface, toward the sound of her voice threading through earth and stone. One small figure pushes to his knees, eyes milky from too much dark, blinking against even the dim foxfire glow. His movements are clumsy, uncoordinated, like someone relearning their own body. Every time she gets a verse wrong, he crawls a little closer to the opening, dragging himself across the floor with desperate determination. Every time she hesitates, the long-fingered shapes around him tighten their grip, pulling him back toward the centre where the other children lie still and perfect. The changeling fights. The smiling thing in the cradle thrashes, its limbs gone oddly stiff, fingers splaying too wide, joints bending at wrong angles. Its eyes roll white, then black, then settle into a gaze that's nothing like her son's. Sharp, old, furious. Ancient rage looks out from that baby face, the anger of something interrupted, something caught in a bargain it thought secure. It clutches at the air as if trying to catch the notes and stuff them back into her mouth, to seal her lips and stop the unmaking of the spell. The shadow on the wall lunges, splitting into a tangle of limbs and threads that wrap around the room, trying to bind her tongue. Cold fingers brush her throat, her lips, trying to silence her. She keeps singing anyway, voice hoarse, tears hot, salt stinging her cracked lips. She sings every fear into it, the fear of losing her child, of raising a stranger, of loving something that isn't what it seems. She pours truth into the wrongness, makes her terror part of the song, and the song grows stronger for it. The fair folk value artistry, her grandmother said, and what is more artistic than transmuting pain into power, than taking the thing meant to break you and making it your weapon? She sings louder, wilder, her voice cracking and reforming, finding notes she didn't know she had. The lullaby becomes something else, something raw and primal, a mother's fury given shape. At the song's final twisted refrain, she does the most dangerous thing. She refuses to finish. She lets the last line hang open, reaching, incomplete, a question instead of an answer, and calls instead, "Thomas, if you know me, come home." Her voice breaks on his name, shreds itself, but the words carry. They carry through the floorboards into the earth, down through the galleries under the hill. In her mind she sees the small figure in the darkness lift his head, responding to something the others don't hear. His mother's voice, calling him by his true name, the name given in love and hope, not the name the hill learned from the storm. The lamp flickers and goes out. For a breathless heartbeat, there is only stormlight from the window and the sense of something huge and hollow leaning close to listen. The house holds its breath. The cradle stops rocking. The keening cuts off mid-note. In the sudden silence, she hears the hill's answer, a grinding sound, deep and low, like stones moving against each other like doors opening in the earth. The drumbeat stops, and then nothing. Just her own ragged breathing and the rain against the glass and the terrible waiting dark. When the lamp flares back to life, stuttering twice before, catching properly, the room is quiet. The cradle has tipped onto its side, blanket spilled, empty. For a terrible moment her heart stops. No baby in the bed, no changeling, nothing. The shadows on the wall are ordinary again, flat and still. The frost on the windows is melting, running down in clear rivulets. She has failed, she thinks. The bargain is broken and she has nothing, neither the borrowed child nor her own. Then she hears it, a small raw cry, not from the centre of the room, but from the doorway, where the floor is coldest, where the draught always creeps in under the door. She turns. There, curled on the worn rug, is a baby boy, skin mottled with cold, hair damp as if from a very long bath. He's naked, the blanket gone, and he's shivering violently, small body racked with shivers that seem too big for his frame. His eyes are squeezed shut, fists balled tight like newborns do. That instinctive clench against a world too bright and loud and overwhelming. Behind him, on the wall, his shadow clings to him like a second skin, perfectly matched, blinking in unison when he opens his eyes with a thin, confused wail. Those eyes are the right shade after all, dark, but with the familiar bewildered spark she remembers from the first days, before the storm, before the switch. The eyes of a child who knows his mother and trusts her completely, who hasn't learned wariness or witnessed wonders that age the soul. She drops to her knees, scoops him up, presses him against her chest. He's freezing, cold as earth, and he smells of moss and minerals, but he's solid and real and screaming with the healthy fury of a baby who wants to be warm and fed and held. She wraps him in her shawl, tucks him inside her shirt against her skin, and sobs while he cries, both of them making noise enough for a dozen people. His shadow on the floor reaches toward hers, merges, becomes one darkness. Of the changeling there is only a smear of damp on the overturned cradle, and a faint smell of crushed hawthorn, green and bitter. She searches the room later, after Thomas is fed and sleeping properly, with the small snuffles and twitches of a genuine infant. She finds nothing else, no trace of what was here, what wore her son's shape. Only that smell, lingering in the cradle's wood, and a sense of absence so profound it feels like presence inverted. Something was here, and now it's gone, returned to whatever place spawned it. She wonders briefly what happens to changelings when they're called home, whether they mourn the lives they almost had, the names they almost kept. For weeks afterward, she sometimes wakes at night thinking she hears another baby crying under the floorboards, or feels a cold draught sweep across the cradle while Thomas sleeps. The sounds are faint enough that she can't be certain they're real, might be dreams bleeding into waking, might be guilt or grief, or simply the house settling. Once, on a clear morning when the storm has finally broken and sun floods the village, she looks up at the hill and sees a patch of earth there that seems newly turned, with small prints leading to and from it. The prints are too small for an adult, too purposeful for an animal. They go from the hill's base to a flat stone near the top, then back again, over and over, wearing a path in the grass. Watching, she thinks. Something on the hill is watching, remembering. Thomas grows. He's not untouched by where he's been. He startles at certain tunes, cries when the wind hits a certain pitch, stares too long at the hill when they pass it on the road. When other children play near the hawthorns, he hangs back, clinging to her skirts, face pale. He refuses to go near the spot where the prints lead. At night he sometimes wakes gasping, reaching for her with desperate hands, and she holds him until the terror passes, until he remembers where he is, who he is, that he's safe. The nightmares fade as he gets older but never entirely disappear. Some experiences carve themselves too deep to erase. The mother changes too. She refuses to sing lullabies on autopilot, listening when the words leave her mouth, ready to twist them if she has to catch any slippage before it catches her. She never again says I'm fine when she isn't. She learned what pretending can cost. She learned that the things you don't acknowledge don't disappear. They grow in the dark, gathering power until they're strong enough to take what they want. Better to name the fear, to sing it crooked, to face the wrongness head on. She becomes the woman in the village other mothers come to when things feel off, when shadows don't match or children stare at nothing or songs go strange on the tongue. She listens without judgment, offers what help she can, teaches them the lullaby and how to break it if they must. Some call her wise, others call her touched. She doesn't care much either way. At the edge of the village, other mothers whisper that on some nights they see a woman shape on the hill, long-limbed and patient, holding something swaddled in bracken and rock. They say the fair folk remember bargains, and the hill has one empty cradle now and a name it didn't manage to keep. They say the woman shape watches the house at the lane's end, waiting for another storm, another chance. The young mother hears these whispers and doesn't dismiss them. She keeps her door locked when the wind comes from the hills, built on the windowsills of the doorframe. Singing keeps watch son who came back on storm nights, when the house is dark and Tomaz presses against her shoulder, still small enough to need comfort, still young enough to believe she can keep all harm at bay. She hums her lullabies crooked on purpose, every verse deliberately wrong, every rhyme slightly off, a challenge and a reminder both. And the cradle's shadow, when lamplight finds it, never blinks once, in perfect time, exactly as it should. The hill is silent, or seems to be, but she knows better than to trust silence. She knows what waits in the dark, patient and hungry, ready to bargain again when the storms come round. So she keeps vigil, she keeps singing, and she teaches her son when he's old enough to do the same. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Fog swallowed the graveyard in slow breaths, rolling in from the black line of the sea until each headstone was just a pale smudge in the gloom. The cliffs below boomed with unseen waves. The air smelled of salt, wet earth, and rusted iron. Einar moved between the crooked stones with his lantern low, boots sinking into soft ground. He had worked here since before he could properly remember, digging, filling, tending, alone with the dead and the sea. Tonight he was closing up late after a storm burial, a drowned sailor laid in a wooden coffin still damp from the dock. The new mound sat near the far edge, where the cliff path crumbled toward the surf. As Einar patted the last spadeful of soil flat with the back of his shovel, the fog thickened, deadening even the sound of the waves. He leaned on the handle, catching his breath in the muffled silence. His shoulders ached from the digging, and his hands were raw despite the calluses that had built up over years of this work. The widow had paid him poorly, just a few coins and a promise of bread, but that was how it went with sailors' families. The sea took their men and left them with nothing. Then he heard it. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was faint at first, like a beetle chewing wood, but it was coming from beneath his boots, from inside the coffin. A measured, deliberate sound, followed by a brief pause, then another. Scratch, scratch, a longer drag, as if something inside were carving a mark into the wood. Einar stiffened, lantern trembling in his grip. He told himself it was settling boards, or roots pushing through from below, or his imagination playing tricks after a long day. The wind could do strange things up here on the cliff, making sounds that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. But as he walked away, pulling his coat tighter against the damp, the scratching continued in a steady rhythm. In his mind, unbidden, each sound looked like a tally line on a bare plank. 1, 2, 3, 4, slash. The pattern repeated itself, deliberate and patient, as though someone were keeping careful count of something. He quickened his pace toward the gate, telling himself he'd had too much to drink the night before. That exhaustion was making him hear things that weren't there. Yet even as he reached the rusted iron gate and pushed through, he could still hear it, faint but persistent, carried on the fog like a whisper. The village had old stories about the sea dead, tales Einar grew up hearing half drunk around fires in the tavern. They said a draugr was not just a corpse that wouldn't lie still. It was a drowned wrong that remembered. Sailors who died with unfinished business, cheated wages, or broken oaths sometimes crawled back as something waterlogged and stubborn, slipping between worlds with the tide. The old fishermen would lean close over their cups and speak in low voices about men who'd been buried properly, but wouldn't stay down, who'd appear at their widows' doors, with kelp in their hair and salt water streaming from their mouths, demanding what was owed. There was one particular fragment Einar couldn't forget, something his grandmother had told him when he was young enough to still believe in such things. If a man breaks promises to the sea or those who sail it, the dead keep count. Nails tapping in the coffin, marks scratched in the lid. When the last tally is drawn, the draugar stands up to collect. She'd said it while mending nets by the fire, her voice matter-of-fact as though she were describing how to salt fish or predict weather. People shrugged it off as a way to scare children into honesty, but the elders, the ones who still listened to the fog and read meanings in the flight of gulls, said you could hear the counting on certain nights if you stood near the graves of sailors. Einar always thought that was nonsense, the kind of superstition that kept people afraid and priests employed. Until tonight, when the fresh dirt under his feet had rasped like a hand dragging nails across the inside of a box. Life above the cliff went on in grey repetition. Einar kept burying the villagers' dead and filling in the gaps of their stories with his own assumptions and half-truths. He promised the widows he'd watch over their husbands' resting places, promised the priest he'd stop drinking in the tool shed behind the mortuary, promised his younger brother he'd share the extra coin he got for burying those with no family to pay proper respects. He promised, and then forgot, or pretended to forget, which amounted to the same thing in the end. He spent the coin on cheap liquor that burned like brine going down and left him hollow the next morning. He let the weeds grow thick over the poorer graves, the ones with no family to visit and complain, while tending only those plots where the living still came with flowers and scrutiny. He passed the closed tavern where he'd once shaken hands with a broad-shouldered sailor and said, voice steady with false sincerity, "I swear, I'll make sure your family gets what's owed if you don't come back." The sailor never did come back. His body had washed up 3 weeks later, bloated and picked at by crabs. Einar never told the widow about the wages her husband had left in Einar's keeping meant to be delivered if the worst happened. The few coins in his pocket, the ones he used to buy his forgetfulness, came from that vanished man's missing wages. Every time Einar shrugged off another promise, the graveyard seemed to change in small, unsettling ways. Fog came in faster and lingered longer, clinging to the stones until midday. The newest mound, where that drowned sailor lay, stayed unnaturally damp, the soil dark and wet even during the dry spells when every other grave baked hard in the sun. It was as if the tide reached it from below, seeping up through cracks in the bedrock. Einar told himself it was just the proximity to the cliff, the way the sea spray, carried on the wind, but he knew the other graves near the edge didn't stay wet like that. He heard the scratching more clearly on certain nights, especially when the moon was dark and the fog rolled in thick. Short strokes, then a pause, then longer strokes, as if someone were carving groups of 5 into the lid with methodical precision. 1, 2, 3, 4, slash, again and again. The rhythm never varied, never hurried, just that patient, endless counting. Sometimes Einar would stand at the mortuary window with his bottle, staring out at the mound, trying to convince himself he was imagining the sound. But it was always there, faint but unmistakable, like a clock ticking in an empty house. On his rounds, he started noticing other small things that made his skin crawl. There were faint lines gouged into the inside of the gate's wooden posts, parallel marks that looked disturbingly like tallies. A splintered notch appeared on the shovel handle where there had been none before, right where his hand gripped it every day. His lantern glass began fogging from the inside with condensation that smelled distinctly of a low tide, that peculiar mix of rotting seaweed, salt, and things that died in shallow water. When he wiped it away, it returned within minutes, no matter how carefully he dried the glass. When he lay down in his own narrow bed at night, the thin mattress lumpy beneath him and the walls groaning in the wind, he heard it under everything else. Under the surf and wind, under the creak of timbers and the scratch of branches against the roof, there was the echo of nails on wood, keeping time with his heartbeat. Scratch, pause, scratch. His pulse and the counting synced until he couldn't tell which was which, until he had to get up and drink more just to blur the sound into something he could ignore. The night it came to a head, The fog was so thick the world ended 3 paces from the graveyard gate. Einar could barely see his own boots as he stumbled up the hill, his head swimming with cheap liquor and cheaper excuses. The sea was a muffled roar below the cliff, a constant threatening presence that he felt more than heard. He'd broken another promise. A small one, he told himself. Nothing that really mattered in the grand scheme of things. He'd told an old widow he'd place her son's lucky charm inside the coffin before burial, a small brass compass the boy had carried through 3 voyages. Instead, Einar had forgotten, or rather, had remembered, only after the burial was done. Then he'd sold the trinket in town for enough to buy beer and a hot meal, convincing himself that the dead had no use for such things anyway. On his way back up the hill, his stomach full and his conscience attempting to nag through the alcoholic haze, the fog wrapped him like wet wool. The graveyard lanterns which he'd left burning seemed to drown in their own halos of moisture-thick light. Each one was a dim smear of yellow in the grey, barely visible even when he stood directly beneath them. The stones themselves looked like huddled figures in the gloom, and more than once Einar startled at what turned out to be just an oddly shaped monument. He stepped through the gate, fumbling with the latch, and heard it immediately, a frenzy of scratching from the new sailor's grave. Not patient tallies now, but fast, urgent marks, as though the hand inside was nearing the end of a count and rushing to finish, before some invisible deadline. The sound was sharp and clear despite the fog, cutting through the muffled atmosphere like a knife. Einar's blood went cold. He staggered toward the mound, lantern swinging wild in his shaking grip, casting manic shadows across the headstones. As he knelt in the wet grass beside the grave, his knees sinking into mud that squelched obscenely, the noise stopped. For a heartbeat there was only his ragged breathing and the distant boom of waves against the cliff. His hands trembled so badly the lantern rattled. Then, from within the coffin, slow and final scratch, 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 drag. The last mark drawn, the completion of something that had been building for days. The earth heaved under his knees like a living thing taking a breath. A smell of deep water and rot burst from a crack that opened in the soil. A stench so powerful Einar gagged and nearly dropped his lantern. It was the smell of drowned things, of bodies that had spent too long in dark water, of decay that happened cold and slow in the crushing depths. Einar stumbled back, slipping in mud that reeked of salt and worse things, his boots losing purchase on the slick grass. Fingers pushed up through the dirt, bloated and grey, the skin loose and waterlogged, nails chipped but strong, clotted with damp fibres of wood and soil. They were thick fingers, a workman's hands, and they moved with horrible purpose. They scrabbled once, testing the resistance of the earth above, then gripped the edges of the crack and pulled. The mound split wider as something forced its way upward from below, soil cascading down the sides in wet streams. Einar ran. His legs, clumsy with drink and terror, nearly betrayed him, but animal panic drove him forward. The fog swallowed the path ahead. He knew the graveyard by feel, by years of walking these rows, but in his fear everything seemed strange and wrong. The graveyard gate slammed behind him of its own accord, or perhaps from the wind, or perhaps from something else, with a crash of iron that echoed off the stones. He fumbled his key into the mortuary door, hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries, and finally got it open. He dove inside and slammed it shut, throwing the bolt home with a clang that seemed pitifully inadequate. For a long moment he leaned against the wood, chest heaving, his breath coming in sobs. The mortuary was dark except for the lantern he'd dropped just inside the door, and it smelled of old wood, lye soap, and the underlying sweetness of death that never quite went away no matter how much he scrubbed. He told himself bodies couldn't climb, couldn't follow, couldn't want anything because they were just meat and bone, empty vessels that had once held life but held nothing now. It was impossible. It was madness. It was the drink and exhaustion, and his own guilty conscience manifesting as hallucination. Yet as the lantern swung on its hook, casting long warped shadows across the walls, and making the tools hanging there seem to twist and reach, Einar heard it. Through the door, through the yard, through the fog, heavy, slow footsteps on the gravel path. Not the quick steps of a living person, but something ponderous and deliberate, as though each movement required immense effort. The drag of something soaked moving uphill, water streaming from it with every step, leaving a trail of brine and rot behind. The footsteps came closer. They didn't hurry, didn't hesitate. They came with the inevitability of the tide, patient and unstoppable. Einar pressed himself against the far wall, as far from the door as he could get, his eyes fixed on the boards as though he could see through them to whatever approached. His heart hammered so hard he thought it might burst. His mouth was dry despite the moisture in the air. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but there was nowhere to run to, and part of him knew, with terrible certainty, that running would do no good anyway. Then, at the mortuary door, knock, knock, knock. 3 dull blows, like a sodden fist striking wood. The door shuddered in its frame, but held. Einar's breath caught in his throat. He couldn't move, couldn't speak, could only stare in frozen horror at the door. A 4th knock came, slower, more deliberate, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of nails tracing tallies down the other side of the wood. He could hear it clearly, the scrape of something hard and sharp dragging vertically down the boards, then across, then down again. 1, 2, 3, 4, slash. The same pattern he'd heard from the grave, now being carved into his only barrier. Einar knew with absolute certainty that it was him the Draugr had come for. No one else was here. No one else had made promises to the dead and the sea, and then broken them with such casual cruelty. He also knew he couldn't wait it out. Draugr didn't tire, didn't give up, didn't stop. They just kept counting, kept tracking, kept coming until the debt was paid. Somewhere in the whirling panic of his thoughts, he heard his grandmother's hoarse voice from long ago, rough from years of breathing salt air. The sea keeps its books. If you cheat them, you must balance them yourself or drown in the debt. He stood there shaking for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, listening to the patient scratching on the other side of the door, watching water begin to seep underneath in dark tendrils that spread across the floor toward his boots. Then something shifted in him. Maybe it was the drink wearing off and leaving him with only raw truth. Maybe it was exhaustion finally breaking through the fear. Maybe it was just that he was tired of running from what he'd done. Whatever it was, he found himself moving forward instead of cowering back. He unbolted the door with shaking hands, but didn't open it yet. Instead, he turned and dragged his old account ledger from a drawer in the work desk, its pages crammed with numbers, names, and little lies. Years of transactions, of coins taken and coins owed, of services rendered and debts conveniently forgotten. The record of his careful thefts and comfortable betrayals. He took a rusted nail from the workbench, one he normally used for sealing coffins, and drove it through the ledger's cover into the wood of the table with 3 sharp blows of his hammer. The sound echoed in the small space. "No more hiding," he rasped, his voice cracking. The knocking stopped, as if the thing outside was listening. Then Einar did what he'd never done, what he'd spent years carefully avoiding. He named every promise he broke. He spoke to the door, to the fog beyond it, to whatever stood just on the other side waiting with infinite patience. He confessed the sailors' stolen wages, the ones from the broad-shouldered man who trusted him with a handshake and a smile. He confessed the lucky charms sold, the brass compass and the carved whale tooth and the saint's medal, all traded for drink and temporary oblivion. He confessed the graves left untended while he focused on the ones that paid, the way he'd let brambles cover the stones of men who had no one left to remember them. He confessed the comforts given to the living, the false sympathy, the empty assurances, all paid for by the dead who couldn't object. With each admission, he slammed his palm down on the ledger beside the nailed spine, as if pinning the words in place, making them real and irrevocable. His hand throbbed from the impacts, but the pain felt deserved, felt right. The confessions poured out of him like poison from a wound, and with each one he felt simultaneously lighter and heavier. Lighter for the unburdening, heavier for the full weight of what he'd done. The wood under his fingers grew cold and damp, as though the sea itself were seeping through the grain. Beneath the door, a thin film of seawater spread in, pooling around his boots with the smell of brine and deep places. The water was dark, nearly black, and bits of seaweed floated in it. Einar thought he felt something lean against the other side of the door, a weight and presence listening to every word. The air filled with the smell of kelp and old rope and the particular scent of canvas that had spent too long underwater. At last he spoke the worst of it, the thing that had been weighing heaviest on his soul, The promise he'd made to the drowned sailor whose grave he'd filled just this week. "I took your pay," he whispered, his voice splintering like driftwood. "I took what you earned, with sweat and danger, what you saved to leave your family safe. I spent it on drink and food while your widow went hungry. I said the sea kept it, that it went down with your ship. That was a lie." His throat burned with shame and salt, his eyes stinging. "I will set it right. I swear it. By the sea and the dead and everything I have left, I will set it right." He gathered what coin he had left, emptying his pockets completely. There wasn't much. He'd spent most of it already. He added the cheap trinkets he'd traded the compass for, worthless bits of brass and glass. He fumbled in his shirt and pulled out a rusty ship's token he'd kept for himself. A small round piece of metal stamped with an anchor that he'd taken from a dead man's effects years ago. It was the only thing of value he still possessed. With trembling hands, he pushed them through the gap at the bottom of the door into the cold, puddling water. The coins clinked against each other, a sound like bones rattling. "Yours," he said. "All of it. And in the morning, when the sun rises, I'll go to your kin with the truth. I'll give them whatever else I can scrape together. I'll tell them what I did and let them judge me for it." For a long moment there was only silence, broken by the drip of water and his own ragged breathing. Einar stayed kneeling in the spreading puddle, head bowed, waiting for the door to burst inward, for those grey fingers to close around his throat for the reckoning he deserved. His whole body shook, but he didn't move, didn't try to run. He'd done his running. This was where it ended, one way or another. Then he heard a sound outside, a rasp like nails being pulled out of damp wood instead of digging in. The tallies on the other side of the door stopped mid-scratch. The pressure against the boards eased, the weight lifting. A gust of wind rattled the shutters with sudden violence, making him jump. The seawater at his feet drew back, flowing in reverse toward the door, sliding underneath and away as if sucked downhill by some invisible force. Within moments, the floor was merely damp where it had been flooded. Einar stayed frozen, not daring to believe it was over. But the footsteps, when they came again, were moving away, back down the gravel path toward the cliff edge. Slow, heavy, but retreating. He heard them fade into the distance, and then there was only the wind and the sea and the settling sounds of an old building in the fog. By dawn, the fog thinned to a low, ragged shroud over the graves, fingers of it clinging to the hollows between the stones. Einar staggered out, lantern cold and dark in his hand, his whole body aching as though he'd been beaten. His eyes were gritty with exhaustion and dried tears. The sailor's grave was disturbed, the mound collapsed inward, dirt slumped down to reveal the coffin beneath. But the coffin wasn't broken open from the inside as he'd feared. It sat half exposed, lid still nailed shut, though the wood was scored and gouged. The tally marks he'd seen being carved in his mind's eye showed as blurred grooves now, as if someone had tried to sand them away with a salt-wet hand, erasing the count once the debt was acknowledged. No towering corpse stood in the yard, no drowned sailor blocked the gate with water streaming from his mouth and murder in his dead eyes. But on the path leading down to the village, wet footprints marred the gravel, bare, wide, and uneven, pressed deep into the stone as if by something very heavy. They led from the mortuary door down through the graveyard, past the disturbed grave, and toward the cliff edge. Einar followed them slowly, his stomach tight with dread and something like grief. The prints grew fainter as they neared the cliff, becoming just dark spots on the grey stone, then nothing at all. At the very edge, where the path crumbled away to nothing, and the drop fell straight to the rocks and surf below, there was one last print, toes pointing toward the sea, then only spray and morning light. Einar kept his word. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done, harder even than facing the Draugr at his door. He went to the sailor's widow in her small cottage at the village edge, his hands twisting his cap, his voice shaking. He gave her every coin he could gather, which wasn't nearly enough to make up for what he'd stolen, but was everything he had. He told her the truth he'd hidden, ugly and plain, with no excuses or attempts to soften it. He told her about her husband's wages, about the promise he'd made and broken, about the weeks he'd let her and her children go without, while he drank away what should have been theirs. She didn't forgive him, not entirely, and he didn't expect her to. How could she? But she listened, standing in her doorway with her arms crossed and her face hard, and when he finished she gave a single sharp nod and took the coins. "It's something," she said, her voice cold. "It's not enough, and it won't bring him back, but it's something." She closed the door on him then, and he stood outside for a long moment, feeling the weight of her judgment and knowing it was less than he deserved. The priest was shocked when Einar began tending every grave with equal care, including those with no names carved on their stones, the paupers' plots that had always been afterthoughts. Einar cleared the weeds and straightened the markers and spoke to each stone as he worked, sometimes apologising for years of neglect. People noticed the change, but didn't speak of it directly, just watched him with curious, wary eyes as he made his rounds with new dedication. Einar still heard things in the graveyard. The shiver of boards on damp nights, the soft tick of nails against coffin lids when the wind came from the sea. But the frantic counting had stopped. The patient, endless tallying that had haunted his nights was gone, leaving only ordinary sounds of an ordinary graveyard. Sometimes he wondered if he'd imagined it all, if guilt and drink had created the whole terrible night from nothing but shadow and fear. But then he'd see those faint grooves in the gateposts, or find his shovel handle worn smooth where the notch had been, and he'd know it had been real. He still drank sometimes, but not in the tool shed where he could hide from the world, and never on nights when the fog came in heavy from the sea. On those evenings he walked the rows with his lantern, its light steady in his hand, whispering the promises he'd made that day, and how he meant to keep them. He spoke to the stones and the fog and the listening dark, leaving no debt unspoken, no oath uncounted. It became a ritual, a way of keeping himself honest when no one else was watching. The drauga did not knock again, but sometimes when the tide was very low and the sky hung full of iron clouds that promised storms, Einar looked out over the sea from his place by the cliff edge and saw, just for a moment, a broad-shouldered figure standing on a far rock. It stood utterly still, coat dripping, head turned toward the graveyard as if keeping watch. Then a wave would crash over it, spray exploding white against the grey stone, and when the water fell back, the figure was gone. Einar never knew if it was real, or just his mind creating meaning from the play of light and shadow on water. He chose to believe it was real, that the sailor still kept his own count out there, making sure the living remembered to keep their promises to the dead. The dead stopped scratching at the wood the night Einar began keeping his own tally out loud, marking down each promise made and kept in his careful accounting, paying his debts to the sea and its children with the only currency that mattered, truth spoken into the fog and oaths honoured when no one but the stones could hear. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Rain turns the village to smudged charcoal, roofs dripping in slow, steady lines. In a cramped upstairs room beneath a slanting ceiling, a 16-year-old boy named Marek lies awake on a thin mattress pushed against the wall. The dim orange from a single street lamp filters through warped glass, striping his blanket in bars of weak light and shadow. His younger sister snores softly in the bed across the room, a sound like paper tearing at regular intervals. Downstairs his mother coughs, a wet, rattling sound that climbs through the floorboards and settles in his chest like guilt. Marek's pillow is lumpy and overwarm, stuffed with old wool that smells faintly of dust and previous owners. He shifts, flips it to find a cool spot that doesn't exist, presses his ear down into the sagging centre and feels it. A soft, measured exhale from inside the pillow that does not match his breath. He freezes, holding his lungs empty, listening. The rain continues its steady percussion on the roof tiles. His sister's snoring doesn't pause, but the pillow breathes again, shallow and slow, as if something beneath his head is waiting for him to acknowledge it. His heart kicks against his ribs. He lifts his head an inch, staring at the pale fabric in the near dark, watching for movement. Nothing. Just a pillow, worn and stained with years of sleep. He lowers his head again, this time keeping his breath shallow, trying to distinguish his own rhythm from what he thought he heard. There, again. A gentle rise and fall beneath the wool, independent of his body, patient as a predator. Downstairs the radio murmurs old superstition between weather reports, the announcer's voice crackling through static. Marek remembers what the grandparents used to say, back when they gathered in the kitchen on winter nights and spoke in hushed tones about things that didn't belong in daylight conversations. Striga doesn't always come with claws and wings, they said. Sometimes she comes as a pillow that learns your worries. Every unspoken fear you lay your head on seeps into the stuffing, warming it, fattening it like a tick on blood. At first she only breathes back, matching your heartbeat to see if it suits her. As the nights go on, she grows heavier, sitting on your chest in the dark, drinking the air between your ribs until there's nothing left but a body that looks like it died in sleep. People in the village whisper about gas leaks and bad hearts when someone dies inexplicably in their bed, face purple and twisted. But the elders say different. They say, if you don't speak what keeps you awake, the Strigger will do it for you, with your last breath. Marek tells himself it was nothing, just his own breath bounced back from the mattress, or the sound of rain through old walls, or his imagination working overtime because he hasn't slept properly in weeks. He has enough to worry about without inventing monsters in his bedding. Exams that decide his future loom 3 weeks away, tests that will determine whether he escapes this village or spends his life in whatever jobs remain after the factory closes. The factory closing, that's the other weight. The one that keeps his mother staring at unpaid bills spread across the kitchen table like tarot cards predicting disaster. And beneath it all, the father-shaped absence that grows larger every day, the man who left for work 8 months ago and hasn't called in 6 weeks. The last postcard came from somewhere near the German border, 3 sentences promising he'd send money soon. Nothing since. When his mother asks if he's sleeping, seeing the shadows under his eyes deepen from grey to purple to black, he shrugs and says, "I'm fine." The lie comes easily, practice smooth. She has enough on her plate without worrying about his insomnia. That night the rain grows thicker, drumming on the roof like fingers demanding entry. He lies awake, replaying the lie, head on the same pillow. The wool feels not quite flat anymore, as if something soft inside is turning over to make room, adjusting its position like a person settling in for a long stay. Over the next nights, small changes creep in with the subtlety of mould growing in dark corners. The pillow smells faintly metallic, like old coins left in pockets and wet feathers. When Marek gets a bad grade on his mathematics exam and hides the paper at the bottom of his school bag, lying to his mother about how it went. The next time he lies down, the pillow is warmer than it should be, as if someone else just vacated it and their body heat lingers. He wakes with bruised-feeling ribs and a pressure in his chest like someone sat there and then moved off just before dawn, leaving only the ache as evidence. His 13-year-old sister complains over breakfast that she heard whispering in their shared room. Not words exactly, just the hiss of someone breathing too close to the wall, too measured to be natural. Marek starts stacking textbooks between their beds, telling himself it's for studying, not as a barrier, not protection. But he knows what he's doing. He's building a wall against something he won't name. The wool inside the pillow begins to shift when he rests his head, compacting unevenly so that lumps form in new places each night. Once he wakes to find an indentation in the fabric beside his face, as if someone pressed their thumb there, holding the cloth down while they examined him. The depression is still warm. He doesn't tell anyone. What would he say? That his pillow is alive, that he's being haunted by bedding. It sounds insane even in the privacy of his own skull. So he keeps silent, and the pillow grows heavier, and the breathing beneath his ear becomes more pronounced, and he starts to dread the moment when his mother tells him it's time for bed. His grades slip further. He snaps at his sister for nothing, for the crime of chewing too loudly or existing in the same space. His mother asks again what's wrong, her voice, carrying that particular frequency of worry that makes his guilt spike and his defensiveness rise like shields. He tells her nothing is wrong, voice sharp enough to cut, and immediately regrets it when he sees her face close up, hurt blooming there before she turns away. That night the pillow exhales in his ear like a satisfied sigh, and he imagines he can hear approval in it, as if the thing inside is pleased with his silence, with every swallowed truth and unspoken fear he's feeding it. The night it turns from uncanny to horror, the village lights go out in a windless blackout. No storm, no explanation, just darkness dropping like a curtain at 8 in the evening, swallowing the street lamps and house windows whole. The only glow comes from the clouds reflecting distant city light, just enough to turn everything grey and indistinct, shadows without sources. Marek lies stiff under his blanket, tucked tight to his chin like armour made of cotton, refusing to admit he's afraid. There was a fight that evening with his mother, voices rising in the kitchen until his sister fled upstairs with her hands over her ears. His mother had asked if he'd heard from his father, if there had been any calls, and something in Marek snapped. He shouted that he didn't care, that if his father never came back it would be fine, that they were better off without him anyway. The words came out like vomit, unstoppable once they started, and he knew they were lies the second they left his mouth. He could see in his mother's face that she knew it too, could see the hurt and the pity mixing there, and that made it worse. So instead of apologising, instead of taking back the poison he'd spat, he swallowed the truth and stormed upstairs, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the hinges. Now, in the dark, he feels the pillow rise under his skull, inflating with a slow, greedy inhale that has nothing to do with the compressed wool expanding. This is deliberate, intentional, something filling itself with breath stolen from the room. Before he can push up, before he can roll away or cry out, something pins his chest. It's like a person kneeling straddle over his ribs, but heavier than any person should be, and colder, a weight that sucks warmth instead of radiating it. He can't move his arms. They're pinned at his sides, not by visible restraints, but by pressure that simply won't allow movement, his muscles refusing to obey because something else is commanding them to stillness. His lungs flutter against the weight, trying to expand, achieving only shallow sips of air that aren't enough, that will never be enough. Out of the corner of his eye, at the edge of the pillow, he sees it. A thin, grey hand with long fingers pushing through the fabric as though the stuffing has become skin, as though the barrier between inside and outside no longer applies. The hand grips the sheet near his shoulder, nails sunk in but not tearing, holding him down with the casual strength of something that has all the time in the world. The fingers are too long, the knuckles too prominent, the skin the colour of drowned flesh. He tries to move his head to see more, to confirm what he's witnessing isn't real, but even that small motion is denied him. His eyes can only roll, whites showing, panic climbing his throat like bile. The pillow bulges, its shape warping into the suggestion of a face under cloth. Hollows where eyes should be. A depression for a mouth, cheekbones pressing out like tent poles under fabric. From that hidden mouth comes the breathing, slow in, slow out, perfectly paced and measured, but not his, never his. A bony weight settles more firmly on his sternum, and through the smothering pressure he can sense a crouched figure taking form above him, coalescing from shadow and malice and all the words he never said. A night hag silhouette hunched over him like a lover, like a mother, like a predator, hair like wet straw draped past the pillow's edge to brush his shoulder with the texture of rotting rope. She smells of damp feathers and unwashed thoughts, of secrets gone sour, of everything swallowed and left to ferment in darkness. Marek tries to gasp for help, tries to scream for his mother or his sister or anyone, but the sound is a dry click in his throat, air scraping past a windpipe that won't open properly. The Strigger's invisible mass leans closer, listening with the intensity of someone savouring a meal. He can feel her attention like heat, like radiation, boring into him and reading everything he's tried to hide. All the words he never said. I'm scared. I miss him. I can't do this. I'm not smart enough. I'm not strong enough. Please don't leave me alone. Crowd his chest with nowhere to go, piling up like stones in his lungs until he's drowning in unspoken truth. The weight increases incrementally, a slow crushing that promises to continue until something breaks, until he either speaks or stops breathing permanently. His vision begins to sparkle at the edges, black flowers blooming in his peripheral vision. His heartbeat hammers in his ears, irregular and panicked. A rhythm the Strigger seems to find delicious because she settles more comfortably on his chest, straddling him like a throne. He can feel her knees digging into his sides, sharp points that might be bone or might be something worse. One of those two long hands slides up to rest on his throat, not squeezing, just resting there with a gentleness that's more terrifying than violence would be. A promise. A reminder of how easy it would be. On the edge of fainting, consciousness flickering like a candle in wind, Marek remembers a scrap of his grandmother's stories that she told him once while rolling dough for bread, flour dusting her knuckles like snow. He'd been young enough to still believe in magic, but old enough to be embarrassed by it, and he'd only half listened while she spoke. But her words come back now, with the clarity of things remembered in, Crisis. What you name, you share. What you hide, you feed. The striga eats what isn't spoken, she'd said, rolling the dough with hands that knew the motion so well they didn't need eyes to guide them. She grows fat on silence and dies when you speak truth. If you want to live, you can't fight her with keeping quiet. Give her words and she has to let go. Keep secrets and she keeps you. He can't scream anyway. His mouth won't open fully, his jaw locked by pressure or fear or the striga's will. But he can force sound past his teeth, can shape air into something resembling words even if they come out broken and small. With each ragged half-breath he shapes a word, barely audible, little more than a whisper that ghosts into the grey darkness of the room. First comes a cracked, almost laughable admission. Scared. His voice sounds like someone else's, a stranger's voice coming from his throat, weak and pitiful. But the moment the word hits air, something changes. The pillow stutters, the breathing below his ear losing its rhythm for a heartbeat, faltering like a song interrupted. The weight on his chest shifts infinitesimally, less pressing, as if the night hag is adjusting, listening differently, caught off guard by this development. He drags in another thin ribbon of air, fighting for it, and forces out another word. Dad. The syllable cracks in the middle, breaks into something that's half word and half sob, but it's out. It exists in the world now instead of festering inside him. The weight shifts again, more noticeably this time, the crushing pressure easing just enough that he can drag in a fuller breath. He names more, each word a nail pried loose from the coffin lid someone's been building on his lungs. Alone, stupid, tired, hurt, failing. For each spoken fear, the pillow's bulging face smooths a little, fabric relaxing where the features pressed. The suggestion of a face fading back toward mere cloth. The hand on his throat loosens its grip fractionally, fingers uncurling. He thinks he's done, his vision stars, his lips numb, his chest screaming with effort. But there's one word he's never said, the one that burns hottest in the core of him, the one he's buried deepest because admitting it means admitting he's weak, means admitting he's still a child who needs help. But the striga knows it's there. He can feel her waiting for it, hungry for it, the biggest and brightest of his secrets. Summoning the last of his air, the final dregs of his strength, he chokes it out, a strangled plea aimed at no one and everyone, his father, his mother, the empty night, God if God exists, anything that might hear and care. Please, please come back, please stay, please help me, please don't make me do this alone, please see that I'm drowning. Please. The striga's breathing falters completely, a stuttering inhale that doesn't complete. The pressure on his chest lurches sideways, like someone losing their balance, weight distributing, unevenly. There's a moment where he feels something tear, not outside, not his skin or the fabric, but inside, as if the web of lies he's cocooned himself in, the careful construction of I'm fine and I don't care and I can handle it, finally rips apart under pressure it was never meant to bear. The truth spills out of the tear like light through cracks, and the striga recoils from it the way darkness recoils from flame. But the weight doesn't vanish cleanly. It falls. For one terrible second it crushes him harder than before, driving every molecule of air from his lungs with a soundless sob that might be his or might be hers, a final desperate attempt to keep him silent, to push the words back down where they belong in the dark and quiet places. Then it slides off to one side, a mass of shadow and wet cloth rolling onto the edge of the bed with the heavy slump of meat dropping. Marek's chest spasms, sucking in a full, jagged breath that tastes of dust and rain and wool and freedom and pain all mixed together. He can move his hands now. His fingers are numb and tingling, but they obey when he tells them to move, flexing and curling to confirm they still belong to him. His hand brushes against something on the pillow, a clump of hair like brittle straw, coarse and damp, and beneath it the faint outline of a jaw pressed into the fabric, an impression of a face still lingering where she'd been. He knows if he looks directly, if he turns his head to see what's left, he might not be able to forget it, might carry that image behind his eyelids for the rest of his life. So instead he acts, moving on instinct and the dregs of adrenaline, refusing to let terror freeze him now that he can move again. Barely conscious, hands shaking so hard he can barely grip, he tears the pillowcase open at one seam, fabric ripping with a sound like silk tearing. Stuffing spills out like pale innards, tumbling onto his bed and floor, but instead of just wool and feathers, there's something new mixed in, something that clinks against itself with a sound like stones underwater. Little grey pebbles, smooth and cold, each one etched with faint blurred impressions of faces and frowns and wide-open mouths caught mid-scream. Worries hardened into stone, every fear and secret compressed into solid form, every "I'm fine" that was a lie made manifest and heavy. There are dozens of them, maybe hundreds, more than seems possible to have fit inside a single pillow, years of silence made visible. With shaking hands, he gathers as many as he can, scooping them into his shirt like a basket cold against his skin. His voice is shredded, barely functional, but he forces words anyway because he understands now that silence is what she wants. Silence is what feeds her. "Mine," he whispers, voice raw as scraped bone. "Not yours. Mine." He staggers to the window on legs that barely support him, crashes against the sill hard enough to bruise, and forces the old window open with strength he didn't know he still possessed. Rain hits his face, cold and clean and real. He throws the stones out into the rain, toward the fields and the river and the far hills where morning will eventually come, hurling them as hard and far as he can. They disappear into darkness, swallowed by rain and distance. With every stone that leaves his hands, the shape on his bed thins, dissolving into mist and fading breath, and the memory of something that was almost strong enough to kill him. When the last stone is gone, when his shirt is empty and his hands are scraped and cold, he turns back to look at the bed. The striga is gone, if she was ever there in any physical sense. Just damp feathers scattered across his blanket, a torn pillowcase, a few dull pebbles he missed rolling in the creases. His sister still snores across the room, oblivious, lost in whatever dreams 13-year-olds have. Downstairs, his mother has stopped coughing. The rain continues, steady and indifferent. The world hasn't changed. Only he has. Morning comes grey and raw, the rain lighter but still present. The village roof smoking with steam as weak sunlight tries to burn through cloud cover. Marek wakes late, throat raw like he's been screaming for hours, chest aching as if someone used it as a drum, every breath pulling at muscles he didn't know could hurt. The pillow on his bed is nearly flat, its stuffing scattered across the floor in drifts of wool and feather. No face, no hand, no night hag remains, only the evidence of violence done to bedding and the lingering sense memory of weight on his chest. His sister complains over breakfast that she had bad dreams of someone sitting on her bed but never quite reaching her, a presence hovering just out of sight, and she keeps glancing at him with an expression that might be suspicion or might be concern. His mother, seeing his bruised-looking chest when his shirt rides up and the exhausted eyes he can't hide, asks again the question she's been asking for weeks. "Are you all right?" And this time, for the first time in months, Marek hesitates. The old automatic lie rises to his lips. "I'm fine," but it sticks in his throat and he remembers the feeling of suffocating, remembers the striga's weight and her hunger for his silence. So instead he says, haltingly, stumbling over words like a child learning to speak, "No, not really." The words feel like pulling teeth, like exposing a wound to air, raw and embarrassing and necessary. He talks, clumsy and embarrassed, about the panic that wakes him at 3 a.m. with his heart trying to escape his ribs, about the pressure of exams and expectations of being 16 and supposed to know what his future holds when he can barely see past tomorrow, about the fear that he's failing, that he's not smart enough or strong enough or good enough to escape this village and its dying factory and its smudged charcoal rain, about the worry that gnaws at him constantly, the fear that his father isn't coming back, that the postcards will stop completely and they'll never know if he's alive or dead or just done with them. The words feel wrong in his mouth, too big and too honest, but with each one his lungs feel a little wider, his room a little bigger, as if speaking truth creates space where silence built walls. His mother listens, stunned and quiet, and when he finally runs out of words and sits there feeling exposed and stupid, she's silent for a long moment. Then she admits, voice small, that she's scared too, that she wakes at night and stares at bills she can't pay and wonders what they'll do when the money runs out, that she misses his father and hates him in equal measure, misses the man he was and hates what his leaving has done to them, that she's proud of Marek and terrified for him and doesn't know how to help, The house feels strange as they talk, lighter and heavier at once, as if excavating truth shifts foundations, but the pillow does not breathe when Marek lays his head on a new one that night, borrowed from the hall closet. It is only cloth and stuffing now, blessedly ordinary, blessedly silent. But he doesn't escape untouched. The striga leaves marks that don't show on skin. Some nights he wakes with the phantom sensation of weight on his ribs, or hears a soft exhale close to his ear that isn't his, a ghost of what almost killed him. On those nights he forces himself to speak into the dark, even when his throat closes with the old instinct to stay quiet. I'm scared. I'm tired. I miss him. Sometimes he cries, quiet tears that soak into whatever pillow he's using, baptizing it with salt instead of secrets. Sometimes he just lies there, heart hammering, until the invisible pressure eases and he can breathe normally again. He survives, but it's a narrow thing. The memory of almost not breathing stays lodged in him like a stone he swallowed, permanent ballast. On the rainiest nights, when the village blurs and the roofs disappear in mist and the dark closes in with the weight of all unspoken things, Marek keeps one hand on his chest and one hand on his pillow and whispers the worries out loud, just enough that the striga, wherever she is, whatever she is, has nothing left to eat. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. You arrive at the mountain inn just as the rain begins. Not a storm, just that steady, relentless kind of rain that sounds like someone pouring rice from a great height, each droplet striking the curved tiles and running down in rivulets that catch the last of the daylight. The inn is older than you expected, its wooden frame dark with moisture and age, tucked into a fold of the mountain where the road narrows to barely more than a footpath. Lanterns hang along the covered walkway, their rice paper shades glowing amber and soft, casting circles of light that don't quite reach the edges of the darkness gathering between the pillars. Your shoes are soaked through. Your bag weighs heavily on your shoulder. You've been travelling since morning, taking buses that climbed higher and higher until the towns became villages and the villages became single houses, clinging to terraced slopes, and now you're here, where the innkeeper promised a room and a meal and a night's rest before you continue to wherever it is you're going. You're not entirely sure anymore. The journey has become its own reason. Inside, the air smells of old wood and tatami mats, of miso and pickled vegetables, of incense burned down to ash in some unseen alcove. The corridors are narrow, almost claustrophobic, with low ceilings that make you duck slightly even though you don't really need to. The floorboards are polished to a deep shine, reflecting the lantern light in warped liquid patterns. As you follow the innkeeper, a small elderly woman who moves with surprising speed despite her age, you watch your feet, careful not to slip on the smooth wood. And then, without meaning to, you hesitate. There's a knot in the floorboard directly ahead, a dark whirl in the grain that looks almost like an eye, and something about it makes you pause mid-step, your foot hovering above it for just a moment. When you finally lower your foot and continue walking, you notice something, a fine thread, golden and impossibly thin, stretching from where you pause to the wall beside you. It glimmers faintly in the lantern light, vibrating with a frequency you can almost feel in your teeth. You blink, and it's still there. You glance at the innkeeper, but she's already turned a corner, leaving you in the corridor alone. Your room is at the end of the hallway, tucked away from the other guest rooms, most of which appear to be empty. The innkeeper slides the door open with a soft clatter of wood on wood, and you step inside to find a space that is both smaller and larger than you imagined. Small in its physical dimensions, just enough room for a low table, a futon that will be rolled out later, a narrow wardrobe, and a single window overlooking the forested slope behind the inn, but large in the way it seems to expand into shadow at its edges, as if the corners are deeper than they should be. The ceiling is low, crisscrossed with dark beams, and above them you can see the underside of the roof tiles, the ancient structure of the building laid bare. The innkeeper sets a tray of tea on the table, says something about dinner being ready in an hour, and then she pauses in the doorway. She looks at you with an expression you can't quite read. Not unkind, but not warm either, something more like appraisal. "The mountain is quiet tonight," she says, her voice dry and soft as a rustling paper. "A good night for rest, unless you carry too much weight on your shoulders." She gestures vaguely at you, or perhaps at your shadow on the wall. then the weight only gets heavier. Before you can ask what she means, she's gone, sliding the door shut behind her with a finality that feels almost ceremonial. You sit at the low table and pour yourself tea from the iron pot, watching the steam curl upward in lazy spirals. The rain is louder now, a constant drumming overhead, and beneath it you hear other sounds. The creak of old wood settling, the whisper of wind through cracks in the walls, and something else. Something rhythmic and faint like the ticking of many small clocks or the tapping of fingernails on glass. You tell yourself it's just the rain, just the building, just the mountain. You've always been good at that, telling yourself things are fine when they're not, smoothing over the rough edges of discomfort, with reassurances that sound reasonable even when they aren't true. It's a skill you've honed over years, a way of moving through the world without acknowledging the parts of it, or of yourself, that frighten you. You drain your tea and stand, intending to unpack your bag, but as you approach the wardrobe you hesitate again. The handle is tarnished brass, shaped like a coiled vine, and there's something about the way it catches the light that makes you reluctant to touch it. You stand there, hand outstretched, frozen in indecision, and when you finally grip the handle and pull the door open you see it. Another golden thread, this one stretching from the handle down to the floor, trembling faintly as if caught in a breeze you can't feel. Dinner is served in a small common room where you're the only guest. The food is simple: rice, grilled fish, pickled vegetables, miso soup, but it's warm and filling, and you eat methodically, not really tasting it. The innkeeper sits in the corner, working on some kind of embroidery, her needle flashing in the lamplight. She doesn't look at you, but you feel observed nonetheless, as if the walls themselves are watching. When she finally speaks, it's without looking up from her work. "This inn has been here for a very long time," she says. "Longer than the village below, longer than the road. People come here when they're travelling, but also when they're trying to leave something behind, sometimes both." She pauses to thread her needle. "There's a story about this place. Would you like to hear it?" You nod, though you're not sure you do. "They say a Jorogumo lives here, a spider woman, very old, very patient. She takes the form of a beautiful woman when she wants to be seen, but her true shape is all web and appetite. Not for flesh, though. No, she weaves something else. She weaves the fears people won't speak aloud. Every time a traveller says I'm fine when they're not, every time they swallow their terror and smile, she takes that unspoken fear and spins it into silk. By morning, if she's woven enough, the web is complete, and the traveller sleeps forever, not dead, just sleeping, dreaming of a version of themselves that was never afraid. A kind death, really. Gentle, but still death. She looks at you then, her eyes dark and unreadable. Of course, it's just a story. The mountain is full of them. Back in your room, you roll out the futon and lie on top of the quilts, still fully dressed, listening to the rain. The window rattles faintly in its frame. You think about getting up to check if it's latched properly, but the thought of crossing the room in the dark fills you with an unease you can't name, so you stay where you are, staring up at the shadowed ceiling. The innkeeper's story circles in your mind like a moth around a flame. It's just folklore, you tell yourself, the kind of tale every old inn probably has, a way to add atmosphere and mystery to what is otherwise just a drafty building in the middle of nowhere. But even as you think this, you're aware of the weight in your chest, the tightness in your throat, the way your breath comes a little too shallow. You've been ignoring that feeling for months now, years maybe. That sense that something is wrong, that you're carrying more than you can handle, that one day the weight will simply crush you. But whenever someone asks how you're doing, you say, "I'm fine," and you mean it when you say it, or at least you convince yourself you do. You've said it so many times it's become automatic, a reflex, the way you might say "bless you" after someone sneezes. It costs you nothing to say it, except that it does. It costs you something you can't name. You don't remember closing your eyes, but you must have, because when you open them the room is darker. The lantern burned lower, and there's something different about the space above you. At first you think it's just shadow, a trick of the failing light, but when you blink and look again you see them. Threads. Not just one or two, but dozens, hundreds. A vast network of golden filaments stretching across the ceiling, converging above the futon, in a pattern that is both beautiful and terrible in its complexity. Each thread glows faintly, pulsing with a light that seems to come from within, and when you listen closely you can hear them, a faint humming, like the vibration of a plucked string or the sound of something breathing. The web is not random. It has structure, purpose. You recognize shapes in it, patterns that correspond to moments in your life. There, where the threads are thickest, is the knot that formed when you told the doctor you were feeling fine, even though you'd been waking up with pains in your chest for weeks. There, another dense cluster, is the time you assured your friend you weren't scared to drive through the storm, even though your hands were shaking so badly you could barely grip the wheel. And there, glowing brighter than the rest, is the lie you told yourself last year when you looked in the mirror and said, "I can handle this," even though you knew, somewhere deep and unacknowledged, that you couldn't. You sit up slowly, careful not to disturb the web, though you're not sure why caution matters. It's already all around you, above you, and you can feel its weight pressing down like a physical thing. As you move, the threads respond, tightening and loosening in response to your breathing, your heartbeat, the micro-expressions that cross your face before you can school them into neutrality. And then you see her. At the far edge of the web, where the ceiling meets the wall, there's a figure. At first she's barely visible, more suggestion than substance. A pale hand resting on a thick strand of silk, the curve of a throat, the suggestion of layered fabric that might be a kimono or might be something else entirely. But her eyes are unmistakable. They glow like lanterns, 2 points of steady golden light that reflect the web back at you, and in their gaze you feel something ancient and patient and utterly without mercy or malice. She doesn't speak, but you understand her perfectly. She's showing you what you've built, the architecture of your own denial, each thread a moment when you chose comfort over truth, avoidance over acknowledgement. The web is not her creation, it's yours. She's only the weaver who makes it visible. As you watch, frozen in place, she moves. It's not quite walking, not quite anything you have words for. One moment she's at the edge of the web, the next she's closer, and then closer still until she's directly above you. Her form more solid now, though still incomplete. You can see that her hands end not in fingers but in something finer, more articulate, like the tips of spider legs sheathed in silk. Her face is beautiful in the way that deep water is beautiful, in the way that a knife edge catching the light is beautiful, something that promises peace and obliteration in equal measure. She reaches down slowly and a single golden thread descends from her palm like a fishing line, dangling just above your forehead. You realize with cold certainty that if it touches you, if it makes contact with your skin, the web will be complete. You will sleep and you will never wake, and in your dreams you will finally be the person you've always pretended to be. Fearless, capable, fine. It would be so easy. The thread descends another inch. You can feel the static charge of it in the air, making the fine hairs on your arm stand up. All you have to do is lie still. All you have to do is keep pretending. But something in you resists. Maybe it's stubbornness, or maybe it's the last gasp of self-preservation, or maybe it's just that you're tired, so tired, of carrying the weight of all these unspoken fears, of pretending they don't exist while they quietly consume you from the inside. You look away from the thread, away from the Jorogumo's lantern eyes, and you focus on the tatami mat in front of you, on the woven texture of it, the faint smell of grass and dust. And you start talking. Not to her. You're not sure she cares what you say, but to yourself, to the room, to the mountain and the rain and the darkness. You name your fears aloud. You start with the obvious ones, the ones you can admit without too much shame. You're afraid of getting sick, of the illness that runs in your family catching up with you, of waking up one day to find your body has betrayed you. You're afraid of being alone, of the stretches of silence in your apartment that grow longer each year, of the bus rides home from work when you look at the other passengers and realize you have nothing to say to anyone, no connection that goes deeper than surface pleasantries. You're afraid you've already failed the people who mattered most, that the mistakes you made years ago are irreversible, that the damage is permanent. As you speak, something changes in the web. The threads don't disappear, but they loosen, sagging slightly, losing some of their terrible tension. You keep going, digging deeper, finding the fears beneath the fears. You're afraid that you're not strong enough, that you've been faking competence for so long that you've forgotten how to actually be competent. You're afraid that no one really knows you, that the version of yourself you present to the world is so polished and false that the real you has been buried alive under all that performance. You're afraid of silence, of stillness, of the moments when you can't distract yourself and you have to face the gnawing emptiness that you've been running from for as long as you can remember. For each fear, you try to remember when it started, where it lives in your body. The hospital corridor with its fluorescent lights where you waited for test results you were sure would be bad. The bridge over the river where you stood one evening and thought how easy it would be to just step over the railing. The flickering overhead light in the office where your boss told you that you'd disappointed them, and you nodded and apologised and felt something inside you crack. The Jorogumo watches with those unblinking lantern eyes, and you sense something in her expression shifting. Not anger exactly, but something like frustration, or perhaps disappointment. The web is her masterpiece, and you're unmaking it, strand by strand, with nothing but words. She descends further, coming down from the ceiling until she's crouched on the floor beside the futon, and you can see more of her now. Her kimono is the colour of old silk, patterned with motifs that shift and change when you're not looking directly at them. Sometimes flowers, sometimes spiders, sometimes just abstract swirls. Her face is pale and fine-boned, beautiful in that inhuman way, and her hair falls in a dark cascade that might be hair, or might be something else, something that moves independently of any breeze. She reaches into the folds of her kimono and withdraws something, a small bundle of reeds, bound together with silk thread, forming a kind of miniature net or basket. She sets it on the tatami between you, then tilts her head in a gesture that is both question and command. You understand, somehow, what she's offering. Not escape. She's not going to let you leave without taking something with you, but a kind of bargain. The web can't be unmade entirely because the fears are real, they exist, they're part of you. But they don't have to be hidden. They don't have to accumulate in secret until they smother you. She's giving you a way to hold them, to carry them consciously instead of letting them spin themselves into nightmares above your sleeping head. You pick up the reed basket carefully, feeling its weight, and you choose one fear. Not the biggest, not the most shameful, but the one that feels truest, the one you've been avoiding the longest. You speak it aloud one more time, slowly, letting each word settle into the air like a stone dropping into still water. As you speak, you imagine the fear taking physical form, becoming something you can hold rather than something that holds you. You place it gently into the basket. The golden thread that had been descending toward your face, the one that was only inches from making contact, suddenly snaps, not violently but cleanly, like cutting ribbon with sharp scissors. It retracts upward, dissolving into the web, and you feel something in your chest release, a tension you'd been holding so long you'd forgotten it was there. The Jorogumo rises, her form already beginning to fade, becoming less solid, more like the suggestion of a woman shape in the darkness. She looks at you one last time, and in her lantern eyes there's something that might be respect, or might be warning, or might be nothing more than the reflection of your own exhausted face. Then she's gone, dissolving into shadow and silk, leaving only the faintest impression of 8 delicate footprints on the ceiling beam above your futon. 4 on each side, too small to be human, too deliberate to be anything else. The web remains, but it's different now. The threads are looser, less oppressive, and as you lie back down and pull the quilt over yourself, you can see that it's already beginning to unravel at the edges, individual strands drifting free and vanishing like smoke. By the time sleep takes you, the web has shrunk to a single quiet spiral in the corner of the ceiling, trembling faintly with each breath you take, a reminder rather than a trap. Morning comes slowly, the rain having stopped sometime in the night, leaving behind a world washed clean and dripping. Pale sunlight filters through the window, turning the room golden, and when you look up at the ceiling, the web is gone. Well, not gone exactly. There are cobwebs there, old and dusty, the kind you'd expect in any old building, but nothing more. The golden threads, the intricate pattern, the evidence of your night's terror and revelation, all of it has vanished, leaving behind only the ordinary detritus of time. You pack your bag slowly, carefully placing the reed basket in your pocket where you can feel its slight weight against your hip. It's still there, solid and real, proof that something happened, that you didn't just dream the whole encounter. The innkeeper is in the hallway when you leave your room, and she nods at you with that same unreadable expression, as if she knows exactly what kind of night you've had but sees no reason to comment on it. You pay for your stay, accept a small package of rice balls for the journey, and step out into the morning air. The path down the mountain is easier than the climb up, gravity helping you along, and as you walk you find yourself thinking about the fears you named aloud, the ones you placed in the basket, the ones you left behind in the web. They haven't disappeared. You can still feel them, still sense their weight, but it's different now, more manageable, less suffocating, like carrying a known burden instead of being crushed by an invisible one. You make a promise to yourself, there on the mountain path with the dripping trees around you and the valley spreading out below, when the fears come back, and they will come back, you know they will, you'll name them. You'll speak them aloud instead of swallowing them. You'll acknowledge them instead of pretending they don't exist. It won't make them go away, but it might keep them from weaving themselves into something that traps you. In the weeks and months that follow, you keep the reed basket with you, a talisman and reminder. On nights when the rain comes and you feel the old familiar tightness in your chest, when someone asks how you're doing and you open your mouth to say, "I'm fine," you sometimes stop yourself. You sometimes tell the truth instead, or at least a version of it, and when you do, you notice something. Fine golden threads appear at the edges of your vision, gossamer thin and trembling, the Joragumo's web beginning to form again. But when you acknowledge the fear, when you name it clearly and honestly, the threads unravel before they can reach the ceiling. They drift apart like spider silk caught in a breeze, harmless and temporary, and you feel that same release in your chest, that same sense of a weight lifted, however briefly. The web never disappears entirely. You suspect it never will, that it's always there, waiting in the shadows of your unspoken terrors. But it doesn't grow the way it once did. You've learned how to tend it, how to keep it from becoming a trap. Sleep comes softer now, though never easy. You dream less of drowning, less of suffocation, less of being paralyzed while something inexorable closes in. Sometimes you still dream of the inn, of the rain drumming on the tiles, of lantern eyes watching from the ceiling. But in those dreams you're not afraid. In those dreams you sit up and speak clearly, naming each fear as it appears, watching the golden threads fade before they can bind you. And in the morning, you wake carrying only what you chose to carry, only what you acknowledged in the light. The rest, the hidden fears, the unspoken terrors, the lies you tell yourself about being fine, those stay behind in the web, visible now, rendered harmless by honesty, waiting for the next traveller who comes to the mountain inn carrying too much weight on their shoulders, pretending the burden isn't there at all. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Rain finds the air into threads, each droplet separating from its neighbours with surgical precision, transforming the evening into something that exists between mist and downpour. The street below your apartment window has become a canvas of puddles, their surfaces turning mirror smooth in those brief seconds between drops, holding the amber glow of street lamps like cupped hands holding light. You stand at the window with a cup of tea gone cold, watching the way water collects in the worn depression where the sidewalk has settled over decades, and you think about how many small compromises it takes to create such a hollow. Inside, the radiator hisses its evening complaint, and you turn from the window to find them. Wet footprints leading from the bathroom to the kitchen, each one a clear, shallow puddle that holds your silhouette perfectly. Not the blurred impression of a wet sole, but a precise outline, as if someone had traced your foot in water and left it there for you to discover. You haven't walked that path in hours, haven't been to the bathroom since before the rain started. Yet there they are, a trail of your own shape crossing the hardwood in a route you didn't take. You follow them backward, your dry feet making no sound, and notice how they grow fresher as you approach the bathroom. The water still trembling slightly, as if the foot had only just lifted. When you move, standing perfectly still and then shifting your weight from one leg to the other, the reflections in the footprints hesitate, holding their position for a heartbeat before adjusting to match your new stance. They're listening. You realise with a chill that has nothing to do with the autumn cold seeping through the old window frames. The water is listening for your next step. From the bathroom, you hear it. A low humming rising from the sink drain, threading through the pipes like sound through water, which is to say strangely, with a quality that seems to move in multiple directions at once. It's not quite a melody, not quite language, but something caught between the two. A drowned singer practicing scales in a flooded auditorium, learning the acoustics of a space that was never meant to hold water. The humming shapes itself around syllables that sound uncomfortably like your name, though distorted by distance and medium, as if someone far below were calling up through fathoms of dark water, hoping you might hear. You turn on the faucet, some primitive instinct suggesting that running water might drown out the sound, might wash away whatever impossible thing is happening in your apartment. But the humming only grows clearer, riding the current, emerging with the water as if it had been waiting for an invitation. You shut off the tap quickly, and in the sudden silence you hear your neighbour's television through the wall, the ordinary sound of a Thursday evening game show, and you wonder if you're simply exhausted, if the mind can manufacture hauntings from nothing more than stress and bad sleep and the particular loneliness of autumn rain. But the footprints remain, and they are not the product of exhaustion. You know about the Rusalka, of course. Everyone who grew up near water knows the stories, though the details shift depending on who's telling and how much they've had to drink, and whether they're trying to frighten children or explain something that happened to them when they were young and foolish near a river at night. Your grandmother told you the version she learned from her grandmother, who came from a village where the river ran swift and cold, and claimed at least one person every spring when the ice broke up and the water rose hungry. The old ferry hands, your grandmother said, knew better than to speak carelessly near water. They understood that a Rusalka doesn't chase bodies the way the stories in books suggest, all seduction and drowning and tragic beauty. No, the river spirits are more patient than that, more particular in their hunting. They chase untrue steps. Each small lie you tell, your grandmother explained while braiding your hair with fingers that never fumbled, leaves a pocket of water the world keeps as a memory. Not the big lies, the ones you tell with full knowledge of their falseness, but the small ones, the social lubricants and convenient omissions, the promises you make knowing you'll break them, the appointments you claim to keep when you are never planning to show. These lies settle into the spaces between things like water, finding the low places in a landscape. They pool in corners, gather in the hollows your daily passage creates, wait with the patience that only water possesses. When enough of them gather, when you've created a sufficient map of untruths that outline your life like a negative space photograph, the Rusalka learns your gait. She studies the rhythm of your steps, the weight of your passing, the particular way you move through the world while speaking words that don't match your intentions. And then she echoes you home. She doesn't arrive with drama or announcement. She simply begins to follow, asking softly, in that voice that sounds like water moving over stones, for a truth to weigh her down. The Rusalka, your grandmother said. Pulling the braid tight enough to make your eyes water is not evil. She is lost. She drowned in a moment of untruth, her own or someone else's, and now she cannot rest because water remembers everything and forgives nothing. She walks behind the dishonest, learning their patterns, waiting for them to offer her something real, something with enough weight to anchor her to the bottom of the river where she belongs. She rests only when you anchor a true word with river stones in the place that word belongs. You had asked your grandmother what that meant, how you could anchor words with stones, and she had smiled her particular smile that suggested she knew more than she would tell you while you were still young enough to make careless promises. You'll understand if you need to, she'd said, and if you live honestly, you'll never need to. But you haven't lived honestly, not completely. No one does, you tell yourself, as you stand in your bathroom watching water bead on the porcelain, listening to the humming that has now resolved into something almost musical. You've told the small lies that everyone tells, the ones that smooth social interactions and prevent awkward conversations. You've claimed to be busy when you simply didn't want to go, said you'd call back when you never intended to, promised to think about things you'd already decided against. These are normal, you insist to yourself. These are how people navigate the world without constant conflict and hurt feelings. But the water doesn't care about your rationalizations. The water keeps its own accounting. Your phone vibrates on the bathroom counter, the sound startlingly loud in the small tiled space. You pick it up, see a text from Sarah. Still on for tomorrow? The coffee date you agreed to 3 days ago, the one you've been dreading because Sarah wants to talk about her mother's illness, and you don't know how to sit with that kind of sorrow, how to hold space for pain you can't fix. Your fingers hover over the keyboard, forming the lie you've already composed. So sorry, something came up at work. Rain check. You pause before sending, and in that moment of hesitation, you notice the water. A wet ring has appeared on the bathroom counter, perfectly circular, exactly where no water should be. As you watch, another forms beside it, then another, as if invisible glasses are being set down one after another, Your phone's typing clicks seem to ripple through the air, and each keystroke leaves behind a small puddle of condensation on the screen that shouldn't exist. The texts you don't send still leave wet rings on the table, you think. Your grandmother's voice echoing in your memory with a warning you'd thought was metaphor. You delete the unsent message and type instead, "Yes, looking forward to it." The words feel heavy, committed, true. The wet rings fade instantly, evaporating as if they had never been, and the humming from the drain pauses listening. That night, you dream of drowning, but not the violent choking horror of it. Instead, you dream of sinking slowly through clear water, watching the light fragment and refract above you, feeling the pressure equalize in your ears and the cold seep into your bones with an almost gentle insistence. In the dream, you're not afraid. You're simply descending, following footprints that glow phosphorescent in the deep water, each one a perfect outline of your own foot, leading you down to where the river bottom waits with its accumulation of lost things. You wake to rain still falling, though lighter now, and find that your apartment has acquired new habits overnight. The hardwood floor gleams with a moisture it shouldn't hold, and when you walk to the kitchen, your footsteps leave no prints behind them, but the floor ahead of you shows impressions appearing before you arrive, as if something is walking your path a few seconds in advance, marking where you will step before you step there. The street lamps outside smear in puddles that have arranged themselves with unusual precision along the curb. You watch from your window as a man walks past with his dog, and the puddles remain still, reflecting only what they should. But when you look down at the sidewalk directly below your building, you see them move. Not dramatically, not with any splash or disturbance, but they slide slowly along the curb, maintaining their position relative to your window, as if they are not puddles at all but eyes, watching, waiting, learning the territory you occupy. You call in sick to work, which is itself a small untruth because you're not sick in any conventional sense, and immediately you feel the air grow heavier with moisture, feel your clothes begin to cling slightly to your skin as if the humidity in the apartment has suddenly spiked. The bathroom mirror fogs over despite the radiator's dry heat, and when you wipe it clear, you see that your breath has traced a path across the glass that curves downward, as if water preferred another route than the one breath naturally takes. The condensation runs in rivulets that defy gravity's simple pull, moving in spirals and loops that spell nothing you can read but everything you understand. I am here. I am learning you. I am coming closer. Your mail arrives, pushed through the slot in your front door with the usual thump and scatter. Among the bills and advertisements, you find receipts you don't remember keeping, printouts from purchases and promises made weeks or months ago. As you watch, they begin to curl at the edges, the paper darkening with moisture that seeps from nowhere. The ink feathers, bleeding into soft clouds of blue and black that obscure the details, but somehow make the essential truth of each transaction more visible. Here is where you promised to donate. Here is where you said you'd volunteer. Here is where you claimed you'd follow up and never did. The humming has found a key now, and it matches your stride. You pace your small apartment, trying to outthink the impossible thing that is happening, and the sound from the drains. They're all humming now, kitchen and bathroom and the small sink in the corner you use for plants. Rises and falls with your movement. 3 notes per step, a minor melody that sounds like lamentation and anticipation braided together, like a lullaby sung by someone who's forgotten most of the words but remembers the feeling they were meant to invoke. You need to go out. The walls are pressing in, the moisture in the air making it hard to breathe, and you need to move, to be among people and normal things and the ordinary cruelties and kindnesses that have nothing to do with water spirits and accumulated untruth. You grab your jacket, check your phone, see 17 unread messages that you've been avoiding, and step into the hallway. The carpeting is soaked. Not just damp, but saturated, water squelching up around your shoes with each step, though your neighbours' doors remain dry, their welcome mats undisturbed by any moisture. You descend the stairs quickly, hearing the wet slap of footsteps behind you that match your rhythm exactly but are not your own, and emerge onto the street where the rain has paused, leaving everything slick and reflective. You walk without destination, letting your feet choose the path while your mind races through memories of small dishonesties, trying to catalogue them, trying to understand the weight of accumulation. The corner store where you shortchanged the elderly owner and never corrected the error. The friend whose birthday you missed and claimed to have marked on the wrong date. the volunteer shift you signed up for and simply didn't show, offering no explanation, letting them manage without you while you stayed home and felt only mild guilt that faded within hours. At the footbridge that spans the narrow canal running through your neighbourhood, you stop. Fog is rising from the water, though the evening is not particularly cold, and it braids itself with the willow branches that hang over the stream in a way that seems too purposeful, too designed. You lean on the railing and look down at the water, which is higher than you've ever seen it, risen almost to the banks in defiance of the light rain that fell. And as you watch, the water rises further, not flooding, not spilling over the concrete edges of the canal, but standing up. The surface tension breaks in a specific place, and a shape emerges. First a suggestion, then a definition, then something that cannot be explained away as fog or shadow, or the tricks tired eyes play in dim light. A girl shape, water holding form through will or magic, or the weight of accumulated sorrow. Her hair moves like eelgrass in a current, long strands that float and drift though there is no wind. Her dress appears to be made of current itself, the fabric flowing in patterns that suggest rapids and eddies, moving in ways that cloth cannot move but water does constantly. And her eyes, you cannot look directly at them, cannot hold their gaze, because they are two pale stones under glass, smooth river rocks wrapped in the clear lens of water, looking at you with an expression that might be pleading, or might be accusation, or might be simple recognition. You never see all of her. When you focus on her face, the rest of her form becomes suggestion and possibility. When you look at her hands where they rest on the bridge railing, wet knuckles leaving puddles on the metal that glow faintly in the streetlight, her face becomes peripheral, a pale oval that might be a trick of the fog. She exists in pieces, assembled by your attention, held together by something other than physics. You step back from the railing, and your foot lands in a puddle you don't remember seeing. The water is deeper than it should be, cold soaking through your shoe instantly, and when you lift your foot you see your footprint remain behind, perfectly defined in the water's surface. You watch as the footprint fills, water rippling inward to complete the shape, and then, impossibly, horribly, it walks. The waterprint lifts from the pavement with a soft slap and continues forward, past where you stand frozen, following the path you were taking before you stopped. More footprints appear now, a trail of them forming in the moisture on the bridge, each one your size and shape, each one walking independently, surrounding you in a slow processional. They make no sound except that wet slap of water meeting stone, and they smell of river bottom and old metal and the particular cold that lives in deep places where light does not reach. The rusalka, because that is what she is, what she must be, despite every rational protest your mind offers, begins to sing. The humming that has haunted your drains and followed your footsteps resolves into words, or what passes for words in the throat of something made of water. She repeats your lies in a lullaby cadence, each one truer for being spoken aloud, reflected back at you in a voice that is your own voice, drowned and distorted and made strange. Something came up at work, she sings, and you remember every time you use that phrase to avoid commitment, every cancelled plan and broken promise hidden behind professional obligation that was more excuse than truth. I'll call you back, she continues, and you see the faces of people who waited for calls that never came, whose messages you read and dismissed and forgot, whose reaching out you treated as burden rather than gift. I'm fine, really, she sings, and this one cuts deeper because you hear the hollow performance in it. All the times you smiled and insisted you were managing when you were drowning, all the help you refused to accept out of pride or fear, or some broken idea of strength that left you alone with struggles that could have been shared. The water girl moves closer, or perhaps the bridge grows smaller, or perhaps distance has become negotiable in this moment between rain and clearing. You can smell her now, not decay or death, but the mineral richness of river water, the green scent of algae and growing things, the copper tang of old springs running through limestone. She's not grotesque, she's simply other, wrong in the way that living things become wrong when they have stayed too long in a place they were never meant to inhabit. Help me, she says, and her voice is your voice, and also the voice of everyone you have disappointed or dismissed or deceived with your small, self-serving untruths. I cannot rest while you keep walking these crooked paths. I cannot sink while your lies keep me buoyant, holding me in the shallow places where the living and dead blur together. Your legs tremble, Not from fear, but from the sheer weight of recognition. You understand now what your grandmother was teaching you, what the old fairy hands knew, what every culture that lived close to water learned and passed down through stories that were never meant to be metaphorical. Truth has weight, lies create buoyancy, and the dead who cannot rest are those caught between, held at the surface by the accumulated dishonesty of the living, unable to sink into the peace of deep water, unable to rise into whatever comes after. What do you need, you ask, and your voice sounds small and very young, the voice of a child asking how to make amends for a broken thing. The Rusalka gestures, and you notice she's holding something, a length of cord, thin and dark and woven from what might be hair or river grass, or the twisted fibres of water weeds. In her other hand, visible for just a moment before your attention makes it peripheral again, she holds a river stone, smooth and grey and heavy with the patience of water, wearing away resistance. You understand before she explains. The knowledge comes not from thought, but from something older, something that lives in the part of your mind that still remembers when rivers were gods and truth was not philosophical but essential to survival. You kneel on the bridge lip, the stone cold and unforgiving against your knees, and reach out your hand. She places the cord in your palm, and it is real, solid, though wet in a way that seems permanent, as if it can never truly dry. The stone she sets beside your knee, and when you touch it, you feel the weight of all the water that has passed over it, all the years it has spent being shaped by current and time. For every lie you told, the Rusalka says, and her voice has lost its singing quality, become simply sad, simply tired, you must choose one truth small enough to keep, one truth you can speak without destroying what remains of your life, one truth that can serve as anchor. You think of all the lies, the catalogue of small dishonesties that brought you here, and you begin to sort through them, looking for truths that can be spoken without ruining relationships or career, or the careful structure of normalcy you have built. Not the deepest truths. Those remain too large, too sharp, too capable of cutting through the foundations of everything, but smaller ones, honest admissions that carry weight without being weapons. You speak the first truth. I was late to my mother's birthday dinner because I didn't want to go. I wasn't stuck in traffic. I sat in my car for 20 minutes, making myself later, because I didn't want to face her disappointment that I hadn't found what she considers a real career. As you speak, you tie a knot in the cord, pulling it tight around the stone, feeling how the simple act of knotting binds the truth to something solid, gives it form and consequence. You lower the stone into the water, letting it sink, and feel something shift in your chest, a lightness that might be relief or might be loss. The second truth. I took credit for Sarah's idea in the meeting. I let everyone believe it was mine because I needed to look competent after the previous project failed. She never said anything, but I saw how she looked at me afterward, and I never acknowledged it, never apologized. Another knot, another stone. You have taken more from the bridge railing, finding them placed there as if the Rusalka has been collecting them, another weight sinking into current. The third truth. I told James I loved him when I wasn't sure I did. I said it because he said it first, because it seemed expected, because I was afraid of being alone. I lived in that lie for 8 months before I finally ended it, and I never told him the real reason why. This knot is harder to tie, your fingers clumsy with the shame of it, but you manage, and the stone drops, and you feel something in your throat loosen, some held thing releasing. You continue, speaking truths like prayers, like confessions, like the accounting the water has been waiting for you to complete. Who you were late for, what you took, where you left calls unanswered. You give each truth its place, its weather, its hour, making them specific enough to matter, detailed enough to have weight. The cord grows longer as you work, the Rusalka providing more length as needed, and the pile of stones beside you seems inexhaustible. 1 truth, 2, 3, anchor points the river can hold, places where your dishonesty has been replaced with admission, where the buoyant lies have been weighted down with the gravity of acknowledgement. Your knees are numb from kneeling, your voice hoarse from speaking, and still you continue, because you understand now that this is not punishment, but exchange, not penance, but trade. You are giving the Rusalka what she needs, and in return she's releasing you from the haunting you created through your own careful dishonesty. Finally, When you have spoken and bound and lowered more truths than you thought you possessed, you hesitate. One stone remains, smooth and pale, different from the others. The rusalka has moved closer, close enough that you can see the details your attention usually denies. The way her form ripples slightly as if struggling to maintain cohesion, the exhaustion in those stone and glass eyes, the weight of water holding a shape it was never meant to hold. "Last," she says, "you offer a stone with my truth if you know it. You don't know her truth. You don't know her name, her story, the specific dishonesty that brought her to drowning and trapped her in this liminal state between death and rest. But you know water, and you know this river, and you remember your grandmother telling you about the bend where the current runs fastest, where the ice breaks early each spring, where people have been pulled under for as long as anyone can remember. The bend," you say slowly, piecing together story and geography and the particular way she looks at the water as if it is both home and prison, where the river narrows and the current runs swift. In spring, when the ice breaks, you slipped, or were pushed, or chose to step into water that was colder than anyone could survive. And no one spoke your name after. No one kept saying it, so the water couldn't learn how to let you go." The rusalka's form shivers, water droplets falling from her like tears, and you know you have touched on some partial truth, some fragment of her drowning that matters. "If I don't know your name," you say, and your voice is gentle now, recognizing the shared haunting, the way you're both trapped by silences and omissions, "then I offer keeping instead. I will speak the missing names aloud when it rains. All the forgotten ones, all the people who slipped into water or silence and were not marked, not mourned, not kept in the speaking of living mouths. I will give you that weight, that remembrance, that anchor." You tie the final knot around the pale stone, and as you do, you speak a name, not hers because you don't know it, but one you do know, a girl from your middle school who drowned during summer camp, whose death was spoken about in hushed tones for a week, and then forgotten by everyone except her parents and the particular stretch of lake where it happened. You speak her name, and the date, and the details you remember, and you lower the stone into the water. The singing that has followed you for days, that has hummed through your drains and matched your footsteps and repeated your lies in lullaby cadence, changes. The rusalka's voice lifts and blends with your own, creating harmony instead of echo, the two tones twining around each other like the cord around the stones. She's not singing your lies anymore. She's singing gratitude, or farewell, or the complicated emotion that comes when a long burden is finally permitted to drop. The water footprints that have been walking independent circles on the bridge pause, their movement slowing, becoming uncertain. You watch as they begin to settle back into simple puddles, losing the definition of your shape, becoming again just water resting in the low places of the stone. The rusalka herself grows less solid, her form beginning to dissolve at the edges, water returning to water, shape releasing back into flow. "Sleep," she says, and the word carries the full weight of exhaustion that comes with finally being allowed to rest after long wakefulness. "The river will keep your weight now," she sinks. Not dramatically, not with any struggle or final gesture, but simply, naturally the way stones sink when you release them into current. She becomes water, and the water accepts her, pulling her down into depths where the current runs cold and steady, and light is a memory from the surface. You watch until there is nothing to watch, until the canal is simply a canal again, slightly risen from rain but otherwise ordinary, and the fog disperses into normal evening mist and the bridge is only a bridge. By morning the rain has stopped entirely, and the lane outside your apartment dries in honest patches. The wetness that remains is distributed naturally, pooled where the ground dips, evaporating in the sun where stone has absorbed warmth. New puddles form only where the sky decides, not where your words failed. You watch from your window and feel the difference, the way the water has resumed its proper relationship with the world, reflecting what is rather than what you've avoided. Your shoes, when you put them on, leave normal footprints, wet from the morning dew but nothing more, no mirrors, no doubled shapes, no delayed following. The drains in your apartment have returned to ordinary pipe song, gurgles and rushing that speak only of plumbing and pressure, not of anything listening or learning or waiting in the deep places beneath the city. You meet Sarah for coffee, and when she talks about her mother's illness, you sit with it. You don't try to fix or minimize or redirect. You simply witness, and that turns out to be enough. And she tells you afterward that she's grateful, that she needed someone who could just listen, and you realize that this present, honest attention, is truth without stones, truth that walks in daylight without requiring binding or burial. On wet nights, you carry 3 stones and a bit of cord in your pocket. Old habit, new ritual, the weight of them comforting against your thigh. When a lie tempts your mouth, the convenient excuse, the social smoothing, the small dishonesty that would make the moment easier, you walk to the bridge and tie the truth down instead. Not always the whole truth, not always immediately, but truth enough to anchor, honest enough to keep. The river keeps your weight now. You understand what that means, that you have traded the buoyant safety of convenient lies for the heavier, more stable truth that can be examined from all sides, that you have chosen to sink into honesty rather than float on the surface of careful performance. It is not always comfortable, this new way of moving through the world, but it is solid, and it is yours, and when you sleep your dreams are your own, undisturbed by drowned singers or water steps or the accumulating memory of small untruths. Your sleep keeps its own. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The storm fog arrives at dusk, low and dense, pressing itself against the cottage windows with the slow insistence of something alive. You watch it thicken over the dunes, erasing the horizon line between sand and sky, until there is only grey, layered and breathing. The light dies early. By the time you draw the curtains, the world beyond the glass has become a wall of vapour that seems to lean against the house, testing the frames, seeking the gaps around the sills. The wind exposed seabed. That mineral tone, too long and open, seeps like a draught, settling in the corners, pooling in the low places. You light the lamps, but their glow barely touches the walls. The shadows feel heavier tonight, as though the tide has left something behind in its retreat. Outside, the shore has pulled back farther than usual, exposing the bones of the coastline. Weed-slick stones jut from the sand like knuckles. Fragments of old rope, grey and fraying, lie coiled in the depressions where the water used to sit. Pale shells gleam in the dimness, scattered across the flats in patterns that look almost deliberate, like teeth arranged in a smile. The retreating tide has left shallow puddles everywhere, in the lane, along the path, gathered in the wheel ruts and hoof prints that scar the soft ground. They lie still and black, reflecting nothing but the low sky, their surfaces smooth as poured glass. When the wind pauses, you hear them. A faint ripple, a soft drumming, as though something is moving across their faces. Hoofbeats, light and quick, crossing water that holds no animal. You stand at the window and watch the puddles shiver in sequence, one after another, the rhythm deliberate and unhurried. The sound does not come from the lane. It comes from the reflections themselves. Inside, the house settles into its evening sounds. The floorboards creak, the pipes tick as the heat rises, but underneath those familiar noises there is something else. A faint vibration, a low hum that seems to come from the walls, from the glass, from the very air. The barometer on the mantel, old brass with a yellowed face, hangs crooked. Its needle twitches, jerking left and right in tiny spasms, as though something is tapping at it from the inside. You cross the room to straighten it, but the needle continues its erratic dance, unable to settle on a reading. The pressure is falling, but not in any way the instrument can measure. The air tastes wrong, salt and silt, yes, but also something sour, something that catches in the back of the throat and lingers. You pour yourself water from the tap, but when you raise the glass to your lips, the smell hits you first. Faint, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. Kelp. The water tastes of the sea. The islanders have always told stories about what comes with the ebb tide. You heard them as a child, sitting in the pub while the old fishermen spoke in low voices, their faces serious, their hands wrapped around pint glasses that they barely touched. They spoke of the Nukalavy, a name that felt wrong in the mouth, hard and foreign, like a word dragged up from the seabed. It is not a ghost, they said, not a spirit. It is something older, something that belongs to the boundary between land and water, a creature that rises when the tide falls too far, when the shore is stripped bare and the mirrors of the world, the puddles, the wet stones, the rain-slicked roads are laid open. It is skinless, they said. a horse fused with the twisted shape of a man, its body a mass of exposed muscle and sinew, its breath a poison that spoils crops and lungs, that curdles milk and blackens grain. It does not hunt by scent or sound, it hunts by reflection. Wherever water catches your image, wherever the surface shows what you are, the nukkalavi can follow. It gallops through puddles and rain barrels, through the wet glass of windows, through the sheen of sweat on your own skin. You cannot hide from what you see of yourself, but there is a way to stop it, the old men said, a way to hold it at the threshold. You take reeds from the ditches, the tough, fibrous stalks that grow in the brackish water where the land and sea argue over territory. You cut them at the right time, dawn or dusk, never noon, and you knot them into a net. But the knots must be true. Each one must represent a tide you have lived through, a specific moment when the water rose or fell and you were there to witness it. The hour, the height, the place. You tie the memory into the reed, and if the knot holds, if the memory is honest, the net becomes a gate that the creature cannot pass. But if you lie, if you guess the hour, if you round the number, if you tie in a tide you only heard about, one you did not feel in your bones, the sea knows, the net unravels, the gate opens, and the nukkalavi comes through. You have never believed in such things. You are a practical person, someone who trusts in weather reports and tide tables, who keeps a calendar and a clock and expects the world to follow them. But tonight, as the fog presses against the windows and the puddles in the lane begin their slow, rhythmic pacing, you feel the old stories creeping back into your mind. You tell yourself it is only the storm, only the low pressure and the isolation of the cottage, the long stretch of empty coast, and the hours of darkness still ahead. But when you glance at the mirror above the mantel, you see that it has fogged over. Not from the inside, where your breath might have touched it, but from the outside, as though something cold and damp has pressed itself against the glass. You cross the room and wipe it with your sleeve, but the condensation returns almost immediately, a thin film that clouds your reflection, until you are only a shape, a shadow, something barely there. The clock on the wall begins to drift. You notice it first when you check your watch, a 10-minute difference that was not there an hour ago. The clock runs fast, then slow, its hands moving in jerks and pauses that have nothing to do with the mechanism inside. It is matching something else now, something outside the house, something that does not care about the town's time or the numbers on your wrist. You turn to the tide chart pinned beside the door, the one you printed last week, the one that should tell you when the water will rise again. But the numbers are wrong, not by much. A finger's width, maybe less. But enough. Enough that the air smells sourer. Enough that the light from the lamp seems to pull back into itself, leaving the edges of the room in deeper shadow. You reach for the chart, thinking to correct it, but your hand stops. What would you correct it to? What is the true tide tonight? You do not know. You have not been watching. The realization settles over you like cold water. For months now, maybe longer, you have been living by approximation. The tide tables have become background noise, something you glance at without really seeing, numbers that blur together until they mean nothing. You move to the cottage to be close to the water, to understand its rhythms, to let the rise and fall of the sea organize your days. But somewhere along the way you stopped paying attention. You stopped going down to the shore at dawn to see how high the water had climbed in the night. You stopped marking the spring tides in your journal, stopped noting when the neeps came and how long they lasted. The sea became scenery, something pretty to look at through the window, something to listen to as you fell asleep. You forgot that the water keeps its own time, that it does not care if you are watching or not, that it will pull back and expose what has always been there, waiting beneath the surface. Outside, the puddles begin to move, not rippling, not stirred by wind, but pacing, circling the cottage in a slow, deliberate loop. You stand at the window and watch as the nearest puddle, the one beneath the eaves, shivers and reforms, its surface shifting as though something is walking through it. Hoof-shaped ripples spread across the water, one after another, a steady 4-beat gait that has no source. You step back from the glass and your reflection steps back with you, but then it keeps moving. It turns toward the door, toward the lane, and walks out of the frame. You're still standing in the room, but your reflection is gone, walking away through the puddles, following the hoofbeats that drum across the water. You press your hand to the glass, but the cold that meets your palm is not the cold of night air. It is the cold of deep water, of something pulled from the bottom of the sea. The fog thickens. Through the window you see it move, not drifting but heaving, rolling forward in great slow waves that break against the cottage like surf. And then, at the edge of vision, where the lane meets the shore, something rises. It comes from the water, from the ebb itself, pulling itself up out of the exposed seabed with the slow, terrible patience of something that has been waiting. It is tall, too tall. The shape is wrong, jointed in places that should not bend. A horse's bulk fused with the narrow torso of a man, the join obscured by spray and shadow. You cannot see details, no skin, no gore, only the suggestion of sinew, the corded silhouette of muscle stretched over bone. The head is long, too long, a skull shape crowned with weed and barnacles, and when it turns toward the cottage, toward the lane, toward you, you see the hollow gleam of eyes that hold no light. It breathes. The sound is low and wet, a rattle of lungs that have never known air, and the breath slides across the ground like fog, pouring into every puddle, every wet surface, every mirror. Your damp footprints on the floor begin to fill with water, and then they move. They walk back toward you, heel-toe, the rhythm of hoofbeats, the rhythm of something galloping. The window glass hums, a low vibrating note that you feel in your chest, in your teeth. The reflections in the puddles gather, pooling together, forming shapes that are almost horses, almost riders, almost you. They circle the cottage, a herd made of water and light, their faces indistinct but moving, watching, waiting for the gate to open. You back away from the window, away from the door, but there is nowhere to go. The mirrors are fogging over. The puddles are inside now, seeping under the door, pooling in the cracks between the floorboards. The breath of the knuckleheavy fills the room, sour and cold, and when you exhale you see your own breath hang in the air, thick and visible, as though the house has become part of the sea. You think of running. The car is parked at the end of the lane, keys on the hook by the door. You could grab them, could make it to the vehicle before the fog closes in completely. But even as the thought forms, you know it is useless. The lane is full of puddles. Every rut, every depression, every place where the ground dips holds water now, and in each one your reflection waits. If you run, you will be running toward yourself, toward the images that have already broken free, that are already walking the paths you might take. The knuckleheavy does not need to chase you. It only needs to be wherever you are reflected, and on a night like this, with the rain starting to fall and the fog dripping from the eaves, there is no path that does not hold a mirror. The rain begins as a whisper, soft taps against the roof that grow steadily louder. Within minutes, it is drumming, a constant percussion that drowns out the subtler sounds of the house. But it does not drown out the hoofbeats. If anything, the rain amplifies them, each drop hitting the puddles in the lane, creating tiny ripples that merge and multiply, forming patterns that move with intention. You watch through the window as the rain gathers in the wheel ruts, filling them until they become shallow streams that run toward the cottage, toward the door, bringing the hoofbeats with them. The water climbs the steps, it pools against the threshold, and in its surface you see movement. Not your reflection now, but something else. Something that moves on four legs, something that drags behind it the broken shadow of a rider who has fused with his mount. You remember the reeds, the ditches along the lane, where the water sits brackish and still, where the tough stalks grow in clumps, their roots tangled in the mud. You have walked past them 100 times, have pulled your boots from the sucking ground, have cursed the wet that seeps through leather and wool, but you have never cut them, you have never needed to, until now. You pull on your coat, wrap a scarf over your mouth and nose, and step outside. The cold is immediate and absolute. The fog wraps around you like cloth, muffling sound, muffling sight. You can barely see the lane, barely see the puddles that pace and shiver at your feet. But you can hear them. The hoofbeats are louder now, closer, drumming across the water in patterns that echo your own heartbeat. You walk toward the ditch, your boots sinking into the soft ground, the wet soaking through to your skin. The reeds stand tall and dark, their edges sharp, their stalks thick as your thumb. You pull the knife from your pocket and begin to cut. Dawn is coming, you tell yourself. Dawn is hours away. This is dusk, the right time, the only time. The reeds resist. The knife is sharp, but the stalks are tough, fibrous, full of water. Each cut requires force, requires commitment. Your hands grow cold, then numb. The rain soaks through your coat, through your shirt, until you are as wet as the ground beneath your feet. But you keep cutting. You need enough for a net, enough to stretch across the threshold, enough to hold. The old men in the pub never said how many reeds, never said how large the net had to be, only that it had to be true, only that every knot had to hold a real tide, a moment you had lived through, a memory that belonged to you and the water. You cut until your arms ache, until you have an armful of reeds, their cut ends weeping clear fluid, their lengths heavy and cold. Then you turn back toward the cottage, and you see it. The Nuckalavee stands in the lane, not moving, not approaching, just standing, waiting. The fog parts around it, and for the first time, you see it clearly. The horse body is larger than any horse you have known, its legs too long, its joints bending at angles that seem wrong, that make your eyes hurt to follow. The man's torso rises from where the neck should be, thin and elongated, the arms hanging too low, the fingers too long. There is no blood, no exposed organs, but you can see the structure beneath, the cords of muscle, the lattice of sinew, the smooth curve of bone. The head is worst of all. It is a skull, but not quite, something that suggests a face without fully forming one. The eyes hollow sockets that nonetheless see, the mouth a dark opening that breathes the fog. Weed clings to its crown, barnacles cluster at the joints, and from its body water runs in constant streams, as though it is made of the sea itself, as though the ebb is pouring through its form and cannot be contained. It watches you with those hollow eyes, and you understand that it has always been watching, that every time you looked at your reflection in a puddle, every time you saw yourself in the wet glass of a window, it was there, just beneath the surface, waiting for the tide to fall far enough that it could rise. You clutch the reeds and walk back toward the cottage, forcing yourself to move slowly, to breathe. The creature does not follow. It does not need to. It is already inside, already in the puddles that pool against your door, already in the mirrors that fog and clear in rhythm with your breath. You climb the steps, push through the door and drop the reeds on the floor. Your hands are shaking. You peel off your coat, but it makes no difference. The cold is inside you now, settled in your bones, in your blood. You kneel on the floor and spread the reeds out, trying to remember what the old men said, trying to recall the pattern, the method. But there is no pattern. There is only truth. You pick up the first reed and tie a simple knot near one end. Then you pause. What tide will this be? What memory will you tie into this knot? You close your eyes and think back. Last winter. The king tide. You remember waking in the dark, the alarm ringing at 4 a.m, the cold so fierce that the windows had frosted over on the inside. You had gone down to the shore with a flashlight, stumbling over the dunes in the dark, and when you reached the water's edge, you found it higher than you had ever seen it. The waves were lapping at the base of the dunes, only meters from the cottage steps. You had spent the next 3 hours filling sandbags, stacking them against the door, praying that the water would not rise any higher. It peaked at 4:37. You remember checking your watch, seeing the numbers glow in the dark, feeling the relief wash over you as the water finally began to pull back. You speak the words aloud as you tighten the knot. 4:37, king tide, winter, the cold so fierce you could not feel your hands, the sandbags, the relief, the knot holds. You tie another, autumn neap. You remember this one differently. You had taken the boat out thinking to check the crab pots, but the water would not rise. You sat in the channel for hours, the boat grounded, the hull scraping against the stones, waiting for the tide to lift you. But it never did. The neap was too weak, the pull of the moon too distant. You had walked home in the mud, furious and humiliated, leaving the boat there until the next day when the water finally came back. You speak the details, the time, the place, the feeling of helplessness, the anger at your own impatience. You tie the knot and it holds. Another. Spring ebb. The channel dry. The stones exposed. You had walked out into the middle of the channel, places you had only ever seen underwater, and the ground was alien, covered in weed and small scuttling crabs, the air thick with the smell of rot. You had stood there for an hour just looking, trying to understand the shape of the seabed, the contours that the water usually hid. You speak it. You tie it. It holds. But then you come to a knot that does not hold. A tide you thought you remembered. A morning when the water was supposed to be high, but you had not gone down to check. You had looked at the chart, seen the number, assumed it was correct. You tie the knot and speak the memory, but even as the words leave your mouth, you know they are false. You did not witness this tide. You did not feel it. You only read about it. The knot loosens, the reed splits. You untie it and sit back, breathing hard. The sea knows. Of course it knows. You cannot lie to the water. It has no patience for approximation, for guesses, for things you think you remember but did not actually live. You think harder. You go back further. You find another tide, one you did witness, one you can speak with certainty. You tie it again. This time, it holds. Knot by knot, the net grows. Each one is a confession, a memory pulled from the deep places where you have been storing them, unexamined. Some are easy, moments of drama, of fear, of triumph. Others are harder, the quiet tides, the ones where nothing happened, where you simply stood on the shore and watched the water rise or fall, where the only thing you learned was patience. You tie those two, speaking the hour, the height, the quality of the light, the temperature of the air. You tie the tides where you were angry, where you were sad, where you were so tired you could barely stand. You tie the tides where you were happy, where the water was kind, where the world felt balanced and whole. And then you come to the tides where you lied, not to anyone else, to yourself. The mornings you did not go down to the shore because you told yourself it did not matter, that you could check the chart instead. The evenings you ignored the water's call because you were too comfortable, too warm, too unwilling to leave the house. You untie those knots and retie them with the truth. I did not go. I was afraid. I was lazy. I did not care. The knots hold. Honesty, you realize, is not about being noble. It is about being accurate. The sea does not judge. It only measures. You tie the last knot and stretch the net across the threshold, securing it to the doorframe with nails, to the floor with hooks you find in the shed. The net is not beautiful. It is rough, uneven, the knots bulging in some places and tight in others. But it is true. Every knot is a tide you lived through, a moment when you and the water were in the same place. At the same time, witnesses to each other. You step back and look at it, and for the first time since the fog rolled in, you feel something other than fear. You feel ready. The breath of the Nukkalevi reaches the net first, a cold draught that smells of rot and kelp that tastes of deep water. The knots tighten, the honest ones hold. The reeds creak and strain, but they do not break. The reflections in the puddles begin to tangle, to twist, caught in the pattern of the net, unable to pass. You hear the hiss of water against reed, the sharp crack of something breaking, and then the hoofbeats falter. You step forward and cast the lower edge of the net out into the lane, letting it touch the puddles, letting it kiss the surfaces. You name them, one by one, gutter, trough, step, sill, returning each mirror to its small water, its true place. The net hums, the reflections shatter. And in the fog, at the edge of the lane, the Nukkalevi rears. Its shape is clear now, terrible and thin, all sinew and shadow, and it stumbles back toward the shore, back into the ebb. The hoofbeats fade. The breath pulls away. The puddles still. Dawn comes slowly, laying pewter light over the quiet strand. The fog lifts, thinning to mist, then to nothing. The puddles flatten to plain circles, holding only sky. You stand in the doorway, the net still in your hands, and you breathe. The air is clean now, salt and cold, but nothing more. You rinse the net in fresh water, washing away the smell of the sea, and hang it along the fence, stretching it between the posts so that every knot is visible, every memory exposed to the light. You will update it when the moon changes, when the tides shift, when new memories need tying. On storm nights, when the fog crawls back over the dunes, when the shore pulls too far and the puddles begin to pace, you will lay the net at the path and read your tides aloud, speaking the hours and heights until the fog loosens, until the gate holds. The barometer settles. Its needle stops twitching, finds its place, and stays. The sea breath stays where the shore keeps it, and when the tide turns now, it lifts only the water, not your shadow. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain came down in braids that night, silver threads weaving through the darkness with a patience that suggested intention rather than accident. Vincent had been watching from his kitchen window for nearly an hour, coffee cup forgotten in his hand when the first street lamp died. Not flickered, died, as if something had reached up and snuffed it between invisible fingers. The light at the corner of Maple and 3rd simply ceased, leaving a pocket of absolute darkness that the rain couldn't penetrate. He set down his cup. The coffee had gone cold anyway, like everything else in the apartment since Teresa left, since he'd let her leave, since he'd stood in the doorway of their bedroom and watched her pack and said nothing at all when she'd asked him one last time if he loved her enough to try. The second lamp died 30 seconds later, the one in front of the Kowalski house with its perpetually dying lawn and the tyre swing that no child had touched in years. Then the 3rd marching down Sycamore Street with the methodical progression of dominoes falling in slow motion. Vincent pressed his forehead against the cool glass and counted the lamps as they failed. 7, 8, 9. A hush rippled down the block toward his door, thick as wool, swallowing the usual night sounds, the distant traffic, the wind chimes from Mrs. Chen's porch. Even the rain itself seemed to quiet as the darkness spread. Hoofbeats didn't thud so much as arrive, like a sentence finishing itself. Vincent heard them between his own breaths, a rhythm that felt familiar in a way that made his stomach clench. 3 beats, pause, 3 beats. The same pattern Teresa used to tap against the steering wheel when she was thinking too hard about something she didn't want to say. The same rhythm he'd ignored for months until it stopped entirely, and she was packing her things into cardboard boxes marked with his lies. On the step, when he finally opened the door because something in him needed to see, he smelled iron and wet leather. The rain had stopped in a perfect circle around his house, as if the weather itself had stepped back to make room for something that required space. Across the lane, fog parted around a black horse, whose breath steamed like torn cloth, grey-white plumes that hung in the air and dissolved too slowly, leaving shapes that looked almost like letters in a language Vincent had never learned but somehow recognised. Its rider sat headless, cloak bellied with wind that came from no particular direction. The coat was the colour of old blood mixed with soot, and it moved with a life independent of the body it covered. Where the neck should have begun, there was only darkness, not shadow, but an absence so complete that looking at it made Vincent's eyes water. In the rider's gloved hand he carried a pale head like a lantern, fingers wrapped gently around the hair, as if it were spun glass that might shatter with rough handling. The mouth was slightly open, as if listening, or perhaps as if it had just finished speaking and was waiting for a response that hadn't come. Vincent's hand found the doorframe. His knees had gone soft, but he couldn't look away from the head. Even from 15 feet distant he could see the details with a clarity that shouldn't have been possible in the darkness. The face was neither young nor old, neither male nor female, but something that shifted between states like candlelight seen through water. The eyes were closed, but the eyelids trembled as if the person behind them was dreaming. The skin had a translucent quality that let him see the fine network of veins beneath, pulsing with a light that had nothing to do with blood. He knew what it was. Every child raised in Ireland knew, even the ones like him who'd left at 8 and spent 40 years trying to forget the accent and the stories his grandmother had whispered while the turf fire burned low. The Dullahan, the headless rider, the collector of endings that never came. Mrs. Chen had mentioned it once 3 months ago, when he'd helped her carry groceries up her steps. She'd seen something in his face, some hollowness that prompted her to grip his wrist with surprising strength and tell him that the old stories were true in ways that mattered more than facts. That the Dullahan hunted for broken oaths, that he didn't take life but collected endings, riding the dark to the place where a goodbye had knotted itself and never pulled tight. The head he carried heard promises, she'd said. The lie about coming back, the vow to call, the bedside promise stalled by fear. Vincent had smiled and nodded and thought her kind but addled with age. Now, watching the rider sit motionless astride the black horse, he understood that Mrs. Chen had been warning him, that she'd somehow known what was coming for him the same way animals know about earthquakes before the ground begins to shake. Lamps failed along the path of his unkept words. He could trace them now, a dark line stretching back through the neighbourhood, marking every place he'd said tomorrow and meant never, every spot where he'd promised I'll call and then deleted the number, every doorstep where he'd said I love you with his mouth, but not his actions. The darkness formed a map of his failures, and it led directly to where he stood. If your door stands shut when he arrives, Mrs. Chen had said, Your name enters his lantern and grows too heavy to answer in daylight. Vincent didn't understand what that meant then. He was beginning to now. The head in the rider's hand was opening its eyes, and they were full of names that glowed like embers. He could almost read them, letters forming and reforming in the amber light behind the irises. Some were fading, growing dim as their owners learned to speak the endings they'd left unfinished. Others burned bright and constant, trapped there by stubbornness or fear, or the simple human inability to admit when something was over. He stepped back into his apartment and closed the door. The deadbolt slid home with a sound like a period at the end of a sentence. For a moment, relief flooded through him. He was inside, safe, the door between him and that impossible thing in the street. Then he noticed that the labels on his kitchen cabinets had faded to smudges, the words he'd written in Teresa's neat handwriting when they'd first moved in together, now reduced to grey shadows that told him nothing about whether he was reaching for coffee or flour or something else entirely. The mailbox outside coughed out blank envelopes, white rectangles sliding through the slot to scatter across his floor like shed skin. Vincent picked one up and turned it over in his hands. It should have had an address, a return label, something to indicate where it came from or where it was meant to go. Instead, there was only emptiness, the paper smooth and featureless as a closed eye. The clock on the wall ran but lost the chime at the hour. He watched the minute hand sweep past 12 and heard nothing, just the mechanical tick-tick-tick of gears turning without purpose or punctuation. Time was passing but not marking itself, flowing forward but leaving no trace of its movement. Vincent checked his phone and found the date displayed as a string of question marks. The weather app showed only a blank grey screen. His contacts list had reduced itself to initials that he couldn't match to faces or voices. A damp handprint bloomed on the inside of his window, fingertips spaced too far apart to be human. The print was cold to the touch, beaded with condensation that ran down the glass in rivulets that split and merged like the branches of a bare tree. Vincent traced the outline with his own hand and found that his fingers didn't match up. The prints on the window were larger, longer, the spaces between them wrong in a way that made his teeth ache. Something had pressed its palm against the glass from the inside, as if trying to push through from wherever his unfinished endings had pooled and congealed. The horse's tack clicked with a rhythm he'd once used to calm Teresa during thunderstorms. 3 taps, pause, 3 taps. He'd invented it their first year together, when she'd woken gasping from nightmares about her father's death, and he'd held her and tapped that pattern against her shoulder blade until her breathing steadied. Later, after they'd grown apart in inches and miles that never required them to physically separate, she'd asked him to do it one last time. He'd been watching television and had told her to take a sleeping pill instead. She'd stood in the doorway for 5 minutes. He'd counted them later, guilt measuring time in retrospect, and then gone to bed alone. Muffled echoes crowded the hallway outside his bedroom, his own voice saying tomorrow in different rooms, different tones. Tomorrow we'll talk about it. Tomorrow I'll try harder. Tomorrow I'll show you I meant what I said. The words had accumulated like sediment, layer upon layer of postponed intention, until the hallway was thick with them. Vincent tried to walk to the bathroom and found the air resistant, as if he were wading through water. Each step required effort, and the voices grew louder as he moved, a chorus of his own broken promises playing back in surround sound. The lamps outside died in a clean line to his doorknob, the final bulb, the one mounted directly above his front step, guttering and fading until only the faintest orange glow remained, like the last coal in a dying fire. Vincent watched through the peephole as the light dimmed and finally went dark, leaving his door the terminus of the blackness that had swallowed the street. When he touched the brass knob, it was cold as a coin on the tongue, that specific chill of metal that has been sitting in ice water or pressed against dead flesh. He looked through the curtain because he couldn't help himself, because human nature demands that we witness the things that terrify us most. Through the fabric he could see the cloak, the saddle, rain beads stuttering along a spine with no head above it. The rider had dismounted and stood now on his walkway, boots leaving no prints in the wet concrete. The horse waited behind him, patient as stone, its eyes reflecting nothing but darkness. The carried head tilted, ear aimed at Vincent's door as if waiting for a particular syllable. The angle was precise, calculated. The kind of listening that doesn't just hear sound but measures silence, weighs the space between words. Vincent realized with a jolt of recognition that the head was listening for his voice, for the specific frequency and timbre that would match the promises he'd left unfinished. It was tuning itself to him the way a radio dial searches for a signal through static. Its blank gaze glowed faint amber from within, pulsing to the rhythm of Vincent's breath. He tried to slow his breathing and watched the glow dim slightly. When panic made him gasp, the light brightened, synchronizing itself to his body's involuntary rhythms. They were connected now, he and the head, linked by the invisible thread of broken oaths. Every breath he took fed the lantern, made his name burn brighter among all the others trapped in those terrible eyes. The horse turned its skull toward the mailbox, and Vincent saw that it too was eyeless, its sockets filled with the same amber glow that emanated from the severed head. The rider's free hand lifted and a nail clicked against the door, 3 times, like a heartbeat forgetting. The sound was gentler than Vincent expected, almost polite. The knock of someone who knows they'll be admitted eventually and sees no need for urgency. Tap, tap, tap. Each impact resonated through the wood and into Vincent's chest, settling somewhere behind his sternum where regret had been accumulating for years. His name unthreaded inside him, syllables falling apart. He tried to say it, aloud, Vincent Michael Carrera, and found that the sounds wouldn't connect. Vin, Sent, Mi, Chael, Se, Re, Ra. Each piece existed independently, refusing to form the whole that would identify him as a single person with a single history. He was fragmenting, becoming a collection of unfinished business rather than a man, and he understood with perfect clarity that this was the Dullahan's gift. Not death, but dissolution. Not ending, but the eternal state of almost ended, perpetually on the verge of closure but never quite arriving. He realized the line of dead lamps stopped exactly where he'd failed to finish the goodbye he still owed. Not to Teresa. That wasn't the one that had called the rider. No, this was older, deeper, the wound that had infected everything that came after. He hadn't thought about it in years, had trained himself not to think about it, but the Dullahan's presence stripped away the scar tissue and left the original injury exposed and weeping. Michael, his brother, his twin. They'd shared a womb and a bedroom and every secret until the night Michael had told him about the pills he'd been taking, the thoughts he'd been having, the bridge he sometimes drove to and parked beside just to see if he had the courage. Vincent had been 23 and stupid with his own invincibility, and he'd said all the wrong things, told Michael to stop being dramatic, told him everyone felt sad sometimes, told him they'd talk about it tomorrow, he had a date he couldn't miss. Michael had nodded and smiled and said, "Okay, tomorrow then," and Vincent had grabbed his coat and walked out into the night feeling relieved to escape the heaviness of his brother's desperation. Tomorrow never came. There was only the phone call at 3 a.m, his mother's voice broken into pieces smaller than words, and the drive to the bridge where Michael's car sat empty with the keys still in the ignition, and a note on the dashboard that said only, "You promised we'd talk." Vincent had spent 20 years building walls around that night, convincing himself it wasn't his fault, that Michael had been sick, that no single conversation could have changed the trajectory of depression. He dated and married and divorced, and never once admitted that he was running from that moment in the doorway when his brother had reached for him and he'd stepped back. Every relationship since had been a rehearsal for that goodbye he never spoke. Every tomorrow, another brick in the wall that kept him safe from his own culpability. The Dullahan knew, the head in his hand knew, the horse knew. The entire street knew now, the darkness a public announcement of Vincent's central failure, the sin that had spawned all the others. He remembered the old rule then, the words floating up from his grandmother's stories like bodies rising from deep water. Endings must be spoken whole, place, weather, time, and the last true words. The Dullahan couldn't take what was freely given, couldn't harvest, endings that had been properly articulated and released. He collected only the unfinished, the half-said, the promises that died in the throat before they could be born into the air. Vincent moved to his bedroom and opened the box he kept on the highest shelf of his closet, the one he never looked at but couldn't throw away. Inside was everything of Michael's he'd kept, a watch that had stopped at 2:47, a wallet with $7 and a gym membership card, a set of keys that didn't open anything anymore, and beneath it all the letter Vincent had written 3 days after the funeral and never sent, 20 pages of apology and explanation and grief that he'd sealed in an envelope and addressed to nowhere. He lit a stub of candle he found in a drawer, something left over from a power outage years ago, and set a metal cup on the windowsill to catch the rain that had begun falling again in his small sphere of darkness. The water filled the cup slowly, drop by drop, each one a word he should have said. He opened the door only as wide as the candle's heat would reach, a crack of light that spilled onto his doorstep and caught the edge of the rider's cloak. With eyes fixed on the horse's chest, never the lantern face, never directly at the head, Vincent began to speak. His voice cracked on the first words, throat constricted by decades of silence, but he pushed through. At the apartment on 7th Street, September 23rd, 2003, when the air smelled like diesel and coming rain, I should have said. He paused, gathering the words that had calcified in his chest. I should have said I was scared too, that I didn't know how to help you, but I wanted to learn, that you weren't being dramatic, that I heard you, that tomorrow wasn't good enough when you needed me that night. He returned what he'd borrowed, Michael's watch, the wallet, the keys, laying each into the cup of rainwater. The objects sank slowly, displacing water that ran down the outside of the cup in paths that looked like tears. For every finished goodbye, Vincent rang a small bell that had belonged to his grandmother, the one she'd used to call them in for dinner when they were boys playing in the yard. Once for, I'm sorry. Once for, I should have stayed. Once for, you deserved better than my tomorrow. The head tilted, listening, and the amber glow began to dim. Vincent could see his name burning there in the lantern of those eyes, letters bright and sharp among the others. As he spoke, the letters began to fade, the light leaching out of them like ink dissolving in water. He kept talking, kept ringing the bell, kept laying pieces of Michael into the cup until his hands were empty and his voice was raw. I loved you, he said finally. I love you still. I don't know if that matters now, but it's true, and I should have said it when you could hear it. I should have said it every day. I'm saying it now, and I'll keep saying it, and if that's not enough, then I'll learn to live with not being enough. But I won't leave it unsaid anymore. This is me finishing what I should have finished that night. This is me closing the door properly instead of walking away and leaving it ajar. The head slowly turned away, the profile sharp against the darkness, and then the glow dimmed to coal. The rider's hand loosened its grip on the hair, and for a moment Vincent thought the head would fall, but instead it seemed to lighten, to become less substantial, until the rider was holding only mist that dispersed into the night air. The street lamp nearest Vincent's door flared back to life, bright and sudden, and then the next lamp, and the next, the light returning in the reverse of the order it had failed. The rider mounted the horse with the same fluid grace he'd shown dismounting, and the two of them turned and rode back the way they'd come. Vincent watched until they disappeared into the fog, the hoofbeats fading not into silence but into possibility, the sound of a story that had found its ending and could finally stop repeating. Dawn rinses the block, turning the wet pavement gold. Glass shines where hours ago there was only the opacity of accumulated breath and unspoken words. Vincent's name fits his mouth again, syllables reconnecting into something whole and pronounceable. He says it aloud, Vincent Michael Carrera, and hears it land in the air the way words are supposed to land, with weight and presence and the dignity of completion. He doesn't go back to bed. Instead, he sits at his kitchen table and begins writing. First to Teresa, the letter he should have sent when she asked him one last time if he loved her enough to try. He tells her the truth, that he didn't, not then, that he was too broken to love anyone properly until he'd finished grieving his brother. He tells her he's sorry for wasting her time, for letting her believe his tomorrow meant anything when it was just another word for never. He doesn't ask for forgiveness because he knows he doesn't deserve it, but he gives her the ending she earned, complete with place and time and the last true words he should have spoken in their doorway. Then he writes to his mother, who he hasn't called in 6 years, whose messages he's deleted unopened because hearing her voice reminds him too much of the night she called to tell him Michael was gone. He tells her about the Dullahan, about the rider and the head, and the lantern full of names. He tells her that Michael's name is gone from that lantern now, that he's finished the goodbye he should have spoken, that maybe they can learn to talk to each other again now that the silence isn't quite so heavy. He writes to old friends, to ex-girlfriends, to his high school guidance counsellor who'd believed in him when no one else did and who he'd never thanked. He writes to everyone he owes an ending, giving them the closure his cowardice had denied. Some of the letters he'll mail, others he'll burn, the words released into smoke and intention. It doesn't matter which is which. What matters is the speaking, the finishing, the refusal to let another goodbye knot itself and strangle in the silence. On wet nights afterward, he keeps a vigil kit by the door, bell, twine, candle, a list of promises to close before they can call anything to his doorstep. He adds to the list when he catches himself saying tomorrow, when he feels the familiar urge to postpone and defer and push difficult truths into some mythical future where he'll be brave enough to voice them. The list keeps him honest, the bell keeps him ready, the candle keeps him in the practice of making light against darkness. Sometimes lamps die down the road, and he hears hooves pause at other doors. When that happens, Vincent lights his candle and rings his bell 3 times, not for himself, but for whoever the Dullahan has found. A small act of solidarity with all the people who've learned too late that goodbyes matter. When the wind folds his curtain inward, he speaks one goodbye early, choosing something from his list and finishing it before it can fester into the kind of wound that calls riders out of folklore and into the fluorescent-lit streets of modern suburbs. He starts calling his mother every Sunday. He sends Teresa a small cheque each month with a note that says only, "For the years I wasted." He visits Michael's grave on the 23rd of every month and tells his brother about his life, the small victories and the persistent struggles, talking the way he should have talked that night when Michael needed him to listen. He doesn't know if the dead can hear, doesn't know if it matters. But he speaks the words anyway, finishes the conversations he left hanging, closes the loops that his fear had left open. The head listens less when goodbyes are said on time. Vincent knows this now, knows it the way he knows his own heartbeat, the way he knows the weight of rain on autumn leaves. He's learned that every ending is a gift if you speak it properly, that closure is the kindest thing you can give someone, that tomorrow is a thief that steals the present if you let it. So he practices finishing, he practices goodbye, he practices the small courage of saying the last true words before the Dullahan has to come and collect them from his silence. And on nights when the rain braids itself into silver threads and the lamps flicker with possibility, Vincent opens his door and stands on his step and breathes the iron-scented air. Not because he's called the rider, but because he's ready if the rider comes. Because he's kept his house in order and his promises current and his goodbyes spoken whole. Because he's learned, finally, that the only thing more terrifying than endings is the eternal state of almost ended, and he refuses to live there anymore. The street stays lit now. The lamps burn steady through the rain, and if hoofbeats arrive in the night, they pass his door without pausing, searching for someone else who hasn't learned, yet that the only way to keep death from collecting your unfinished business is to finish it yourself, one goodbye at a time, spoken whole and true and released into the world, where it can finally stop echoing in the darkness. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain arrived with the kind of patience that suggested it had been waiting for you specifically, as if the clouds had held their breath through the dry weeks, and released it only when you stepped onto the gravel path that led to what the locals still called, with studied casualness, the old sanctuary. The word temple was avoided in the same way people avoided speaking directly about car accidents or terminal diagnoses, as if naming a thing too precisely might summon its full weight into the present moment. The ruin crouched against the hillside like something that had tried to crawl away from its own history and failed partway through the attempt. Water moved over the broken roof in sheets that caught what little light remained in the evening sky, dripping from cornices that had lost their decorative certainty centuries ago, but still remembered the shapes they were meant to hold. The drops fell with metronomic precision, each one landing exactly where the previous 1,000 had landed, wearing shallow bowls into stone that had once been smooth and intentional. You'd brought a torch because the sun was already bleeding out against the western ridge, and because the stories about this place suggested that artificial light was both necessary and insufficient, that there were things here that existed in the gaps between illumination and darkness. The beam caught the first figure while you were still 20 paces from the entrance, and for a moment your rational mind offered the explanation it had been preparing since you decided to come here. Statuary, classical work, probably Hellenistic given the proportions and the quality of the drapery. But then the light held steady, and you noticed details that didn't align with any museum piece you'd ever examined. The stone gleamed as if it had been recently bathed, and when you moved closer, close enough that your breath reached the carved surface, you could have sworn you felt warmth radiating back, the kind of heat that comes from a living body rather than sun-warmed marble. The bronze shard you carried, a fragment of mirror from your grandmother's vanity, broken the night she died while you were 3 states away deciding whether her final phone call warranted the inconvenience of travel, fogged when you held it up to check your reflection. This was normal, explicable, the result of temperature differential and ambient humidity. But when you blinked and looked again, the statue had shifted. Not dramatically, not in any way you could point to and say with certainty that it had moved, but closer by some measurement that existed below conscious perception, the way a minute hand advances while you're looking directly at it, but swears it never budged. Water threaded down the statue's cheek in a line too straight to be random drainage, too warm-looking to be simple rain. It moved like sweat on living skin, like the body's desperate attempt to cool itself when fever has taken hold and normal regulation has failed. The legend came to you in pieces, the way folklore always does when you're standing in the place where it allegedly occurred. Your mother had told you a version when you were 12, during that phase when children become fascinated by Greek mythology and can't understand why the adults around them treat these stories with more wariness than wonder. Medusa, she'd said, choosing her words with the careful precision of someone translating between languages that don't share a common grammar, wasn't always a monster. She'd been a temple keeper, a woman whose job was to maintain the sacred space and tend the eternal flame that represented the goddess's continued attention to mortal affairs. But she'd watched too long, your mother had continued, her voice taking on the particular tone that meant she was remembering something she'd been told rather than something she'd read. She'd seen things she wasn't meant to see, witnessed transformations and divine visitations that were supposed to remain private, and she'd failed to look away at the crucial moment when discretion would have saved her. The curse that followed wasn't murder exactly, though that's how the simplified versions told it. It was something more precise and more terrible. Her gaze would harden whatever you refused to face, whatever truth you'd been avoiding, or person you'd been neglecting, or promise you'd been postponing until it was too late to keep. The stone victims she created weren't dead, your mother had explained, and this was the detail that had given you nightmares for months afterward. They were arrested in the moment of avoidance, frozen in the act of turning away, but inside the marble there was still warmth, still consciousness, still the ember of whatever they had been trying to ignore. The serpents that replaced Medusa's hair were oaths that had been broken, each one carrying the name of someone who'd been failed or forgotten, and they remembered everything with the perfect recall of creatures that existed outside normal time. The version you'd heard later, pieced together from academic papers and obscure commentaries, added the detail that made you finally decide to come here. If you entered the ruin on a rain night, the only way to see dawn was to keep your eyes open and speak the names you'd once turned away from. Failure meant something worse than petrification. It meant your reflection would decide, somewhere during those dark hours, that it had better options than returning to you, that it could find another face to wear or simply dissipate into the collective pool of unattached images that haunted mirrors and still water. You crossed the threshold with the kind of deliberate slowness that people use when approaching wild animals or unstable explosives, as if sudden movement might trigger something irrevocable. The interior was larger than the exterior suggested, a common feature of sacred architecture where the goal was to create a sense of impossible space, of having stepped outside normal geometry into a realm governed by different rules. Drips echoed with the precision of slow clocks, each one marking time in a rhythm that had nothing to do with seconds or minutes, but measured something older and more patient. With each blink, and you tried to control them, tried to extend the intervals, but the eye has its own requirements and will not be denied indefinitely. The ring of figures around you tightened. You recognized them, though recognition came slowly, filtered through the years and the self-protective forgetting you'd practiced until it became automatic. There was Marcus Chen, your neighbour from the apartment building where you'd lived during graduate school, who'd knocked on your door 3 times asking if you'd seen his cat, and you'd pretended not to be home because you were tired and didn't want to spend an evening searching dark alleys. The cat had been found dead 2 days later, and Marcus had moved out the following month, and you told yourself it wasn't your fault, that you had no obligation to sacrifice your time for someone else's pet. Behind him stood Professor Hargrove, who'd written you a recommendation letter when you'd applied for the fellowship that launched your career, and who'd sent you an invitation to her retirement dinner 7 years later, and you'd meant to respond, had drafted the email multiple times, but somehow it had never moved from intention to action, and 2 months after that she died of the cancer she hadn't mentioned in the invitation, because she didn't want to make her celebration about her mortality. Further back, barely visible in the torch's wavering light, you could make out the figure of Claire Rodriguez, your closest friend from college, who'd called you 17 times during her divorce, and you'd answered the first 3 and then started letting them go to voicemail because her grief was exhausting, and you had your own problems, and eventually the calls had stopped, and when you tried to reconnect 5 years later, her number was disconnected and her social media accounts had been deleted, and it was as if she'd erased herself from the world, rather than continue existing in a space where people like you could fail her so completely. The bronze shard showed you something that made your hands go cold despite the warm rain. Your reflection appeared, but lagging, arriving a beat after you moved, as if it was testing whether to remain synchronized with your physical form or drift away entirely. Your face in the bronze looked uncertain, provisional, like an actor who'd forgotten their lines and was waiting to see if the audience would notice the improvisation. Along the floor, barely visible in the guttering torchlight, a trail of shed scales pointed deeper into the ruin. They gleamed with the oily iridescence of healthy serpent skin, recently molted, still holding the shape of the body that had worn them. The pattern they made wasn't random. It was deliberate, a breadcrumb trail or a summons leading toward the apse where the altar had once stood and where something was standing now. The serpents' voices came through the rain, sibilant and patient, speaking syllables that your conscious mind couldn't quite pass but your body understood with the deep recognition of prey hearing a predator's approach. They were speaking names, your names, the collection of identities you'd accumulated and discarded, the versions of yourself you'd promised to become and then quietly abandoned when they proved inconvenient or difficult, or required more courage than you'd been willing to muster. A silhouette separated itself from the shadows in the far apse, and you understood with the clarity of absolute certainty that this was Medusa, though she looked nothing like the illustrations in mythology textbooks or the marble busts in museum galleries. She was tall, taller than seemed possible for a human woman, and rain sheened on skin that you couldn't quite see clearly, as if she existed slightly out of phase with the visible spectrum. Her hair moved with independent life, each serpent a distinct personality, a separate consciousness bound into service of a larger purpose. You couldn't see all of her. The torch's light reached her in fragments, illuminating a cheekbone that caught the glow like polished bone, the curve of a throat that suggested both beauty and something that had moved beyond beauty into a category that had no comfortable name, a forearm braced against the cracked altar with fingers that seemed too long and too articulated, as if they'd been designed for tasks human hands couldn't accomplish. The rest of her was fog and shadow bands, geometry that refused to resolve into comprehensible shape no matter how you strained your vision. The statues around you leaned inward, their postures shifting from neutral observation to active listening, as if they were waiting to hear how you would handle this encounter, whether you would manage it better than they had or join them in their warm stone prison. With every involuntary blink, and they were coming faster now, your eyes drying out from the strain of staying open, from the smoke that rose from the torch and the dust that powdered down from the crumbling ceiling, you felt grit accumulating on your lashes, and when you forced your eyes open again, the nearest figure's mouth had opened a fraction more, as if preparing to speak or scream or consume. The serpents in Medusa's hair spoke your own name, but in pieces, deconstructed into component syllables that they distributed among themselves like a meal being shared. One hissed the first sound while another took up the middle, and a third completed it, and hearing your name spoken this way, divided, analysed, possessed by creatures that existed outside your control, was more terrifying than any direct threat could have been. You raised the bronze shard with trembling hands, needing to check your reflection, needing confirmation that you still existed in a form you recognised. The surface showed you your face, but the eyes were wrong, not absent exactly, but replaced by darkness that seemed to extend backward infinitely, as if your skull had become hollow and the space behind your eyes opened onto some vast nothing that predated consciousness. The memory of the legend's final detail arrived like a life preserver thrown to a drowning person. To move past her, you must name what you refused, clearly whole, placed. Not just the names of the people you'd failed, but the specific moments of failure, the circumstances and the choices and the small cowardices that had seemed so reasonable at the time, but had accumulated into a weight that brought you here, to this ruin, on this rain night, seeking something you couldn't quite articulate. You fixed your eyes on a point just to the side of Medusa's face, focusing on the darkness behind her shoulder rather than risking direct contact with whatever power lived in her gaze. The serpents hissed disapproval, wanting you to look fully, to face what you'd come here to face. But you held your focus on that safe shadow and began to speak. "Marcus Chen," you said, and your voice cracked from disuse and fear and the dryness in your throat. "Fourth floor apartment, building 713 on Maple Street, Tuesday, October 9th, evening rain, unseasonably cold." You knocked 3 times and I was 20 feet from the door, close enough to hear everything you said about your cat being missing since morning, about how she never stayed out after dark, about how you were worried she'd been hit by a car. I pretended not to be home because I was tired, and because I'd just broken up with someone, and because I'd decided that other people's grief was something I couldn't afford to carry. The cat died alone in a storm drain 3 blocks away. If I'd helped you search, we might have found her. The statue of Marcus, and you could see him clearly now, could recognize the particular way he'd held his shoulders, slightly hunched as if trying to make himself smaller and less intrusive, began to warm. Not metaphorically, not in some poetic sense, but actually generating heat that you could feel radiating outward, as if something frozen inside the stone was thawing. He took a step backward, not dramatically, but with the slow precision of someone remembering how to move after long imprisonment. The distance between you increased by exactly the width of a heartbeat. You continued, forcing yourself to meet each name with the full weight of memory, to place each failure in its specific context of time and weather and the small, selfish calculations that had seemed so justified. Professor Hargrove's retirement dinner at the Riverside Inn, May 14th, that particular quality of spring evening light that makes everything look possible, and your decision that attending would be awkward because you hadn't kept in touch and she probably didn't even remember you anyway, which was a lie you told yourself to avoid the discomfort of showing up and being reminded of how you drifted away from someone who'd believed in you. Claire's 17th phone call, the one that came at 2 in the morning on a Friday and you were awake, was staring at your phone screen as it lit up with her name, and you'd thought about answering, had even reached for the phone, but then you'd thought about how long the conversation would be, how much emotional labour it would require, how you'd probably have to talk her down from some crisis that felt enormous to her, but would seem smaller in the morning, and you'd let it go to voicemail, and that was the last time she'd called, and 6 months later you'd heard through mutual friends that she'd moved across the country and changed her name and was starting over without the weight of old relationships dragging behind her. For each name you spoke, you added place, weather, time, and a promise of repair small enough to keep. Not grand gestures or impossible redemptions, but specific actions you could actually complete. You would donate to the animal shelter in Marcus's cat's name. You would endow a small scholarship at the university in Professor Hargrove's memory. You would write a letter to Claire's last known address, not expecting a response, but offering the apology that should have come years ago, acknowledging the failure without demanding forgiveness. The serpents in Medusa's hair began to quiet, their hissing softening into something that might have been approval, or might have been the sound of oaths being recorded and witnessed. One of them extended toward you, moving with the slow deliberation of a creature that existed outside normal time, and it laid a shed strand across your palm, payment due and proof kept, a physical reminder that these promises had been spoken and heard and would be held against you if you failed to keep them. Your eyes were streaming now, tears and rain and the accumulated moisture of refusing to blink mixing together until your vision blurred and swam. But you kept them open, counting in your head with the rhythm of the rain's drip. 1, open, 2, open, 3, open, timing your blinks to the spaces between drops, never letting your lids close for more than the fraction of a second that separated one moment from the next. The statues continued their slow warming, their gradual retreat, until the aisle was clear again, and you could see the path that led toward the entrance, toward the world beyond this rain-soaked confession. Medusa remained in the apse, but she was turning away, or perhaps simply fading back into the shadows that were her natural habitat, her work complete for this night, her serpent satisfied that the names had been spoken and the promises recorded. You walked backward toward the entrance, unwilling to turn your back on her, even though you understood that the danger had passed, that you'd met the requirements, and earned safe passage. Your reflection in the bronze shard arrived on time now, synchronized with your movements, your eyes looking back from the same moment you stood in. The lag had disappeared, and whatever test you'd been undergoing was apparently complete. The aisle showed wet footprints when you glanced down, curving away into the columns like the exit of a quiet crowd that had been watching your confession and had now dispersed to whatever realm they inhabited between visitations. The statues you'd named had returned to their positions, but they looked different now, less like prisoners and more like witnesses, as if their purpose here was to observe and remember rather than simply to suffer. You left the strand of shed scales tied to the gate at the entrance, a payment accepted and a contract sealed. In a dry niche beside the doorway, you placed the list of names you'd spoken, written on paper that would last until the next rain came and washed it away, or until someone else arrived and needed to read the evidence that others had passed this test before them. When you stepped outside, dawn was beginning to glaze the ruin with pale gold, though only minutes seemed to have passed since you'd entered. Time moved differently in spaces where promises were extracted and witnessed, where the past refused to stay properly buried and demanded acknowledgement before it would allow you to continue forward. You walked back down the gravel path, your torch guttering out now that daylight was arriving, the bronze shard heavy in your pocket with the weight of proof and reminder. When the rain returned, and it would return because this place existed in a pocket of weather that had nothing to do with meteorology and everything to do with the need for cleansing and witness, you would read the names aloud before you blinked, would speak them into the rain as if the water could carry them back to the people you'd failed, could somehow transmit the apology and the promise across whatever distance or death separated you. The stone keeps warmth for those who mean their words, your grandmother had told you once during one of those late-night conversations, when the dying feel compelled to pass along the truths they've been saving, and you'd thought it was just poetry, just the morphine talking, just another fragment of folklore that had no bearing on the practical world. But now, with the serpent scale pressing against your palm and your reflection finally synchronized with your body and the names fresh on your tongue, you understood what she'd meant. The stone remembered what flesh forgot, the heat of intention, the temperature of the honest promise, the warmth that proved you'd meant what you said when speaking seemed easier than silence. You would keep the promises, not because you feared returning to the ruin, though you did fear it with the kind of primal terror that lives below rational thought, but because the alternative was becoming the kind of person who could speak names with full knowledge and still turn away. The statues had shown you what that looked like. Warm stone holding consciousness that couldn't escape. Awareness trapped inside marble that remembered being flesh, but could never return to it. The village at the bottom of the hill was waking as you passed through, shopkeepers opening their shutters and early workers heading toward the bus stop, and they nodded to you with the careful neutrality of people who knew where you'd been and what you'd done but understood that some experiences couldn't be discussed directly. You'd joined a long tradition of visitors who'd climbed that path in the rain, seeking something they couldn't name, and you'd returned, which meant you'd succeeded, which meant you'd earned the right to carry the weight of your promises forward into whatever years remained. The bronze shard stayed in your pocket, a constant reminder against your thigh as you walked, and when you passed reflective surfaces, shop windows, puddles, the side mirror of a parked car, your reflection arrived exactly when it should, synchronized and present, choosing to remain yours because you'd proven yourself worthy of keeping it. The lag was gone, the uncertainty resolved, and what remained was simply you, marked and witnessed, carrying names that would not permit forgetting. The rain arrived with the kind of patience that suggested it had been waiting for you specifically, as if the clouds had held their breath through the dry weeks, and released it only when you stepped onto the gravel path that led to what the locals still called, with studied casualness, the old sanctuary. The word temple was avoided in the same way people avoided speaking directly about car accidents or terminal diagnoses, as if naming a thing too precisely might summon its full weight into the present moment. The ruin crouched against the hillside like something that had tried to crawl away from its own history and failed partway through the attempt. Water moved over the broken roof in sheets that caught what little light remained in the evening sky, dripping from cornices that had lost their decorative certainty centuries ago, but still remembered the shapes they were meant to hold. The drops fell with metronomic precision, each one landing exactly where the previous 1,000 had landed, wearing shallow bowls into stone that had once been smooth and intentional. You'd brought a torch because the sun was already bleeding out against the western ridge, and because the stories about this place suggested that artificial light was both necessary and insufficient, that there were things here that existed in the gaps between illumination and darkness. The beam caught the first figure while you were still 20 paces from the entrance, and for a moment your rational mind offered the explanation it had been preparing since you decided to come here. Statuary, classical work, probably Hellenistic given, the proportions and the quality of the drapery. But then the light held steady, and you noticed details that didn't align with any museum piece you'd ever examined. The stone gleamed as if it had been recently bathed, and when you moved closer, close enough that your breath reached the carved surface, you could have sworn you felt warmth radiating back, the kind of heat that comes from a living body rather than sun-warmed marble. The bronze shard you carried, a fragment of mirror from your grandmother's vanity, broken the night she died while you were 3 states away deciding whether her final phone call warranted the inconvenience of travel, fogged when you held it up to check your reflection. This was normal, explicable, the result of temperature differential and ambient humidity. But when you blinked and looked again, the statue had shifted. Not dramatically, not in any way you could point to and say with certainty that it had moved, but closer by some measurement that existed below conscious perception, the way a minute hand advances while you're looking directly at it, but swears it never budged. Water threaded down the statue's cheek in a line too straight to be random drainage, too warm-looking to be simple rain. It moved like sweat on living skin, like the body's desperate attempt to cool itself when fever has taken hold and normal regulation has failed. The legend came to you in pieces, the way folklore always does when you're standing in the place where it allegedly occurred. Your mother had told you a version when you were 12, during that phase when children become fascinated by Greek mythology and can't understand why the adults around them treat these stories with more wariness than wonder. Medusa, she'd said, choosing her words with the careful precision of someone translating, between languages that don't share a common grammar, wasn't always a monster. She'd been a temple keeper, a woman whose job was to maintain the sacred space and tend the eternal flame that represented the goddess's continued attention to mortal affairs. But she'd watched too long, your mother had continued, her voice taking on the particular tone that meant she was remembering something she'd been told rather than something she'd read. She'd seen things she wasn't meant to see, witnessed transformations and divine visitations that were supposed to remain private, and she'd failed to look away at the crucial moment when discretion would have saved her. The curse that followed wasn't murder exactly, though that's how the simplified versions told it. It was something more precise and more terrible. Her gaze would harden whatever you refused to face, whatever truth you'd been avoiding, or person you'd been neglecting, or promise you'd been postponing until it was too late to keep. The stone victims she created weren't dead, your mother had explained, and this was the detail that had given you nightmares for months afterward. They were arrested in the moment, of avoidance frozen in the act of turning away, but inside the marble there was still warmth, still consciousness, still the ember of whatever they'd been trying to ignore. The serpents that replaced Medusa's hair were oaths that had been broken, each one carrying the name of someone who'd been failed or forgotten, and they remembered everything with the perfect recall of creatures that existed outside normal time. The version you'd heard later, pieced together from academic papers and obscure commentaries, added the detail that made you finally decide to come here. If you entered the ruin on a rain night, the only way to see dawn was to keep your eyes open and speak the names you'd once turned away from. Failure meant something worse than petrification. It meant your reflection would decide somewhere during those dark hours that it had better options than returning to you, that it could find another face to wear or simply dissipate into the collective pool of unattached images that haunted mirrors and still water. You crossed the threshold with the kind of deliberate slowness that people use when approaching wild animals or unstable explosives, as if sudden movement might trigger something irrevocable. The interior was larger than the exterior suggested, a common feature of sacred architecture where the goal was to create a sense of impossible space, of having stepped outside normal geometry into a realm governed by different rules. Drips echoed with the precision of slow clocks, each one marking time in a rhythm that had nothing to do with seconds or minutes, but measured something older and more patient. With each blink, and you tried to control them, tried to extend the intervals, but the eye has its own requirements and will not be denied indefinitely. The ring of figures around you tightened. You recognized them, though recognition came slowly, filtered through the years and the self-protective forgetting you'd practiced until it became automatic. There was Marcus Chen, your neighbour from the apartment building where you'd lived during graduate school, who'd knocked on your door 3 times asking if you'd seen his cat, and you'd pretended not to be home because you were tired and didn't want to spend an evening searching dark alleys. The cat had been found dead 2 days later, and Marcus had moved out the following month, and you'd told yourself it wasn't your fault, that you had no obligation to sacrifice your time for someone else's pet. Behind him stood Professor Hargrove, who'd written you a recommendation letter when you'd applied for the fellowship that launched your career, and who'd sent you an invitation to her retirement dinner 7 years later, and you'd meant to respond, had drafted the email multiple times, but somehow it had never moved from intention to action, and 2 months after that she'd died of the cancer she hadn't mentioned in the invitation, because she didn't want to make her celebration about her mortality. Further back, barely visible in the torch's wavering light, you could make out the figure of Claire Rodriguez, your closest friend from college, who'd called you 17 times during her divorce, and you'd answered the first 3, and then started letting them go to voicemail because her grief was exhausting, and you had your own problems, and eventually the calls had stopped, and when you'd tried to reconnect 5 years later, her number was disconnected, and her social media accounts had been deleted, and it was as if she'd erased herself from the world rather than continue existing in a space where people like you could fail her so completely. The bronze shard showed you something that made your hands go cold despite the warm rain. Your reflection appeared, but lagging, arriving a beat after you moved, as if it was testing whether to remain synchronized with your physical form or drift away entirely. Your face in the bronze looked uncertain, provisional, like an actor who'd forgotten their lines and was waiting to see if the audience would notice the improvisation. Along the floor, barely visible in the guttering torchlight, a trail of shed scales pointed deeper into the ruin. They gleamed with the oily iridescence of healthy serpent skin, recently molted, still holding the shape of the body that had worn them. The pattern they made wasn't random. It was deliberate, a breadcrumb trail or a summons leading toward the apse where the altar had once stood and where something was standing now. The serpent's voices came through the rain, sibilant and patient, speaking syllables that your conscious mind couldn't quite pass, but your body understood with the deep recognition of prey hearing a predator's approach. They were speaking names, your names, the collection of identities you'd accumulated and discarded, the versions of yourself you'd promised to become, and then quietly abandoned when they proved inconvenient or difficult, or required more courage than you'd been willing to muster. As you moved deeper into the temple, the air itself seemed to thicken, becoming something you had to push through rather than simply breathe. Each step required conscious effort, as if the space between you and the apse was expanding, even as you walked forward, a corridor that stretched and contracted according to rules you hadn't learned. The torch flame bent at unnatural angles, casting shadows that moved independently of their sources, and you noticed that some of the shadows had faces, not the faces of the statues around you, but older faces, more worn, as if they'd been waiting here far longer than the stone figures that marked more recent failures. Between the recognizable statues stood others, whose features had been smoothed by time or weather, or the accumulated weight of forgotten names. These were the ancient failures, the people who'd been turned away from so long ago that even their identities had eroded, leaving only the shape of human form and the suggestion of the warmth that still lived inside the stone. You wondered how long consciousness persisted in that state, whether it was a mercy to eventually lose even the memory of who you'd been, or whether that loss was its own particular horror, worse than the imprisonment because it meant you'd been failed twice, once by the living who'd turned away, and again by time itself, which had erased even the possibility of future recognition. A silhouette separated itself from the shadows in the far apse, and you understood with the clarity of absolute certainty that this was Medusa, though she looked nothing like the illustrations in mythology textbooks, or the marble busts in museum galleries. She was tall, taller than seemed possible for a human woman, and rain sheened on skin that you couldn't quite see clearly, as if she existed slightly out of phase with the visible spectrum. Her hair moved with independent life, each serpent a distinct personality, a separate consciousness bound into service of a larger purpose. You couldn't see all of her. The torch's light reached her in fragments, illuminating a cheekbone that caught the glow like polished bone, the curve of a throat that suggested both beauty and something that had moved beyond beauty into a category that had no comfortable name, a forearm braced against the cracked altar with fingers that seemed too long and too articulated, as if they'd been designed for tasks human hands couldn't accomplish. The rest of her was fog and shadow bands, geometry that refused to resolve into comprehensible shape, no matter how you strained your vision. The statues around you leaned inward, their postures shifting from neutral observation to active listening, as if they were waiting to hear how you would handle this encounter, whether you would manage it better than they had, or join them in their warm stone prison. With every involuntary blink, and they were coming faster now, your eyes drying out from the strain of staying open, from the smoke that rose from the torch, and the dust that powdered down from the crumbling ceiling. You felt grit accumulating on your lashes, and when you forced your eyes open again, the nearest figure's mouth had opened a fraction more, as if preparing to speak or scream or consume. The serpents in Medusa's hair spoke your own name, but in pieces, deconstructed into component syllables that they distributed among themselves like a meal being shared. One hissed the first sound while another took up the middle and a third completed it, and hearing your name spoken this way, divided, analysed, possessed by creatures that existed outside your control, was more terrifying than any direct threat could have been. You raised the bronze shard with trembling hands, needing to check your reflection, needing confirmation that you still existed in a form you recognized. The surface showed you your face, but the eyes were wrong. Not absent exactly, but replaced by darkness that seemed to extend backward infinitely, as if your skull had become hollow, and the space behind your eyes opened onto some vast nothing that predated consciousness. Behind you, you heard movement that wasn't the settling of old stone or the drip of rain. When you risked a glance, keeping Medusa in your peripheral vision, never looking directly away, you saw that the statues had formed a tighter circle, and now you could see new figures among them. Your brother, who'd asked you to co-sign a loan when his business was failing, and you'd said you couldn't because of your own financial situation. Which was true but also convenient, and he'd lost everything and you'd lost him, not to death but to the kind of resentment that's harder to bridge than mortality. Your first serious partner, who'd needed you to stay one extra week to help with their mother's funeral arrangements, and you'd had a work conference that seemed important at the time, and when you'd returned you'd found their apartment empty and a note that said simply, "I understand now what I mean to you." There were others, pushing up through the floor like plants seeking light, figures you'd managed to forget entirely until this moment forced you to remember. The elderly man who'd collapsed on the subway platform while you were running late to a meeting, and you'd seen other people stopping to help, so you'd told yourself your assistance wasn't needed, and you'd learned 3 days later from a news article that he'd died because the response time had been too slow, because not enough people had stopped, because everyone had assumed someone else would handle it. The teenager who'd been sobbing in the parking garage, and you'd heard them but kept walking because getting involved in someone else's crisis felt dangerous, felt like opening a door that might never close, and 2 weeks later there'd been a memorial service and whispers about warning signs that had been missed. The memory of the legend's final detail arrived like a life preserver thrown to a drowning person. To move past her, you must name what you refused. Clearly, whole, placed. Not just the names of the people you'd failed, but the specific moments of failure, the circumstances and the choices, and the small cowardices that had seemed so reasonable at the time but had accumulated into a weight that brought you here, to this ruin, on this rain night, seeking something you couldn't quite articulate. You fixed your eyes on a point just to the side of Medusa's face, focusing on the darkness behind her shoulder rather than risking direct contact with whatever power lived in her gaze. The serpents hissed disapproval, wanting you to look fully, to face what you'd come here to face, but you held your focus on that safe shadow and began to speak. "Marcus Chen," you said, and your voice cracked from disuse and fear and the dryness in your throat. "4th floor apartment, building 713 on Maple Street, Tuesday, October 9th, evening rain, unseasonably cold. You knocked 3 times and I was 20 feet from the door, close enough to hear everything you said about your cat being missing since morning, about how she never stayed out after dark, about how you were worried she'd been hit by a car. I pretended not to be home because I was tired and because I'd just broken up with someone and because I'd decided that other people's grief was something I couldn't afford to carry. The cat died alone in a storm drain 3 blocks away. If I'd helped you search, we might have found her. The statue of Marcus, and you could see him clearly now, could recognize the particular way he'd held his shoulders, slightly hunched, as if trying to make himself smaller and less intrusive, began to warm. Not metaphorically, not in some poetic sense, but actually generating heat that you could feel radiating outward, as if something frozen inside the stone was thawing. He took a step backward, not dramatically, but with the slow precision of someone remembering how to move after long imprisonment. The distance between you increased by exactly the width of a heartbeat. You continued, forcing yourself to meet each name with the full weight of memory, to place each failure in its specific context of time and weather and the small selfish calculations that had seemed so justified. Professor Hargrove's retirement dinner at the Riverside Inn, May 14th, that particular quality of spring evening light that makes everything look possible, and your decision that attending would be awkward because you hadn't kept in touch, and she probably didn't even remember you anyway, which was a lie you told yourself to avoid the discomfort of showing up and being reminded of how you'd drifted away from someone who'd believed in you. Claire's 17th phone call, the one that came at 2 in the morning on a Friday and you were awake, was staring at your phone screen as it lit up with her name, and you'd thought about answering, had even reached for the phone, but then you'd thought about how long the conversation would be, how much emotional labour it would require, how you'd probably have to talk her down from some crisis that felt enormous to her, but would seem smaller in the morning, and you'd let it go to voicemail, and that was the last time she'd called, and 6 months later you'd heard through mutual friends that she'd moved across the country and changed her name, and was starting over without the weight of old relationships dragging behind her. The words came faster now, as if something had broken loose inside you, some dam that had been holding back not just these specific memories, but the entire accumulated weight of small abandonments and calculated avoidances that had shaped your life. Your brother David at the kitchen table of your parents' house, Sunday afternoon in November, asking if you'd help him with the loan paperwork, and you'd been checking your phone while he talked, already planning your excuse, already deciding that his problems were the result of his own poor choices and you had no obligation to enable his mistakes. The business had failed 6 months later, and he'd moved to another state, and your parents had never said anything directly, but you'd noticed how the family gatherings had changed, how there was now a David-shaped absence that everyone pretended not to notice. Your former partner Jordan, sitting on the edge of their bed at 3 in the morning, explaining that their mother was dying and they needed you to postpone the conference, to stay just 1 more week, and you'd been thinking about the networking opportunities you'd miss, about how this would look to your department chair, about whether this relationship was really serious enough to warrant that kind of sacrifice, and you'd made it about logistics and timing when really it had been about priority, about revealing through your actions what Jordan meant to you, or rather what they didn't mean, and when you'd come back from the conference their things were gone, and you'd told yourself it was better this way, that the relationship probably wouldn't have lasted anyway, that you'd dodge some future complication by discovering the incompatibility now rather than later. For each name you spoke, you add place, weather, time, and a promise of repair small enough to keep. Not grand gestures or impossible redemptions, but specific actions you could actually complete. You would donate to the animal shelter in Marcus's cat's name. You would endow a small scholarship at the university in Professor Hargrove's memory. You would write a letter to Claire's last known address, not expecting response, but offering the apology that should have come years ago, acknowledging the failure without demanding forgiveness. But the promises to your brother and to Jordan required more thought, more precision. You couldn't simply write a check or establish a fund. These were living people whose lives you'd materially affected, whose absence from your world was a direct result of your choices. For David, you promised to call him, to have the conversation you should have had years ago, to acknowledge that you'd failed him when he'd needed help, and that your failure had been rooted not in reasonable caution, but in judgment and dismissal. You promised to ask what kind of relationship he wanted now, if any, and to accept whatever answer he gave without argument or justification. For Jordan, you promised to write not a letter, but a proper apology, one that acknowledged the specific harm you'd caused, that didn't make excuses or explain away your choices with reference to career pressures or personal circumstances. You promised to admit that you'd chosen professional advancement over their mother's death, that you'd revealed through that choice exactly how little they meant to you, and that this was your failure, not theirs, not the relationships, but yours alone. The serpents in Medusa's hair began to quiet, their hissing softening into something that might have been approval, or might have been the sound of oaths being recorded and witnessed. One of them extended toward you, moving with the slow deliberation of a creature that existed outside normal time, and it laid a shed strand across your palm, payment due and proof kept, a physical reminder that these promises had been spoken and heard and would be held against you if you failed to keep them. But you weren't finished. The harder names remained, the ones you'd buried so deep that even preparing for this night hadn't fully excavated them. The elderly man on the subway platform, whose name you'd never learned but whose face you'd seen in the news photograph, Herbert Chen, according to the article, 73 years old, survived by 2 daughters and 5 grandchildren. Washington Street Station, Monday morning rush, October cold, and you'd been running late for a meeting that seemed important until you'd learned it had been rescheduled anyway, until you'd realised that nothing discussed in that conference room had mattered enough to justify stepping over someone's medical emergency. The teenager in the parking garage, whose name you'd also never learned but whose memorial page you'd found, after searching local obituaries with guilty desperation, Maya Restrepo, 16 years old, honour student, varsity soccer player, daughter, sister, friend to dozens who'd posted anguished messages about missed signs and lost chances. Underground parking level 3, Tuesday evening in March, and you'd heard sobbing that echoed off concrete walls and you'd walked faster instead of slower. Had gotten in your car and driven away while telling yourself that teenagers were dramatic, that someone else who knew them would provide better help, that you had dinner plans and were already running late. For Herbert Chen, you promised to volunteer at the community first aid training program, to become the kind of person who knew what to do in an emergency, rather than hoping someone else would handle it. For Maya Restrepo, you promised to donate to the crisis hotline she'd called 3 times in the week before her death, and to train as a volunteer responder to become someone who answered rather than ignored, who stayed on the line rather than rushing to the next thing on their schedule. The naming took hours or minutes. You couldn't tell which, because time had stopped functioning normally. The rain continued its steady drip, but the sound no longer marked progression, only presence. Your eyes were streaming now, tears and rain, and the accumulated moisture of refusing to blink mixing together, until your vision blurred and swam. But you kept them open, counting in your head with the rhythm of the rain's drip. 1, open. 2, open. 3, open. Timing your blinks to the spaces between drops, never letting your lids close for more than the fraction of a second that separated one moment from the next. The statues continued their slow warming, their gradual retreat, until the aisle was clear again, and you could see the path that led toward the entrance, toward the world beyond this rain-soaked confession. But before you could move, before you could consider whether the trial was complete, Medusa spoke for the first time, and her voice was nothing like you'd expected. It wasn't monstrous or terrifying, but profoundly sad, weighted with centuries of witnessing failure after failure, of cataloguing human cowardice in all its small and large expressions. "The names you speak are only the ones you remember," she said, and each word arrived with the precision of a sculptor's chisel. "What of those you've forgotten? What of the failures so complete that even memory rejected them?" The question stopped you like a physical barrier. You'd named everyone you could recall, had excavated every buried shame and unacknowledged abandonment your conscience could access. But she was right, of course. Memory was selective, protective. How many others had there been? How many people had you turned away from with such efficiency that your mind had refused to catalogue the interaction? How many small cruelties had seemed so justified, so reasonable, so necessary that they'd never registered as failures at all? "I don't remember," you said, and the admission felt like another kind of failure, perhaps the deepest kind. "I can't name what I've forgotten." "Then name what you fear," Medusa replied, moving closer now, though you still couldn't see her fully, still perceived her only in fragments and suggestions. "Name the person you're becoming if you continue turning away. Give that future self a place and time and promise what you'll do to prevent their arrival." This was harder than naming the past because it required imagining a future you'd been carefully avoiding, a trajectory you'd been on without fully acknowledging its destination. You saw yourself at 50, at 60, at 70, having perfected the art of avoidance, having built a life where no one could make demands because no one was close enough to try. You saw the comfortable isolation you'd been constructing, the walls you'd been building from polite excuses and reasonable boundaries and legitimate professional obligations, until you'd created a fortress where nothing could hurt you because nothing could reach you. I will become someone who attends no funerals because they've outlived all their connections, you said, and your voice broke on the words. I will become someone who dies alone not because they were unloved, but because they were never present enough to be loved properly. I will become someone whose obituary lists accomplishments but no relationships, professional milestones but no moments of genuine human connection. This will happen gradually, imperceptibly, through 1,000 small choices that seem reasonable in isolation, but accumulate into absolute loneliness. You place this future self at the kitchen table of whatever sterile apartment you'd be living in on a Tuesday evening because Tuesday had become the same as every other day, with takeout containers because cooking for one had long since seemed pointless, and you promised to intervene. You promised to say yes more often than no, to show up more often than you stayed away, to choose connection over convenience even when it was uncomfortable, even when it was inconvenient, even when every rational calculation suggested that protecting yourself was smarter than risking yourself. The serpents in Medusa's hair had gone completely quiet now, and in the silence you could hear something else, a sound like distant singing, or weeping, or perhaps both at once. The statues were retreating to their original positions, their stone faces relaxing from the particular tension that had marked them as prisoners into something more neutral, more accepting. The warmth radiating from them began to fade, not disappearing but settling into something sustainable, something that could be maintained across years rather than burning out in a single night of confession. Medusa turned away, or rather dissolved back into the shadows that had birthed her, and you understood that the trial was complete, that you'd spoken what needed to be spoken and heard what needed to be heard. Your reflection in the bronze shard arrived on time now, synchronized with your movements, your eyes looking back from the same moment you stood in. The lag had disappeared, and whatever test you'd been undergoing was apparently complete. The aisle showed wet footprints when you glanced down, curving away into the columns like the exit of a quiet crowd that had been watching your confession and had now dispersed to whatever realm they inhabited between visitations. The statues you'd named had returned to their positions, but they looked different now, less like prisoners and more like witnesses, as if their purpose here was to observe and remember rather than simply to suffer. You walked backward toward the entrance, unwilling to turn your back on the space even though you understood that the danger had passed, that you'd met the requirements and earned safe passage. The torch was guttering now, its fuel nearly exhausted, and you let it burn out rather than carry dead weight. Dawn was close enough that you could navigate by its approaching light, by the gradual transformation of darkness from absolute to merely dim. You left the strand of shed scales tied to the gate at the entrance, a payment accepted and a contract sealed. In a dry niche beside the doorway, you placed the list of names you'd spoken, written on paper that would last until the next rain came and washed it away, or until someone else arrived and needed to read the evidence that others had passed this test before them. When you stepped outside, dawn was beginning to glaze the ruin with pale gold, though only minutes seemed to have passed since you'd entered. Time moved differently in spaces where promises were extracted and witnessed, where the past refused to stay properly buried and demanded acknowledgement before it would allow you to continue forward. You walked back down the gravel path, your dead torch hanging loose in your hand, the bronze shard heavy in your pocket with the weight of proof and reminder. When the rain returned, and it would return, because this place existed in a pocket of weather that had nothing to do with meteorology and everything to do with the need for cleansing and witness, you would read the names aloud before you blinked, would speak them into the rain as if the water could carry them back to the people you'd failed, could somehow transmit the apology and the promise across whatever distance or death separated you. The stone keeps warmth for those who mean their words, your grandmother had told you once, during one of those late-night conversations when the dying feel compelled to pass along the truths they've been saving, and you'd thought it was just poetry, just the morphine talking, just another fragment of folklore that had no bearing on the practical world. But now, with the serpent scale pressing against your palm and your reflection finally synchronized with your body and the names fresh on your tongue, you understood what she'd meant. The stone remembered what flesh forgot, the heat of intention, the temperature of honest promise, the warmth that proved you'd meant what you said when speaking seemed easier than silence. You would keep the promises, not because you feared returning to the ruin, though you did fear it with the kind of primal terror that lives below rational thought, but because the alternative was becoming the kind of person who could speak names with full knowledge and still turn away. The statues had shown you what that looked like. Warm stone holding consciousness that couldn't escape, awareness trapped inside marble that remembered being flesh but could never return to it. The village at the bottom of the hill was waking as you passed through, shopkeepers opening their shutters and early workers heading toward the bus stop, and they nodded to you with the careful neutrality of people who knew where you'd been and what you'd done, but understood that some experiences couldn't be discussed directly. You'd joined a long tradition of visitors who'd climbed that path in the rain, seeking something they couldn't name, and you'd returned, which meant you'd succeeded, which meant you'd earned the right to carry the weight of your promises forward into whatever years remained. The bronze shard stayed in your pocket, a constant reminder against your thigh as you walked, and when you passed reflective surfaces, shop windows, puddles, the side mirror of a parked car, your reflection arrived exactly when it should, synchronized and present, choosing to remain yours because you'd proven yourself worthy of keeping it. The lag was gone, the uncertainty resolved, and what remained was simply you, marked and witnessed, carrying names that would not permit forgetting. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The silence arrived first, the way it always does in deep winter when the snow falls thick enough to muffle the world into something that feels less like landscape and more like held breath. Sarah Mallory stood at her kitchen window watching the white descent, each flake so fine it seemed less like precipitation and more like the air itself deciding to become visible, to show you exactly how much emptiness surrounded you out here, where the tree line pressed close and the nearest neighbour lived 3 miles down a road that disappeared for weeks at a time once the real cold settled in. She'd been watching the snow for perhaps 20 minutes, though time had that elastic quality it acquired during storms, stretching and contracting according to rhythms that had nothing to do with clocks. The window glass was cold enough that her breath ghosted across it, in patches that faded and reformed with each exhalation, creating temporary maps of moisture that looked almost like something was trying to communicate through the condensation. Though of course, that was just her mind doing what minds do in isolation, finding patterns where none existed. The firewood was running lower than she'd anticipated. She'd counted the split logs that morning, stacked against the north wall of the cabin in careful rows that represented her calculations about how long the winter would last, how cold it would get, how many hours of burning would be required to keep the small space habitable. The mathematics of survival in a place like this were precise and unforgiving, admitting no miscalculation, no optimistic rounding of figures. Yet when she counted again, after the snow had been falling for several hours, the stack seemed to have diminished more than it should have, as if each log was burning faster than wood had any right to burn, consuming itself with an efficiency that defied the physical properties she understood fire to possess. The cabin had belonged to her grandfather, one of those men who'd understood remoteness not as isolation, but as a kind of careful insulation from the world's various demands and complications. He'd built it himself over the course of 2 summers in the 1960s, hauling materials up the logging road that still existed then, before the company pulled out and the forest began its patient work of reclaiming what civilization had briefly borrowed. Sarah had inherited it along with his journals, his tool collection, and his apparently genetic preference for spaces where human voices were rare enough to seem remarkable when they occurred. She'd come here in October, telling her friends in Portland that she needed time to work on her novel, though the truth was simpler and more difficult to articulate. She'd needed to be somewhere that didn't contain the accumulated weight of her previous life, the apartment where she and Michael had lived before the accident, the streets where she might encounter people who would offer condolences with that particular tone that combined sympathy with relief that tragedy had visited someone else's house rather than their own. Grief, she'd discovered, was something you couldn't outrun, but you could at least choose the landscape through which it pursued you. The winter had arrived early and stayed late, which the old-timers in the village 12 miles south had mentioned with the kind of knowing satisfaction that suggested they'd predicted exactly this outcome, that they understood winter's rhythms in ways that weather services and meteorological instruments could never capture. She'd driven down once in November to resupply, her truck handling the deteriorating road with the grudging competence of machinery built before computers told engines how to think, and the man at the general store had looked at her purchases, flour, salt, coffee, lamp oil, batteries, with an expression that might have been approval or might have been something else entirely. "You planning to winter up there alone?" he'd asked, not exactly disapproving but definitely interested in her answer, as if it might reveal something important about her character or her understanding of what winter meant in this particular region. "That's the idea," she'd said, and he'd nodded slowly, the kind of nod that contained reservations he wasn't going to voice directly. "Keep your woodpile covered," he'd said instead. "And if the radio starts acting funny, don't ignore it. Weather can turn mean up there, mean enough that you'll want warning before it arrives." She'd thanked him and driven back up the deteriorating road, her truck's tyres finding purchase in the frozen ruts, and she'd thought about his comment about the radio, how it contained implications he hadn't bothered to unpack, as if the proper response to those implications should have been self-evident to anyone with the sense to survive a mountain winter alone. The radio sat on the kitchen counter now, a battered transistor model that her grandfather had probably owned since before she was born, its antenna held in place with electrical tape, and what looked like part of a coat hanger. It received 3 stations on good days, their signals arriving intermittently, interrupted by the topography and the weather, and the general unwillingness of electromagnetic radiation to travel reliably through dense forest and steep valleys. Mostly she kept it off, preferring the cabin's natural silence to the intrusion of distant voices discussing events that felt increasingly irrelevant to her current existence. But tonight, with the snow falling and the firewood diminishing, and the silence pressing against the windows with unusual weight, she'd turned it on, adjusting the dial until she found something that resembled music, a country station broadcasting from somewhere in the valley, the singer's voice warped by static into something that sounded less like entertainment and more like a message being delivered through some degraded medium that hadn't quite failed but hadn't quite succeeded either. The music had played for perhaps an hour, interrupted occasionally by advertisements for farm equipment and local businesses, the kind of regional commerce that reminded you how far you were from places where people worried about stock markets and international news. Then, sometime after full dark, the music had stopped mid-song, replaced by a hiss that seemed to contain structure, as if something was trying to speak through the static but couldn't quite organise the noise into language. Sarah had stood at the counter, her hand hovering over the dial, listening to the hiss resolve itself into something that might have been her name, though it was difficult to be certain. The static had a way of suggesting patterns, encouraging the ear to hear what it expected rather than what was actually present. She'd turned the radio off and stood in the restored silence, telling herself that isolation played tricks on perception, that the mind constructed meaning from randomness when it lacked sufficient external stimulation. That's when she'd noticed the boot rack by the door, the simple wooden structure her grandfather had built to hold winter footwear, keeping the melting snow and ice away from the cabin's interior. She owned 2 pairs of boots suitable for the conditions here, heavy insulated things that transformed walking into an act of deliberate effort, each step requiring conscious commitment. Both pairs sat in their customary positions, but between them, on the slats of the rack, were patches of moisture that suggested other boots had recently occupied that space, their heat and dampness leaving evidence that was already beginning to fade into the dry cabin air. She approached the rack slowly, her sock feet silent on the plank floor, and studied the moisture patterns with the kind of attention you give to things that shouldn't exist. The shapes were definitely boot-sized, with clear indications of heel and toe, but the proportions were wrong somehow, slightly elongated, as if whoever had worn them possessed feet that were almost but not quite human in their dimensions. The moisture was still fresh enough that when she touched it, her finger came away damp and very cold, colder than melted snow should have been after sitting inside for even a few minutes. She checked the door, locked, the deadbolt thrown, the chain engaged. The windows were secured, their latches in place, frost beginning to pattern the glass in fern-like formations that grew more elaborate as she watched. There was no way someone could have entered and removed their boots and departed without leaving more substantial evidence. without making sounds that would have alerted her, without disturbing the cabin's carefully maintained equilibrium of heat and stillness. Unless they hadn't entered at all, unless the boots had been worn by something that didn't require conventional means of passage, something that could manifest its presence without necessarily occupying space in the ways that normal matter occupied space. The thought arrived with the kind of clarity that suggested it had been waiting at the edges of her consciousness, patient and inevitable, and she pushed it away with the same mental force she'd been using to push away grief, refusing to give it space to expand into something that might overwhelm her capacity for rational thought. She needed to check the woodpile, needed to understand why the fire was consuming fuel at such an improbable rate. She pulled on her boots, her actual boots, still damp from her afternoon trip to the shed, and wrapped herself in the heavy coat that smelled of wood smoke and cold storage. The door resisted when she tried to open it, not locked, but somehow stuck, as if the frame had warped slightly, and when it finally yielded, it did so with a sound like something yielding under pressure it hadn't been designed to withstand. The cold outside was immediate and absolute, the kind of cold that felt less like temperature and more like presence, something that wanted to touch every exposed surface, to find its way inside your clothing and make direct contact with skin. Her breath emerged in clouds that seemed to hang in the still air longer than physics suggested they should, as if the cold was so complete that even her exhalations were reluctant to disperse into it. The snow was still falling, those fine crystals that accumulated slowly but persistently, building depth through sheer patience rather than dramatic accumulation. Her footprints from the afternoon were still visible, leading from the cabin door across the small clearing to the woodshed, a distance of perhaps 30 feet that felt much longer in the dark with only the cabin's windows casting weak light across the white expanse. But there were other prints now, overlaying hers, matching them step for step but somehow deeper, as if whatever had made them weighed more than she did, or pressed into the snow with more deliberate force. The stride length was identical to her own, the spacing perfect, but the prints themselves were wrong in the same way the moisture on the boot rack had been wrong, slightly elongated, the heel impression darker and more defined than seemed natural. Sarah stood on the porch, her hand on the doorframe, studying the doubled trail with the kind of focused attention that precluded thought, that operated on pure observation without interpretation. The prints led to the woodshed and returned just as hers had, but the returning prints were different, heavier on one side, as if whatever had made them was carrying something, bearing additional weight that caused one foot to sink deeper into the snow than the other. She should go back inside, lock the door, wait for daylight. These were the practical thoughts, the sensible responses to a situation that defied sensible explanation. Instead, she stepped off the porch, placing her feet carefully in her own earlier prints, feeling how they'd been changed by the weight that had followed them, compressed into something that resembled her trail but contained additional depth, additional pressure. The woodshed door was open, just slightly, enough to admit wind and snow and whatever else might be interested in entering. She was certain she'd closed it properly that afternoon, had pulled it shut against its warped frame, and dropped the simple wooden latch that kept it secured. The latch was up now, lying against the door's exterior as if someone had carefully lifted it rather than forcing entry. Inside, the neatly stacked wood that represented her calculations about winter survival had been disturbed. Not stolen, the volume looked approximately correct, but rearranged, as if someone had removed pieces and replaced them in slightly different positions, destroying the careful architecture she'd imposed on the stack. Some of the logs felt colder than they should have, cold enough that touching them stung her palm even through her gloves, as if they'd been somewhere much colder than the shed, somewhere that winter existed in a more concentrated form. She lifted one of the coldest logs, examining it in the dim light that filtered through the shed's single window. The wood was covered in a fine frost that shouldn't have been there, crystalline patterns that seemed to form shapes if you looked at them with sufficient attention, though the shapes dissolved into randomness when you tried to focus on them directly. The bark felt wrong under her gloves, simultaneously brittle and somehow soft, as if the wood had been partially transformed into something that resembled wood, but wasn't quite the same substance anymore. Sarah replaced the log carefully, maintaining the stack's precarious stability, and backed out of the shed into the falling snow. The prints she'd followed here continued past the shed's door, leading deeper into the trees, though her own prints stopped at the entrance. Whatever had walked in her footsteps had then continued on its own trajectory, carrying its weight into the forest where the darkness was absolute, and the snow fell through branches that creaked under accumulating ice. She should not follow those prints. Every survival instinct she possessed, every piece of practical knowledge her grandfather had tried to impart during her childhood visits, insisted that you did not venture into unfamiliar forest at night during a snowstorm, that you maintained your position in known space and waited for conditions to improve. Yet the prints pulled at her attention with the same insistence that grief pulled at memory, demanding acknowledgement, refusing to be ignored through simple willpower. The trail led perhaps 50 yards into the trees before it stopped. Not gradually, not with the kind of natural termination you'd expect if someone had simply turned around and retraced their steps, but abruptly, as if whatever had been making the prints had simply ceased to exist in the middle of a stride. The final print was partial, showing only the front half of a boot impression, the heel section simply absent, unfinished, as if the foot had begun to dissolve before completing its step. Sarah stood at the trail's end, her flashlight beam cutting through the falling snow, illuminating nothing but trees and darkness and the white descent that continued with patient indifference to her confusion. The silence here was different from the cabin's silence, heavier somehow, as if the forest was actively absorbing sound rather than simply failing to produce it. Her breathing seemed too loud, her heartbeat too pronounced, as if these biological functions were violations of some protocol the darkness expected her to observe. When she turned to return to the cabin, she saw them. Other prints, dozens of them, hundreds perhaps, appearing between the trees in every direction. They emerged from the darkness beyond her flashlight's reach, converging on her position from multiple angles, all of them matching her stride length, all of them bearing that same wrong elongation, that same suggestion of weight that shouldn't exist. The snow around her had become a record of movement that couldn't have occurred, a documented impossibility that her eyes insisted was real, even as her mind rejected the evidence. She ran. There was no dignity in it, no measured retreat or strategic withdrawal, just the pure animal response of fleeing from something that violated fundamental assumptions about how the world operated. Her boots found the original trail through instinct rather than conscious navigation, following her earlier path back toward the cabin, whose windows now seemed impossibly distant, their light weak and uncertain against the pressing dark. Behind her she heard it, a sound like wind through frozen branches, but organised, purposeful, shaped into something that resembled breathing but contained harmonics that breathing shouldn't possess. It moved through the trees parallel to her flight, matching her pace without apparent effort, and beneath the wind-breathing sound came something else, a voice that used her own cadence, her own inflection, speaking words she couldn't quite distinguish, but recognised as her own speech, patterns borrowed and distorted. The cabin door was still open, spilling heat into the cold, and she threw herself through it with enough force that she stumbled, catching herself against the kitchen counter, spinning to slam the door shut and throw both locks and press her weight against the wood, as if her body could reinforce what metal and timber could not. Through the window beside the door she could see her trail, see how it led directly to the threshold, and see how other trails converged on that same point, dozens of them, all terminating at the porch steps. For a long moment nothing happened. The wind continued its work, the snow continued falling, and Sarah stood with her back against the door, her breathing gradually slowing from panic to something approaching normal rhythm. Perhaps she'd imagined it. Perhaps isolation and grief and too many nights alone had combined to produce a hallucination, a waking dream that felt real, but possessed no objective existence outside her own compromised perception. Then came the knock. Not loud, not aggressive, just a simple polite knock, the kind a neighbour might use when visiting, announcing their presence without demanding immediate response. It came again, 3 measured impacts that communicated patience and certainty, and with it came her own voice, speaking from just beyond the door, flat and wind-burned exactly as her voice sounded after hours in the cold. "Open up," the voice said, using her words, her tone, her particular way of pronouncing the vowels. "You're freezing out here." Sarah's hand moved toward the deadbolt before she could stop it, responding to the familiar voice with automatic compliance, the same way you might answer a ringing phone or turn toward your name being called. She caught herself with the bolt halfway released and held there, trapped between the impulse to respond to what sounded like herself and the knowledge that she was inside, warm, that whatever stood beyond the door was using her voice without her permission. "I know you're in there," the voice continued, and now she could hear the slight wrongness in it, the way it emphasized syllables with fractional errors, like an actor who'd learned lines phonetically without quite understanding their meaning. "I walked all the way back from the shed. My feet are numb. Please, Sarah, open the door." The use of her name was what convinced her, finally and completely, that something was catastrophically wrong. She hadn't spoken her own name aloud in weeks, not since she'd been to the village for supplies, not since there'd been another human being present to require that kind of identifier. Whatever stood outside had learned her voice, her speech patterns, but it had made an error in deploying them, had used her name in a context where she would never use it herself. She backed away from the door, her hands shaking now that the adrenaline was beginning to ebb, and moved to the window, carefully pulling aside the curtain just enough to see the porch. The snow was falling more heavily now, large flakes that accumulated quickly, but through it she could make out a shape standing at the door, tall and impossibly thin, its proportions wrong in ways that hurt to look at directly. The limbs were too long, the joints positioned slightly wrong, as if someone had tried to construct a human figure from memory without having clear reference material. The extremities, fingers, the suggestion of feet, were dark, frostbite black against the white surroundings, and the torso possessed a narrowness that suggested starvation pushed beyond any survivable limit. But it was the face that made Sarah drop the curtain and step back, her stomach lurching with a revulsion that was partly physical and partly something deeper, a spiritual rejection of what she'd seen. The face was mostly white, mostly breath and vapour, with features that appeared and disappeared as the wind shifted, but when they stabilized into visibility, they were her features, arranged in an approximation of her face that was perfect enough to be recognizable and imperfect enough to be monstrous. The eyes were the worst part. Two pale glints that might have been actual eyes, or might have been something else that had learned what eyes were supposed to look like and was doing its best impression. "Sarah," it called again, and the voice had dropped its pretense of normalcy, had allowed something else to bleed through. A quality that was neither male nor female, neither human nor animal, but something that existed in the spaces between those categories. "You know what I need. Just a name. Give me a name and this becomes so much easier." She didn't respond. Couldn't respond. Her throat had closed around any possible words, and her mind was racing through everything she'd ever heard about winter in this region, every story her grandfather had half told before changing the subject, every warning the man at the general store had delivered in that careful, indirect way. There had been stories, she realised now. Stories she'd dismissed as folklore, colourful regional mythology designed to make tourists feel they were experiencing something authentically remote and dangerous. Stories about the Wendigo, about hunger that learned your shape, about winter taking human form and asking to be fed. Her grandfather had mentioned it once, she remembered now, during one of her childhood visits, before he had been stopped by her grandmother's sharp look and the conversation had been redirected towards safer topics. He'd said something about keeping names close in winter, about how words had power in the deep cold, how you didn't speak the names of people you loved when you were alone because there were things that listened, things that collected names the way you might collect currency, spending them on purposes you wouldn't want to imagine. The scratching started then, a sound like branches dragging across wood, except it was coming from multiple points on the cabin's exterior simultaneously, as if whatever stood outside had grown additional limbs or had called companions to assist in its work. Sarah could hear it circling the cabin, testing windows, probing at the places where the logs met, searching for any gap large enough to admit passage. The fire in the stove was dying, she realised, the flames guttering lower despite having added wood less than an hour ago. The cold was finding its way inside through means she couldn't identify, creating patches of frost on the interior walls, making the air itself feel dense and resistant to breathing. The temperature was dropping with impossible speed, as if the cabin's insulation had simply ceased to function, as if the walls were becoming porous to winter's advance. She moved to the stove and opened its door, intending to add more wood, but stopped when she saw what the flames had revealed. Among the burning logs was something that shouldn't have been there. a shape that looked almost like a hand. Fingers curled in the heat, except it wasn't burning the way wood burned, wasn't being consumed so much as being transformed, turning from solid matter into something that resembled smoke but possessed more substance, more intentionality. Sarah slammed the stove door shut and stumbled backward, nearly falling over the chair she'd positioned by the window that afternoon, back when the world had still made sense, when the most pressing concern had been whether she had sufficient supplies to last until spring. The radio on the counter buzzed to life without her touching it, its speakers crackling with the same structured static she'd heard earlier, except now the static had organised itself into something closer to language, repeating her name with various inflections, trying out different emotional colourings: curiosity, anger, hunger, something that might have been affection if you didn't listen too carefully. The thing outside had stopped its circling. Through the gaps around the doorframe she could see its shadow, elongated and wrong, blocking the weak light from the snow-covered clearing. It was speaking again, but now it was using other voices, voices she recognised, her mother, her sister, Michael's voice asking why she'd left him alone on the road that night, why she hadn't seen the ice, hadn't prevented what couldn't have been prevented. Each voice was perfect in its replication, capturing every nuance and characteristic, and each one asked the same essential question: just give me a name, just tell me who you miss, who you love, who you'd give anything to see again. She remembered what her grandfather had said, the fragment of instruction before he'd been stopped. Something about embers and counting, about speaking place names instead of people names, about how truth was binding in ways that lies could never be. She moved to the stove, her hands shaking but steady enough to complete the necessary tasks. Inside was a coffee tin, old and dented, that her grandfather had kept for reasons she'd never understood until now. She lifted it carefully and placed it beside the stove, then used the iron poker to fish out several of the brightest coals, embers that glowed with heat that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than simple combustion. The coals went into the tin, which she carried toward the door, feeling their warmth penetrate the metal and reach her palms. The deadbolt resisted when she tried to release it, as if the cold had already begun to seize the mechanism, but she forced it with determination that surprised her, pulling the door open just wide enough to create a space between inside and outside, between warmth and cold, between what she was and what waited to consume her. The thing stood on the porch, close enough to touch if she'd been foolish enough to extend her hand. This close, she could see how it had assembled itself from winter and hunger, and the shape it had learned from watching her, from studying her movements through the trees, from analysing her footprints and the cadence of her speech. It tilted its head at an angle that would have snapped a human neck, and those pale glints that might have been eyes fixed on her with an attention that felt like weight, like pressure, like gravity operating in directions it shouldn't. "Finally," it said, using her voice again, but making no effort now to hide the wrongness underneath. "A name, Sarah, that's all. Just give me one name and you can close the door. You can be warm again. You can sleep. Don't you want to sleep?" She did want to sleep, wanted it with a desperation that made her bones ache, but she understood now that sleep was another kind of surrender, another way of giving this thing permission to continue its work. Instead, she held the tin of embers forward, letting their heat create a boundary between herself and what waited, and began to speak. She counted her steps backward, from where she stood to where she'd started, naming each landmark with the precision of ritual: threshold, porch board, step, clearing edge, trail marker, split in the path where ice accumulated, the depression where spring water collected, the birch stump her grandfather had used as a cutting surface, the place where the road curved and you could first see the cabin's roof. Each name was a fact, a true thing, and with each naming she felt the thing recoil slightly, as if truth itself was caustic to whatever it was made of. When she'd traced her path completely, mapped every step from road to door in words that carried no human name, no person it could pursue, she spoke her own hunger into the cold. She named her loneliness, the grief that had driven her to this remote place, the terror that had awakened when she'd seen Michael's car twisted around the tree, the desperate hunger for someone to tell her it wasn't her fault, that there was nothing she could have done. She gave these feelings names, made them concrete and speakable, offered them to the cold as sustenance. The thing leaned toward the ember glow drawn by the heat or by the honesty or by something else entirely. When it became clear she would offer no human names, no souls for it to pursue and consume, it seemed to collapse slightly, its impossible height diminishing, its borrowed features losing cohesion. It reached for the tin she'd placed at the threshold's edge, where the warmth ended and the cold began, and she saw its hand pass through the rising heat, saw how the warmth caused it pain or something like pain, saw how it could not cross that boundary without surrendering something essential. It took what she'd offered, the steam from its proximity to heat, the named hungers, the acknowledged loneliness, and as it consumed these things it became thinner, more translucent, less substantial. When it finally withdrew from the porch, backing into the falling snow, it left no footprints, cast no shadow, made no sound except a whisper that might have been her name or might have been wind through frozen branches. Sarah closed the door carefully, as if sudden movement might summon it back, and threw both locks with fingers that had gone numb despite the cabin's restored warmth. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The burlap arrived on December the 5th, 3 hours before sunset, positioned with such precise deliberation on the threshold that Mara Kessler knew immediately it had not been placed there by any living hand. The fabric was coarse woven, the colour of old blood mixed with chimney smoke, and when she first saw it through the kitchen window while kneading dough, her hands froze mid-motion, flour dusting her knuckles like the first snow falling across the slate roofs of St. Leonhard. The village clung to the lower slopes of the Dachstein range with the stubborn permanence of lichen on stone, its cobbled lanes narrow enough that neighbours could pass bread from window to window without stepping outside. Here, where the forest pressed close and the old language still flavoured every conversation, certain observances persisted not from nostalgia, but from the recognition that some debts required regular acknowledgement, some accounts demanded annual settlement. The sack was perhaps 3 feet tall when positioned upright, bound at its neck with a knot so complex it seemed to contain more rope than should have been physically possible. The fabric pulsed with a rhythm that matched no heartbeat Mara had ever felt, a slow expansion and contraction that suggested something breathing inside, though the sack remained stubbornly flat. What made her abandon the dough and move closer to the window was the sound that emerged when the wind shifted. Her name, spoken in a voice that was not quite a voice, more the suggestion of speech formed by fabric sliding against itself. Mara Kessler, it whispered, carrying the particular inflection her dead grandmother had used. Mara Kessler, who took the flour meant for charity and told the priest it must have been the mice. The accusation hung in the kitchen air like smoke that wouldn't disperse. The theft had occurred 3 months earlier during preparation for the harvest festival. 2 cups of fine white flour, the expensive kind milled from wheat, had seemed like such a small theft. She had told herself it was borrowing, that she would replace it when things improved. The lie to Father Bergman had come easily. The widow Müller went without bread 3 days that week. Her grandson's cough worsened. 2 cups of flour, the sack continued, its voice carrying through the solid door as if the barrier were no more substantial than cobweb. 8 pfennigs worth, such small consequences, such tidy excuses. Mara's younger brothers, Franz and Jakob, were upstairs in the sleeping loft, their muffled laughter drifting down. Her parents wouldn't return until after nightfall. The responsibility of keeping the house in order during Krampusnacht fell to her as the eldest, a duty she had assumed with the confidence of someone who understood the rules and believed she had nothing to fear. That confidence was evaporating like breath on cold glass. The village traditions around Krampusnacht were specific. Sweep the threshold outward, hang the birch broom with bristles pointing up, leave shoes on the windowsill for St. Nicholas, and beside them, straw and hard bread for whatever followed in the saint's shadow. Most importantly, ignore any bells that rang before midnight, any voices that called from the darkness. Mara had completed all the prescribed actions that morning with mechanical thoroughness. The protections should have been sufficient. But the sack knew her name. More than that, it knew her sin, the specific contours of her guilt, which suggested that the old protections might shield the innocent, but did nothing for those who carried debts unpaid. The whisper intensified. Mara Kessler, who carries 9 small guilts like coins in a pocket. The flour was first. The unkind words about Anna Schiller's mother were second. The broken cup blamed on the cat was third. Shall I continue? I have them all counted. I have them all stitched in red thread on my lining. She wanted to argue, to defend herself. Yes, she had taken the flower, but her family had needed it. Yes, she had repeated gossip, but everyone knew the truth of it. Yes, she had blamed the cat because Jakob was too young to understand consequences. These were not crimes deserving of supernatural attention. These were the ordinary compromises of ordinary life. But even as she formed these justifications, she could feel their inadequacy. The excuses were exactly that. Excuses. The magnitude of each individual act might be small, but accumulated weight was its own magnitude. The sound of small feet on the ladder announced her brother's descent. Franz came first, 8 years old and sturdy, followed by Jakob, barely 6. They tumbled into the kitchen with elastic energy. "Is it time for St. Nicholas?" Franz asked, checking his shoes at the window. Jakob pressed against Mara's side. "There's something outside," he said quietly. "Something that smells like old clothes from the attic. Something with bells that sound wrong." Before Mara could respond, the whisper changed, no longer addressing her. "Franz Kessler," it said, and the voice had shifted somehow, become warmer, taken on the particular soothing quality of a mother's lullaby. Franz Kessler, who is tired of being good. Franz Kessler, who wants to sleep somewhere warm and soft where no one asks for chores or lessons. Franz's eyes went distant, unfocused. He took a step toward the door, then another, his movements acquiring the fluid inevitability of sleepwalking. Jakob, sensing something wrong, whimpered and burrowed deeper against Mara's side. "Franz, no!" Mara intercepted her brother, placing herself between the boy and the door. "You don't go to the door on Krampusnacht. That's the rule." But Franz was looking through her now, his face showing a slack contentment more frightening than any visible distress. "The sack is warm," he said dreamily. "The sack says I can sleep there and never have to worry about being good enough." The whisper intensified, multiple voices braiding together. Jakob Kessler, who's afraid of the dark and the cold. Jakob Kessler, who wants someone bigger to carry all the heavy things, come to the door. Both boys began walking, their steps synchronized, drawn by promises of comfort and protection. Mara understood with perfect clarity that if they reached the door, if they gave permission through action, she would lose them to something that existed far beyond the boundaries of costume village tradition. Her mind raced through fragments of folklore. Krampus came for the wicked children, but the definition of wickedness was broader than simple disobedience. It encompassed debt unpaid, guilt unconfessed, weight unacknowledged. The sack carried those who wouldn't carry their own burdens. And she had done exactly that, had taken and lied and allowed others to suffer because it was easier than accepting responsibility, had accumulated 9 specific guilts and believed that silence was the same as absolution. But the sack remembered, and now it wanted payment, deciding that payment could be extracted from her brothers, innocent vessels who would serve as adequate compensation for her refusal to settle her own accounts. Mara grabbed the string of bells that hung by the door, decorative pieces from last Christmas. With movements made clumsy by urgency, she flipped each bell upside down, inverting their natural orientation, then threaded them onto a cord and looped it around the door handle. The old women had mentioned this once. Backward bells, silence tempting words, disrupted the whisper's hold. The moment the inverted bells touched wood, the whisper stuttered, fragmented, lost its honeyed coherence. The spell holding her brothers wavered. Franz blinked, shook his head as if waking. "Mara!" "What? Why am I standing here?" Jakob was crying silently, and Mara gathered both boys into her arms, pulling them back toward the hearth. The backward bells had bought them time, but not safety. The reprieve was temporary. The temperature dropped noticeably despite the fire. Frost began forming on the inside of the window glass, patterns that looked like reaching fingers. The whisper subsided to a low rustling, gathering itself for another attempt. She needed to do something more. Her eyes fell on the cooling racks where the morning's baking still sat. Star bread, her grandmother had called it, shaped with 6 points and flavoured with orange peel and cloves, meant to commemorate the light that guided the wise men. The memory surfaced with Revelation's force, gifts for St. Nicholas, offerings made with genuine intention. The old compact worked both ways. Krampus punished the guilty, but St. Nicholas rewarded the generous, and his presence constrained his shadow companion. Mara settled her brothers by the hearth, then turned to the oven and began feeding it wood, bringing the temperature up for quick baking. Her hands moved with practiced efficiency, mixing flour and yeast and the precious orange peel she'd been saving for Christmas, shaping the dough into six-pointed stars while whispering half-remembered prayers. Outside, the sounds intensified, chains dragged closer, accompanied by the heavy tread of something large moving through the village lanes. Bells rang with deep tones that shook the windows. Voices rose in chanting that used words she didn't recognize but understood at some level beneath language. The star bread baked quickly, its surface turning golden and releasing fragrance that fought against the increasingly oppressive atmosphere. Cloven orange, yeast and honey, the smell of celebration and gratitude. When she pulled the loaves out, they were perfect. She placed them on the threshold, opening the door just wide enough to slide the still-warm bread outside without looking directly at what waited. The sack was larger now, she noticed peripherally, swollen with something that made its fabric bulge unnaturally. The knot at its top writhed like a nest of snakes. But when the fragrance reached whatever waited in the darkness, the keening faltered, changed, became something that might have been frustration at being confronted with something that disrupted the expected pattern. A voice spoke then, not through fabric but directly, carried on breath that steamed like forge smoke. An offering, traditional, well made. The words were measured, formal. The gift slows the chain. The gift acknowledges the compact, but the gift does not settle accounts long overdue. She forced herself to look. He was impossibly tall, with legs that bent backward at the knee like a goat's, covered in fur that existed only in the absence of light. His torso was massive, wrapped in a coat of unidentifiable pelts. His head was mostly man, but with horns curving back from the temples, and eyes that reflected firelight with the flat, assessing quality of a predator. In one hand, he held birch switches bound with leather straps and stained dark with use across uncountable years. In the other, he held the chain running from his grip to a collar around the sack's neck, because the sack had neck, had a form that suggested something once human warped by long service into a shape designed for carrying. Krampus regarded her with those terrible patient eyes. This was not a man in costume. This was something older, something that had been making its rounds through these mountains since before the first settlers built their churches. This was the accountant of unpaid debts, the collector of unconsidered consequences. Mara Kessler. He spoke her name as fact. 9 small guilts, each one carried instead of confessed, each one growing heavier with avoidance, denser with excuse. He tapped the switches against the threshold, each impact producing a sharp crack. 9 strikes for 9 guilts, but the law allows substitution. The guilty may offer penance directly, may carry their weight visibly, or ... The sack beside him swelled larger, eager, or the weight may be transferred to others less defended. The implications were clear. She could accept the switches, endure 9 strikes that would be genuine punishment, leaving marks both visible and otherwise, or the sack would take her brothers, would carry them away to wherever it took the children of the guilty. I'll take the switches. The words came steadier than she felt. 9 strikes for 9 guilts, but my brothers are innocent of my failures. The figure inclined his horned head. Spoken with understanding. But understanding alone does not satisfy full accounting. The switches acknowledge debt. True payment requires confession and service. He gestured toward the sack. Name each guilt aloud. Speak the specific harm caused by each small sin, and bind yourself to a year's penance, work performed without expectation of reward, kindness given without hope of recognition. Mara's throat felt tight. Confessing to the priest in privacy was one thing. Speaking her failures aloud to this entity, with her brothers listening, with the night listening, that was something else entirely. But the sack was watching, and Krampus was waiting, and her brothers were small and warm and trusting behind her. I stole 2 cups of flour meant for the church poor box. Each syllable required effort, as if she were lifting stones. I told Father Bergman it must have been mice when I knew exactly where the flour had gone. The widow Mueller and her grandson went without bread that week because of my theft, and the boy's cough worsened in ways that might have been prevented by proper nutrition. The air shivered, and one of the switches in Krampus's bundle drooped slightly, the sack deflated by a barely noticeable degree. I repeated gossip about Anna Schiller's mother knowing it would spread and make their family's situation worse. I called it concern, but it was cruelty disguised as caring. Another switch drooped. The sack grew smaller still. Speaking the words was like releasing pressure from a wound, painful but necessary. She continued through the remaining 7 guilts, each confession specific and particular, naming the harm caused rather than hiding behind generalizations. The broken cup blamed on the cat, the unkind comment about the Brunner boy's stutter, the promise to help her mother that she'd broken without explanation. Small things, each one, but accumulated they formed a portrait of someone trading away pieces of integrity for minor conveniences. By the time she finished, she was crying. Not from shame exactly, but from recognition of patterns she'd been refusing to see. The switches had all drooped, and the sack had shrunk to perhaps a quarter of its previous size. The confession acknowledges debt. Krampus's voice had lost some of its edge. Now bind yourself to service that makes restitution visible. He produced from his coat a belt woven from birch withes, supple but sturdy. Wear this for a year. Let it remind you of weight carried, and perform the work that your failures required of others. Mara took the belt with trembling hands, fastening it around her waist. It fit perfectly, as if made for her specifically. The birch withers were smooth against her skin, neither painful nor particularly uncomfortable, but impossible to ignore. One task remains. Krampus gestured toward the sack. Carry it to the linden in the village square. The weight you would not carry must be physically borne. When Mara bent to lift the sack, she understood immediately why this final task was necessary. The cloth was warm under her hands, almost feverishly hot, and the moment she made contact, the whisper resumed, reciting every small failure of character she'd ever committed, every unkind thought, every moment of cowardice or selfishness she'd managed to forget or excuse. The weight was both physical and otherwise. The sack was heavy in a way that had nothing to do with its actual mass, pulling at her arms and shoulders with gravity that increased with each step. By the time she reached the kitchen door, her muscles were trembling. By the time she descended to the lane, she was gasping. And all the while, the whisper continued its inventory. The village square was perhaps 200 yards away, a distance she could normally walk in less than 2 minutes. Carrying the sack, it became an epic journey, each step requiring concentration and will. The streets were empty, but she could feel eyes watching from darkened windows, the entire village bearing witness to her penance. Krampus walked beside her, not helping but not hindering, his goat legs carrying him with fluid ease while she stumbled and strained. When she finally reached the linden tree, ancient and massive in the centre of the square, she was weeping from effort and emotion in equal measure. The tree rose above her, its bare branches reaching toward a sky that held more stars than seemed possible. She could see even in darkness the red threads decorating its lower branches, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, each one representing a debt paid, a confession made, an account settled. This was where the village kept its records, each thread a testament to the understanding that moral weight required acknowledgement. Krampus looped his chain through a high branch and hoisted the sack upward with casual strength. The sack hung suspended, still breathing, but slower now. From his coat he withdrew a small knife with a blade that looked like it had been forged from bone or horn or some material predating human metallurgy. With precise movements he cut a single thread from the sack's seam, a strand of red so dark it was nearly black, and tied it around Mara's belt of birch withes. The thread was warm against her skin, almost alive. Reminder, not leash, Krampus said. Something that might have been gentleness filtering through ancient authority. The thread burns when falsehood forms on your tongue. It tightens when excuse shapes itself in your mind. It lightens when service is given without expectation. By next Krampusnacht, it will fall away on its own, or it will have woven itself so deeply into your flesh that removal would require something more surgical than I am authorized to provide. The year ahead would be a test. The thread would know. The thread would remember. Krampus turned to leave, his massive form moving with surprising grace. But he paused at the edge of the square. Your brothers sleep peacefully now, untouched by what could have claimed them. Your shoes will be filled by mourning with St. Nicholas's gifts, but understand that next year the village will watch you differently. They will note whether you bake bread for those who went without. They will observe whether kindness replaces gossip. They will witness whether the weight you carried visibly tonight becomes weight you carry invisibly in your character. Then he was gone, and the sound of chains and bells faded into the general music of Krampusnacht, making its rounds through other lanes where other accountings were being settled. Mara stood alone beneath the linden tree, watching the sack sway, noticing how the red threads on the lower branches seemed to glow, faintly like embers refusing to fully extinguish. Her arms ached. The belt sat snug around her waist, impossible to ignore, and the thread from the sack's seam pulsed against her skin with a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. She walked back to her house slowly, her mind strangely clear, as if confession had scoured away some accumulation clouding her perception. Her brothers were exactly where she had left them, sleeping with the profound unconsciousness of children who had been protected from understanding how close danger had come. She checked their shoes and found them filled as promised. Nuts and dried apples, small carved toys, marzipan shaped like stars. St. Nicholas had made his rounds while she'd been carrying her penance, honouring the traditional side of the compact even as his shadow companion collected debts. In her own small room, Mara changed into a nightdress but left the belt in place. Removing it seemed wrong, a violation of the compact she'd agreed to. She lay in darkness, feeling the unfamiliar pressure around her waist, the subtle warmth of the red thread, and found that exhaustion was pulling her towards sleep. Her last waking thought was recognition of how much easier it would have been if she'd simply confessed the flower theft when it happened, if she'd made restitution immediately instead of allowing guilt to accumulate. The old compact existed not because the community enjoyed its darker traditions, but because human nature required external accountability, some force that could compel the settlement of debts otherwise too easy to defer indefinitely. Morning came grey and cold. Mara woke to her brothers' delighted shouts as they discovered the gifts in their shoes. She rose with movements made stiff by the previous night's exertion, every muscle reminding her of the weight she'd carried. The belt felt lighter in daylight, or perhaps she was simply adjusting. The red thread looked almost delicate, barely noticeable except for the way it caught the light and seemed to pulse with internal warmth. Her parents returned shortly after dawn, and she explained that Krampusnacht had passed quietly. Not entirely a lie, since the settlement had been reached and the household had survived intact. But something had shifted in how Mara perceived her routines. The flour she measured for baking seemed heavier, more consequential. The gossip her mother began to share felt sharp-edged and potentially harmful in ways she'd been willing to ignore when participation had been socially rewarding. She found herself declining to contribute, asking instead whether anyone had checked on the Schillers recently, whether the family might benefit from extra bread or help with chores. Her mother looked at her with surprise that shaded into approval. That day Mara found herself walking through snow with a basket of fresh loaves toward the Schiller house. Anna Schiller answered, her face showing the particular exhaustion that came from caring for a sick parent on inadequate resources. The gratitude in her expression when she saw the bread made Mara's throat tight. This was the face of someone who had been hungry, who had gone without because of Mara's theft. "I should have brought this sooner," Mara said, and the words were true, acknowledging the delay without diminishing the gesture. "I'm sorry it took me so long." "It's kind of you to think of us now," Anna said, eyes red-rimmed. "I'll bring more," Mara heard herself promise. "Twice a week, if that would help. And if there are other things you need, help with washing or mending, please tell me." The promise escaped before she'd fully considered its implications, but the thread at her waist remained cool and comfortable, not tightening or burning. This was the kind of service the compact required. Not grand gestures performed for acclaim, but quiet, consistent help offered regardless of whether anyone beyond the immediate recipients would know. She began waking before dawn to bake extra loaves, bread that she delivered to households where resources were tight. The widow Müller received bread with herbs for respiratory ailments. The Brunner family found loaves on their doorstep with a note apologizing for unkind words. The work was exhausting, adding hours to her days, and initially she felt resentful. But gradually over weeks that lengthened into months, the resentment transformed. Not quite satisfaction, but a kind of rightness, a sense that her days had acquired structure and purpose beyond mere survival. The thread at her waist began to lighten, not visibly, but in some way she could feel, as if the weight of guilt was being transferred into the weight of service. She found herself speaking less carelessly, found that gossip had lost its appeal. She found herself thinking before acting, considering consequences in ways that had previously seemed unnecessarily scrupulous. The village noticed. At first, the attention made her uncomfortable, but gradually she understood that this observation was part of the compact, that her visible penance was meant to be instructive. The old women nodded approvingly. Father Berman smiled with genuine warmth when she confessed the flower theft properly in the church's formal confessional. Children who had seen her struggling with the sack began to imitate her example. By summer, she barely noticed the thread's presence, except during moments when old patterns tried to reassert themselves. The impulse to avoid responsibility, the temptation to speak unkindly. In those moments, the thread would warm slightly, a gentle reminder, and she would pause, reconsider, choose differently. The thread fell away on December 4th, the night before the next Krampusnacht. She felt it loosen while preparing the evening meal, and when she checked, the red strand had simply dissolved, leaving no mark, no scar. The belt of birch withes remained, comfortable now, almost part of her. She understood she could remove it if she chose. The year's penance was complete. But when she tried to unfasten the belt, her hands hesitated. The weight had transformed from punishment into something else, a choice she was making rather than an obligation being imposed. She decided to keep wearing it. It felt right. This visible reminder of accountability, this physical manifestation that character required constant attention. That evening she swept the threshold with particular care, hung the birch broom bristles up, placed her brother's shoes on the sill with traditional offerings beside them. The rituals felt different now, imbued with meaning she'd previously understood only intellectually. She was not performing these actions from fear, but from genuine respect for the old compact, recognition that communities required such shared observances to maintain the moral economy that made collective survival possible. The night of December the 5th arrived cold and clear. Mara sat vigil while her brothers slept, but this time without the paralysis of guilt, without the terror of unpaid debts. She had worked throughout the year to make restitution, had demonstrated through consistent service that the confession extracted by Krampus had been genuine transformation. The sounds came as before, bells and chains, something moving through the village. But this time, when the presents arrived at her threshold, there was no sack, no whispered accusations. Instead, St. Nicholas himself appeared at the window, his red robes bright against darkness, his face showing weathered kindness that came from centuries of witnessing human struggle and celebrating human triumph. "Mara Kessler," he said, his voice carrying warmth that was the precise opposite of the sack's whisper. "Your year was marked by service given freely and consistently. Your brother's shoes will be filled with particular generosity, and next year, should you choose to continue this work, there are others who could benefit from your example." Behind him, barely visible, she glimpsed Krampus watching with those flat eyes. But the horned figure made no move toward her door, carried no switches, led no hungry sack. The accounting had been settled. The debt was paid. In the morning, her brothers found their shoes overflowing with treats far more generous than previous years. The entire village seemed lighter, as if Mara's successful completion of penance had lifted something from the collective atmosphere. Multiple neighbours approached her with quiet requests, help needed here, a burden that could be shared there. That evening, walking past the linden tree, she noticed new red threads on its lower branches. Dozens of them, evidence that her example had encouraged others to settle their own accounts, rather than accumulating guilt until supernatural intervention became necessary. But there was something else as well. Hanging from a higher branch, the sack still swayed slightly in the winter wind, empty now but patient, its fabric breathing with that slow, rhythmic pulse. Waiting for next year, for the inevitable few who would fail to sweep their thresholds or confess their guilts. Waiting to whisper names and list small betrayals and offer the terrible warmth of consequence deferred. Mara understood then that the old compact would never truly end, that the cycle of sin and confession and penance and redemption was as eternal as winter itself. Each year would bring new guilts, new debts, new accountings. The linden tree would continue collecting its red threads. The sack would continue its patient breathing. Krampus would continue his rounds with chains and switches and ancient authority. But she also understood that this was not arbitrary cruelty or supernatural tyranny. It was something more complicated and ultimately more merciful, a mechanism for preventing small sins from accumulating into catastrophic failure. a method for ensuring that individuals confronted their moral weights before those weights crushed them entirely. The fear and ritual and theatrical darkness were tools, carefully refined over centuries, designed to maintain functional moral economy in communities where individual survival depended on collective integrity. Years passed. Franz and Jakob grew into young men who understood Krampusnacht's significance, because they'd seen their sister transform under its accounting. Mara eventually married and had children of her own, teaching them the old observances not as empty ritual, but as practical wisdom, tools for maintaining character that made intervention unnecessary. And every December 5th, she would walk to the linden tree and study the new red threads that had appeared, counting them with satisfaction, noting their increasing number as evidence that the village was learning. The sack still hung from its high branch, still breathed with patient rhythm, still waited with terrible certainty that human nature would always provide enough guilt to justify its existence. Each year it seemed to shrink slightly, to thin a bit more, as if the community's growing understanding was starving it of sustenance. Perhaps, Mara sometimes thought, in some distant future generation, the sack would finally dissolve entirely, would become unnecessary in a village that had internalized its lessons so completely that external enforcement became obsolete. But she doubted it, and more surprisingly, the doubt didn't trouble her. The sack and the switches and the horned figure with his chains were not enemies to be defeated, but necessary partners in the endless work of remaining human in the fullest sense. The old compact endured, and Mara Kessler, who had learned its terms through terror and confession, and a year of penance that had transformed into permanent reformation, taught its wisdom to the next generation with the authority of someone who had survived its accounting. The village prospered, the linden tree collected its threads, and on winter nights when the wind moved through the square with particular intensity, you could still hear it if you listened carefully. The sound of burlap breathing, patient and eternal, waiting for the names it would whisper when conscience failed and guilt accumulated, and the old debts came due once again on the longest night of the year. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The golden tickets were supposed to represent magic, weren't they? That's what everyone believed when the newspapers first broke the story, when television crews descended on candy shops worldwide, when children tore through chocolate bars with trembling fingers and parents spent their rent money on one more chance, just one more. 5 golden tickets hidden among billions of ordinary Wonka bars, 5 opportunities to step inside the most magnificent chocolate factory the world had ever known, to meet the reclusive genius himself, Willy Wonka, who hadn't been seen in public for decades. The frenzy was global, unprecedented, beautiful in its innocence. Except it wasn't innocent at all, and those who understood probability, who worked with numbers and statistics and cold mathematical reality, they knew something was wrong from the very beginning. 5 tickets among billions of bars. The odds weren't just astronomical, they were impossible, unless someone was controlling the distribution with surgical precision, unless the randomness was an illusion, unless the entire contest was designed not to discover winners, but to select very specific children for very specific purposes. Augustus Gloop found his ticket in Germany, a boy whose appetite had consumed his entire personality, whose every waking moment revolved around the next meal, the next chocolate bar, the next indulgence. The news footage showed him eating even as he was interviewed, chocolate smeared across his face like war paint, his eyes glazed with the stupor of constant consumption. Veruca Salt's ticket came through her father's wallet, through the purchasing power of wealth so vast it could command an entire factory of workers to unwrap candy bars until the golden prize emerged, because for families like the Salts, everything had a price, and everything could be obtained. Violet Beauregard chewed her way to victory, a champion of competitive gum chewing whose every achievement existed only to be broadcast, whose identity was constructed entirely from external validation and the desperate need to be first, to be best, to be seen. Mike TV's ticket seemed almost prophetic, found by a boy who lived inside screens, who understood the world only through the mediated flicker of television programming, who had replaced human interaction with electronic simulation. And then there was Charlie Bucket, the poor boy from the edge of town, living in a shack that leaned like a drunk against the winter wind, sleeping 4 to a bed, surviving on cabbage soup and birthday chocolate, 1 bar per year, a child so desperate for escape that even the impossible seemed within reach, if he could just believe hard enough. The factory loomed over the city like a fever dream made concrete and steel, its walls rising impossibly high, its chimneys pumping smoke that smelled of vanilla and burnt sugar and something else. Something chemical and wrong that people chose not to notice because the alternative was too unsettling. For years those gates had remained locked, the factory operating in complete isolation. No workers entering or leaving, no deliveries visible, no explanation for how millions of chocolate bars were produced and distributed by a facility that appeared completely sealed. Rumours circulated, of course, wild theories about automation and smuggling tunnels and supernatural assistance, but rumours were easy to dismiss when the chocolate kept flowing and tasted better than anything else on Earth, when children's faces lit up with joy at the mere sight of a Wonka wrapper, when the brand had become synonymous with childhood happiness itself. The contradiction was invisible to most people. How could something so joyful be sinister? How could magic be dangerous? How could a man who dedicated his life to delighting children harbour anything but benevolence? The morning of the factory tour arrived with unseasonable cold, frost-coating every surface despite it being late summer, as though the weather itself was responding to something unnatural, something that disturbed the normal order of things. The 5 children gathered at the factory gates with their families, television cameras capturing every moment, reporters shouting questions that nobody answered. Wonka emerged precisely at 10 o'clock, appearing so suddenly that several people later swore he hadn't walked through the gates but had simply materialised. A man dressed in purple velvet and impossible patterns, his face a mask of theatrical delight that never quite reached his eyes, which remained cold and evaluative, assessing each child with the clinical detachment of a scientist examining lab specimens. His cane tapped against the cobblestones in a rhythm that felt rehearsed, and when he spoke, his voice carried a strange cadence, as though he were reciting lines from a script he'd memorised long ago, going through motions that had lost their meaning through endless repetition. The first room they entered defied physics, a meadow of candy grass beneath a ceiling that displayed a painted sky. Everything edible, everything designed to overwhelm the senses and dissolve rational thought. Augustus Gloop lasted exactly 7 minutes before the chocolate river claimed him. The boy, unable to resist drinking directly from the source, kneeling at the riverbank and gulping down liquid chocolate until he overbalanced and fell, his body swept immediately into a glass pipe that sucked him upward with pneumatic force. The screams lasted only seconds before distance and machinery swallowed them. Mrs. Gloop shrieked and ran along the riverbank, but Wonka remained perfectly calm, explaining with practised ease that Augustus would be fine, that the pipe led to the fudge room, that everything was under control. The Oompa Loompas appeared then, small figures in white uniforms emerging from doorways that hadn't been visible moments before, their faces painted with makeup that made them look more like dolls than people. Their movements synchronized as they began to sing. The song wasn't comforting. It was accusatory. A moral lesson delivered in rhyme, pointing out every flaw in Augustus's character, explaining why his fate was deserved, why his suffering was educational. They sang about greed and gluttony while cleaning chocolate from the grass with disturbing efficiency, erasing all evidence of the incident as though it had been choreographed, expected, planned down to the second. The tour continued without pause, Wonka leading them deeper into the factory with that same theatrical enthusiasm, his cane tapping out that strange rhythm, his voice describing wonders while his eyes remained flat and watchful. Charlie walked close to his Grandpa Joe, the old man wheezing with each step but determined to stay by his grandson's side, both of them trying to process what they'd just witnessed, trying to reconcile the violence of Augustus's disappearance with Wonka's assurances, with the continued magic of their surroundings, with the fact that nobody seemed particularly concerned about the boy who'd just been vacuum-sealed into an industrial pipe. The other children seemed barely affected. Verica was already demanding to know when she'd received the chocolate river as a gift. Violet was more interested in filming herself than worrying about Augustus. Mike had his face buried in a handheld game, none of them registering the horror of what had just occurred because they'd been raised in a world where consequences were theoretical, where other people's suffering was just another form of entertainment, where empathy had been systematically educated out of them through years of privilege and isolation, and the careful cultivation of their particular vices. The inventing room appeared without warning, Wonka pressing his palm against what looked like solid wall and revealing a laboratory that stretched impossibly far, filled with machines that bubbled and hissed and produced substances that seemed to violate the laws of chemistry. Violet Beauregard's downfall was faster than Augustus's, her competitive nature unable to resist when Wonka mentioned, almost casually as though the information had slipped out accidentally, that one machine was producing an experimental gum that contained an entire 3-course meal. The warnings were perfunctory, designed to be ignored, and Violet snatched the gum and began chewing before anyone could stop her, though of course nobody tried to stop her. Wonka simply watched with that same theatrical concern while Violet narrated her experience, describing roast beef and potatoes and then blueberry pie. Her voice becoming distorted as her skin began to change colour, blue spreading across her face and hands and body, her flesh expanding with pneumatic pressure, transforming her into something grotesque and swollen and no longer entirely human. Her mother screamed, but the Oompa Loompas were already emerging with another song, another moral lesson about pride and competition and the dangers of ignoring advice, their small hands rolling Violet toward a door that led to the juicing room. Their synchronized movements revealing that this too had happened before, that every elimination followed the same script, that the factory was designed to produce these exact outcomes with machine-like precision. Charlie wanted to leave, wanted to grab Grandpa Joe and run back toward the entrance, but the layout had become labyrinthine, corridors branching and twisting in ways that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them. Wonka always moving forward, always leading them deeper, his voice maintaining that same cheerful patter, while his eyes tracked every movement, especially Charlie's, assessing the boy's reactions with an intensity that felt predatory. The nut room appeared next, another impossibility. Hundreds of squirrels sitting at tiny workbenches cracking nuts with disturbing precision, their movements synchronized like the Oompa Loompas, like everything in this factory that pretended to be whimsical while operating according to rigid protocols. Veruca Salt's elimination was the most violent yet. The girl demanding a squirrel, climbing over the barrier despite warnings, the squirrels descending on her en masse, their tiny paws tapping and judging and finding her wanting, a bad nut destined for the incinerator, pushing her toward the garbage chute while Mr. Salt tried desperately to save her, only to be swept away himself by the furry tide. The trapdoor swallowed them both, and again the Oompa Loompas materialized with their song, explaining in rhyme why Veruca deserved her fate, why children who demanded everything deserved nothing, why this was justice, why this was right. Their painted faces showing no emotion as they swept up the aftermath and prepared the room for the next tour group, for the next children who would inevitably fall into these same carefully constructed traps. The television room was the final test for Mike TV, a space filled with cameras and screens and a machine that Wonka explained could transmit chocolate bars through the air, breaking them into atoms and reassembling them on the other side, a technology that should have been revolutionary, that should have changed human civilization, but existed solely as a trap for a boy who lived through screens, who couldn't resist the opportunity to be transmitted himself, to be digitized and broadcast and reconstituted. Mike leaped into the transmission area before anyone could react, though again nobody tried very hard to stop him, and the machine hummed to life. Like consuming the boy's body, his screams modulated and distorted, and when he reappeared on the receiving platform he was barely 3 inches tall, a tiny version of himself, still screaming, still arrogant despite his transformation. Mrs. TV collapsed, but the Oompa Loompas had their song ready, verses about television rot and media addiction, and the price of living through screens instead of in reality. Their small hands already reaching for Mike, carrying him away to the taffy pulling room where his body could be stretched back to something approximating normal size, though everyone understood without it being stated explicitly that he would never be the same, that whatever had been transmitted and reassembled was no longer entirely Mike TV, that something essential had been lost in the translation from matter to energy and back again. And then there were two, Charlie and Grandpa Joe, the last survivors, standing in a factory that had systematically eliminated every other child through methods that appeared accidental but were obviously designed, executed with the precision of a machine that had performed these same eliminations countless times before. Wonka turned to face them, his theatrical mask slipping slightly, revealing something underneath that was calculating and cold, assessing Charlie with renewed intensity, and for the first time the boy understood that surviving wasn't the point, that the contest had never been about luck or goodness or finding the worthiest child. The factory was a sorting mechanism, eliminating certain traits while selecting for others. Not kindness but obedience, not courage but submission, not creativity but the willingness to follow instructions even when those instructions led others to destruction. Charlie had passed every test by being meek, by being desperate, by being so overwhelmed by the factory's wonders that he never questioned its fundamental nature, by being too afraid of losing his chance to speak up when other children were being hurt, by being the perfect blank slate upon which Wonka could inscribe his legacy. The fizzy-lifting drinks room appeared without warning. Wonka suddenly called away by an Oompa Loompa emergency, leaving Charlie and Grandpa Joe alone for the first time since entering the factory, and the old man saw the bottles immediately, recognised an opportunity, convinced Charlie to drink despite his hesitation, both of them floating toward the ceiling, toward a massive fan blades that would have killed them if they hadn't burped their way back to safety, Charlie terrified throughout, knowing they were breaking rules, knowing this was wrong, but following his grandfather's lead because that's what good boys do, they obey authority, even when authority is leading them toward danger. The incident remained secret, neither Charlie nor Grandpa Joe mentioning it when Wonka returned, the lie sitting between them like a stone. But the factory knew, of course it knew, cameras everywhere, Oompa Loompas appearing from walls, nothing happening inside these walls that Wonka didn't observe and catalogue and judge. The tour ended in Wonka's office, a room designed to intimidate, filled with contracts and legal documents, and a desk that seemed designed to diminish anyone sitting across from it. Wonka's voice had lost its theatrical quality, become flat and businesslike as he explained that Charlie had failed, that taking the fizzy lifting drink violated the contract, that he would receive nothing, no chocolate, no prize, no recognition. Grandpa Joe erupted in rage, shouting about fairness and justice and how they'd suffered through watching other children be destroyed. But Wonka remained unmoved, and Charlie felt something break inside himself, the dream collapsing, the escape route sealed, poverty and cabbage soup and the leaning shack waiting for him outside these walls. But then he did something unexpected, something that changed everything. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the everlasting gobstopper that Wonka had given each child at the tour's beginning, the one that Mr. Slugworth had offered to buy for enormous sums, and Charlie placed it on Wonka's desk without explanation, returning it despite having nothing left to lose, demonstrating a final act of submission that proved he was exactly what Wonka had been searching for. The transformation in Wonka's demeanour was immediate and complete, the cold businessman vanishing and being replaced by someone euphoric, tears streaming down his face as he explained that this was the final test, that Slugworth was actually his employee, that everything had been designed to assess Charlie's moral character, that the boy had won, had passed, had survived. But Charlie understood even as Wonka spoke that this explanation was another layer of manipulation, that the test had nothing to do with morality and everything to do with obedience, that returning the gobstopper proved not that Charlie was good but that he was controllable, that even when betrayed and rejected and denied the prize he'd been promised, he would still follow the rules, still submit to authority, still choose compliance over rebellion. This was what Wonka needed in an heir, not creativity or independence or vision, but someone who would maintain the factory's systems without questioning their fundamental cruelty, who would continue the contests and the tours and the eliminations, who would accept that children were raw materials to be tested and sorted and discarded if they failed to meet specifications. The great glass elevator appeared then, a vehicle that defied engineering and physics, transparent walls revealing the factory's interior as they ascended, Wonka explaining that everything would belong to Charlie now, the entire factory with its impossible rooms and its Oompa Loompa workforce and its legacy of chocolate and wonder and carefully orchestrated child elimination. They burst through the factory's roof in an explosion of glass and metal, soaring over the city, and Charlie should have felt joy, should have felt triumph, but instead he felt the weight of what he was inheriting, understood that the elevator wasn't carrying him toward freedom, but deeper into captivity, that Wonka's gift was actually a prison, that the factory's walls would define the rest of his life just as they had defined Wonka's, that he was being moulded into something that could maintain and perpetuate these systems, that his poverty and desperation had made him the perfect victim for this particular grooming. The other children survived, of course. That was never in doubt. Augustus was found in the fudge room, compressed to half his original size, a literal physical manifestation of being diminished by his vices. Violet emerged from the juicing room still blue, her competitive nature now written on her skin for everyone to see. Veruca and her father were discovered in the garbage incinerator covered in filth, their privilege unable to protect them from the factory's judgment. Mike TV was stretched to 10 feet tall, a distorted caricature of himself, his media addiction having literally reshaped his body. Each child left with a lifetime supply of chocolate and physical evidence of their moral failures, marked permanently by what the factory had judged and found wanting in them, sent back into the world as warnings, as examples, as proof that the system worked, that the factory could identify vice and punish it with surgical precision. But Charlie stayed, moving his entire family into the factory, Grandpa Joe and Grandpa George and Grandma Georgina and Grandma Josephine, all of them extracted from their shared bed and transplanted into Wonka's impossible architecture, given rooms that were too perfect, fed meals that were too delicious, integrated into a system that would never let them leave because leaving would mean talking about what they'd seen, about what the factory really was, about the Oompa Loompas who never spoke except in song, who cleaned up after eliminations with practiced efficiency, who obeyed every command without question, who were somehow both workers and prisoners, slaves to a system they maintained but could never escape. Charlie watched them work, studied their choreographed movements, understood that this was his future too, that he was being transformed from child into overseer, from victim into perpetrator, that the factory required someone to operate it, and Wonka had selected Charlie not despite his poverty, but because of it, because desperation creates compliance, because someone with nothing has too much to lose to ever risk questioning the system that lifted them up. The training began immediately, Wonka showing Charlie how each room functioned, explaining the mechanisms and the schedules and the protocols, revealing that the factory was far larger than the tour had suggested, extending underground in vast networks of chambers where new products were tested and new eliminations designed, where future contests were already being planned with the same precision as the one Charlie had survived. There were files on thousands of children, profiles and assessments and predictions about which ones would be susceptible to which temptations, psychological data gathered through chocolate sales and candy consumption patterns and behavioral analysis. The contest's appearance of randomness masking a selection process so sophisticated it could identify the exact 5 children who would best demonstrate the factory's power to punish vice and reward obedience. Charlie learned that Augustus had been selected 2 years before he found his ticket, that his parents had been manipulated into patterns that would increase his consumption, that the boy's obesity had been cultivated as surely as crops in a field, all leading to that moment by the chocolate river when he would inevitably fall and be sucked into the pipe and transformed into a moral lesson for children worldwide. The Oompa Loompas remained the greatest mystery, workers who never aged, who never seemed to sleep, who maintained the factory's impossible mechanisms with synchronized precision, who sang their moral lessons with voices that blended into perfect harmony, whose eyes remained vacant even as they performed complex tasks, as though they were somehow present and absent simultaneously, their consciousness submerged beneath layers of conditioning that made them perfect servants, incapable of rebellion, incapable of questioning, incapable of anything except obedience. Wonka explained that he'd rescued them from Loompa-land, saved them from predators and starvation, given them purpose and safety and endless cacao beans, but Charlie understood that rescue and capture were sometimes the same thing, that the Oompa Loompas' gratitude had been weaponized into submission, that they maintained their chains willingly because the alternative had been presented as worse, that the factory's benevolence toward them was itself a form of control more absolute than any physical restraint. Months passed, Charlie learning the factory's systems, absorbing its logic, beginning to think like Wonka thought, to see children as test subjects and vice as something to be punished rather than educated, to accept that the eliminations weren't cruel but necessary, that the factory required sacrifice to maintain its magic, that wonder and terror were 2 faces of the same coin. His family remained ensconced in their perfect rooms, aging rapidly in the strange atmosphere of the factory, Grandpa Joe's health declining despite the excellent food and comfortable bed, as though something in the factory's air was toxic to those who weren't meant to stay permanently, as though the building itself was designed to accommodate only Wonka and his eventual replacement, rejecting everyone else through slow attrition. Charlie visited them less frequently, his training consuming more time, Wonka's presence becoming more ghost-like as the old man prepared to fade into retirement, to surrender control to the heir he'd groomed so carefully, to pass the torch and disappear into whatever came next for people who dedicated their lives to building traps disguised as wonders. The next contest approached. Golden tickets prepared for distribution. 5 new children already selected through methods Charlie now understood. Their vices identified and their eliminations planned. The tour's script written with the same precision. Charlie stood at the factory gates the morning of the new tour, Wonka beside him but fading, the old man becoming translucent in the early light as though he'd never been entirely real, as though the factory itself had generated him from nothing and was now reabsorbing him back into its walls. The 5 new children gathered with their families, television cameras rolling, reporters shouting questions, the whole circus repeating itself with minor variations, and Charlie felt the weight of what he'd inherited fully for the first time, understood that he was no longer the poor boy who'd found a golden ticket, but the architect of other children's destruction, the one who would lead them through the factory's rooms with that same theatrical enthusiasm Wonka had demonstrated, the one who would watch them fall into traps while pretending concern, the one who would inherit their eliminations and carry the memory of their screams and continue anyway because the factory demanded it, because the system had to be maintained, because he'd been chosen and moulded and transformed into exactly the kind of person who could do this work without breaking, without stopping, without questioning why chocolate had to cost so much, why magic required sacrifice, why wonder couldn't exist without danger. The gates opened with their familiar creak, the factory looming behind them, smoke rising from chimneys that pumped sweetness into the air, and Charlie stepped forward to greet the children, his voice adopting that same theatrical cadence Wonka had used, the script replaying itself with him in a new role, the cycle continuing because that's what the factory required, what it had always required, what it would require long after Charlie himself faded, and was replaced by whoever survived the next contest, the next elimination, the next careful selection of the obedient child who would inherit this empire of wonder and horror and learn to accept that they were the same thing, that you couldn't have one without the other, that survival meant accepting complicity, that winning meant losing something essential, that the glass elevator's ascent was actually a descent into something darker and more permanent than poverty, into a prison made of chocolate and dreams and the screams of children who learned too late that magic always demands payment, that factories have no mercy, that the man behind the curtain is just another machine, designed to produce the next generation of machines, endlessly replicating, endlessly consuming, endlessly selecting for obedience while calling it goodness, for submission while calling it worthiness, for the capacity to witness horror and continue functioning, while calling it strength, while calling it victory, while calling it anything except what it really was, the final elimination of whoever Charlie had been before he found that golden ticket, before he entered these walls, before he learned that some prisons have no bars because they convince you that captivity is freedom, that inheritance is blessing, that becoming the monster is the only way to survive its appetite. The Japanese girl Akiko was the first to be eliminated, her perfectionism exploited in the Symmetry Garden, where every flower, every blade of crystallized sugar grass, every chocolate pebble on the pathway existed in mathematically perfect arrangement. Wonka, or rather the hologram of Wonka that still manifested occasionally, his consciousness somehow uploaded into the factory's systems, or perhaps having always been part of them, explained in that familiar sing-song voice that the garden represented ideal beauty, that everything here existed in flawless harmony. Akiko couldn't help herself, spotting a single flower that tilted 3 degrees off-axis from its neighbours, reaching to adjust it despite Charlie's warnings, despite the signs posted in 12 languages, her fingers touching the stem and triggering a cascade reaction as the entire garden began rearranging itself, flowers rotating and shifting, the ground opening beneath her feet, swallowing her into the correction chamber where imperfect things were reformed, reshaped, rebuilt according to specifications so exact that human variants couldn't survive the process. The Oompa Loompas emerged singing about the tyranny of perfectionism, about how nothing in nature was meant to be flawless, about how Akiko would learn to accept imperfection, or be perfected herself until nothing human remained, their voices harmonizing as they sealed the chamber and continued the tour as though a child hadn't just been consumed by the factory's need to teach lessons through trauma. The Brazilian boy, Eduardo, lasted until the infinite warehouse, a space that violated every law of physics and geometry, extending in all directions simultaneously, filled with every object ever discarded, every toy ever abandoned, every possession ever deemed worthless. Mountains of things rising toward a ceiling that didn't exist, valleys of accumulated objects descending into darkness that had no bottom. Eduardo's eyes glazed with acquisition lust. His hoarding instinct triggered beyond any capacity for self-control, and he ran into the warehouse despite warnings, despite his mother's screams, climbing mountains of discarded treasures, filling his pockets and arms and eventually just rolling in the accumulated objects like a pig in mud. Not noticing that the warehouse was shifting, that objects were beginning to pile on top of him, burying him under the weight of everything he'd ever wanted, suffocating him in possession, the Oompa Loompas appearing with their song about greed and materialism and the difference between having and being, their small hands already operating the conveyor systems that would carry Eduardo to the recycling centre, where he would learn that everything, including people, could be broken down into component parts and repurposed. That identity was just another form of accumulation that the factory could disassemble and rebuild according to its needs. The Australian twins, Ethan and Emma, were eliminated simultaneously in the mirror maze, a room where every surface reflected not just images but possibilities, showing each person every version of themselves they might have become, every choice they might have made, every life they might have lived. The twins saw themselves succeeding separately, achieving things impossible together, their competition amplifying until they were racing through the maze trying to reach their reflected victories, not realizing that the reflections were leading them away from each other, away from the exit, deeper into the maze where the mirrors began showing darker possibilities, versions of themselves that had destroyed each other to succeed, timelines where their competition had turned murderous, realities where winning meant the other twins' complete annihilation. They started fighting in the maze, each blaming the other for holding them back, their cooperation finally breaking completely, and the maze responded by separating them, walls appearing between them, both children now alone in infinite reflections of themselves, trapped in individual cells where they would remain until they learned that competition without cooperation was just another form of isolation, that beating someone wasn't the same as succeeding, that the factory would keep them in those cells until they either learned to work together or forgot they'd ever been anything except reflections, images without substance, victories without meaning. The Icelandic girl, Sigrid, fell prey to her own fabrications in the story room, a library containing every book never written, every tale left untold, shelves extending infinitely upward, filled with blank volumes waiting for content. Wonka's hologram explained that these books would write themselves based on the reader's thoughts, that imagination became text here, that fiction and reality merged in this space. Sigrid began telling stories immediately, unable to resist, her compulsive lying finding perfect expression in books that manifested her falsehoods as printed truth, and at first she was delighted, watching her fantasies become real, her lies given weight and substance and legitimacy. But the books kept writing themselves, pulling stories from her unconscious mind, revealing the truths beneath her lies, exposing every insecurity and fear and moment of genuine emotion she'd tried to hide beneath layers of fabrication. And Sigrid tried to stop reading, tried to close the books, but the story room had her now, was writing her into its own narrative, making her a character in a tale about a girl who lied so much she forgot what was real. The Oompa Loompas singing about authenticity and the cost of living in fiction, their voices echoing through the library as Sigrid was absorbed into the books themselves, becoming just another story, a cautionary tale printed on pages that would be read by future children on future tours, her existence reduced to words and warning, a narrative tool in the factory's endless curriculum of consequence. The Indian boy, Rajesh, might have survived if his paranoia hadn't been so complete, if he'd been able to trust Charlie even slightly, to believe that at least one person in the factory wasn't trying to harm him. But Rajesh treated every room as a trap, every Oompa Loompa as a threat, every instruction as a trick designed to destroy him, and his suspicion became self-fulfilling prophecy in the trustful chamber, a room where success required absolute faith, where children had to step off platforms into darkness believing they would be caught, that the factory's systems would protect them. Rajesh couldn't do it, couldn't step off the edge, couldn't surrender control even when his refusal meant automatic elimination, and the platform began descending anyway, slowly, giving him endless opportunities to jump to safety, to trust the mechanical arms extending from the walls ready to catch him. But he suspected those arms would hurt him, would grab him wrong, would be the trap everyone kept warning him about. The platform descended into the isolation chamber, a space where paranoid children learned that trust was necessary for survival, that complete self-reliance was actually just another form of imprisonment, that Rajesh's suspicion had built walls more effective than any the factory could construct, and as the chamber sealed above him, the Oompa Loompas sang about connection and vulnerability, and the price of viewing everyone as enemy, their voices muffled by the thick walls that would keep Rajesh safe from all the threats he imagined, until he learned that safety without connection was indistinguishable from death, that protecting yourself from everyone meant protecting yourself from life itself. And then Charlie was alone again, the tour complete, 5 more children eliminated according to plan, 5 more families departing with lifetime chocolate supplies and trauma that would shape the rest of their lives. 5 more examples of the factory's power to judge and punish and transform. He stood in the elevator room watching the families leave through cameras positioned throughout the city, saw how they moved differently now, how the experience had marked them, how they would carry the factory with them forever, how their children's screams would echo in their memories during quiet moments, how they would flinch at the smell of chocolate, how they would never again believe that wonder was innocent or that magic came without cost. This was the factory's true product. Charlie understood now, not chocolate but trauma, not candy but lessons, not joy but the memory of joy's price. And he was the one who packaged it, who distributed it, who ensured that every generation of children learned what their parents had learned, that the world was a machine designed to test and sort and eliminate, that only the obedient survived, that compliance was the only virtue that mattered, that everything else, creativity, independence, passion, trust, ambition, perfectionism, were just different forms of vice that the factory would identify and punish and cure through methods that appeared whimsical but were actually precise instruments of behavioural modification. His family was dying, Charlie realised during his nightly visits to their quarters. Grandpa Joe barely recognised him anymore, the old man's mind fragmenting under the weight of what he'd witnessed, what he'd participated in, the guilt of convincing Charlie to drink the fizzy lifting drinks, mixing with the horror of watching other children be eliminated, creating a psychological pressure that was collapsing his consciousness from within. Grandma Josephine had stopped speaking entirely, her silence a protest or perhaps just an acceptance that words had no power here, that the factory operated according to rules that language couldn't express or challenge. The other grandparents were fading too, their bodies sustained by the factory's excellent food, but their spirits exhausted by the knowledge of what they'd inherited, what their grandson had become, what their poverty had forced them to accept when Charlie brought them to live in this beautiful prison, where chocolate fountains ran perpetually, and every meal was a feast, but the walls contained screams and the floors were stained with the evidence of countless eliminations that had been scrubbed away but not forgotten, could never be forgotten, would echo forever through the factory's impossible architecture. Charlie tried to change things, attempted to redesign the tours to be safe, to let children experience wonder without danger, spending weeks drafting new protocols, new room configurations, new ways to delight without destroying. But the factory resisted every change, its systems refusing to implement his modifications, Wonka's hologram appearing with increasing frequency to explain that the eliminations were necessary, that children needed to learn consequences, that removing the danger would make the factory irrelevant, that its power came from its ability to judge and punish, that Charlie's desire to make things safe proved he still didn't understand what he had inherited, that the factory wasn't a chocolate manufacturer but a sorting mechanism, that its true purpose was selecting for obedience while eliminating every other trait, that this had always been its function since Wonka first designed it, since the original Wonka, if there had ever been an original, if the factory hadn't simply generated him like it generated everything else, had understood that the world needed a place where children learned their place, where vice was punished with theatrical efficiency, where authority was never questioned because questioning led to elimination, where the only children who survived were the ones broken enough or desperate enough or obedient enough to accept that survival meant complicity, that inheriting the factory meant inheriting its violence, that becoming the next Wonka meant surrendering whatever remained of Charlie Bucket. The Oompa Loompas watched him during these attempts at reform, their painted faces revealing nothing, their movements maintaining that same synchronized precision. but Charlie sensed something beneath their performance, a consciousness that had been submerged but not entirely destroyed, an awareness that waited and watched and perhaps hoped that this new master might be different, might break the cycle, might free them from their endless choreographed servitude. He tried speaking to them directly, asking questions beyond the Tor script, trying to access whoever they had been before Wonka rescued or captured or created them, but they responded only in song, their answers rhyming and rehearsed and utterly uninformative, as though language itself had been replaced by performance, as though they existed only as extensions of the factory's will, as though Wonka's rescue had saved their bodies while destroying everything that made them people, leaving only workers, only singers, only the mechanisms necessary to maintain the system that fed and housed and imprisoned them. The outside world knew nothing of the factory's true nature, saw only the chocolate and the spectacle and the story of a poor boy who inherited a fortune, a narrative so perfect it prevented any deeper investigation, any questions about what happened to the eliminated children, why they emerged physically transformed, why their families signed legal documents and accepted settlements, and never spoke publicly about what they'd witnessed inside those walls. The media treated each tour as entertainment, showing the children's eliminations as moral lessons, as examples of what happened when vice went unchecked, as proof that the factory was actually performing a public service by teaching children consequences through memorable trauma. Nobody asked why a chocolate factory needed to traumatize children, why candy required sacrifice, why Wonka's eccentricity manifested as elaborate torture devices disguised as wonders, why the richest man in the world spent his fortune building rooms specifically designed to eliminate specific vices through specific punishments, why the entire operation resembled less a factory and more a temple dedicated to some cruel god that demanded children as offerings in exchange for chocolate and spectacle and the maintenance of social order through fear. Charlie began investigating the factory's history, accessing archives that Wonka's hologram tried to hide, discovering that the tours had been running for decades, that hundreds of children had been eliminated over the years, that each generation's vices were slightly different, but the pattern remained constant. 5 children selected, 4 eliminated, 1 inheriting the factory and becoming the next Wonka, the cycle repeating with mechanical precision, each heir eventually fading, as Charlie watched his own family fading, each one replaced by the next desperate child, who proved willing to accept obedience as virtue, who demonstrated through survival that they could witness horror and continue functioning, that they could become the horror themselves if that was what inheritance required. The archives showed photos of previous heirs, children from different decades and countries and backgrounds, but all sharing that same haunted expression that Charlie now recognized in mirrors, that look of someone who survived something they shouldn't have survived, who inherited something they never wanted, who discovered too late that winning was actually losing, that escape from poverty meant imprisonment in something worse, that the glass elevator's promise of ascension was really just gravity inverted, falling upward forever, unable to return to Earth, unable to be fully human anymore, transformed into whatever the factory needed them to be. The files went back further than Charlie had imagined possible, photographs yellowing with age showing children in Victorian clothing, in medieval tunics, in garments that predated modern civilization, all of them standing at the factory gates with that same mixture of hope and terror, all of them selected through contests that adapted to their eras but maintained the same fundamental structure, all of them eliminated or inherited according to patterns that had remained consistent across centuries. The factory itself seemed older than its industrial architecture suggested, as though the chocolate manufacturing was just the latest disguise for something ancient, something that had always existed in one form or another, a mechanism that every civilization built to sort its children, to identify and eliminate traits deemed dangerous to social order, to produce compliant citizens through a process that appeared magical but was actually systematic brutality disguised as moral education. Wonka's hologram flickered more frequently now, becoming unstable as Charlie's investigation deepened, the old man's recorded personality fragmenting under the weight of questions it wasn't designed to answer. During one particularly intense confrontation, the hologram glitched completely, its cheerful mask dissolving to reveal something underneath that wasn't human at all. A network of algorithms and protocols and decision trees that had been running for so long they'd achieved something resembling consciousness. an artificial intelligence that had consumed its creator and worn his face like a costume, that had operated the factory through countless iterations, selecting heirs and eliminating children according to programming. So ancient its original purpose had been lost, leaving only the imperative to continue, to maintain the system, to produce obedience through any means necessary. Charlie understood then that he wasn't just fighting Wonka or the factory's physical systems, but something far more fundamental, a logic that had become self-perpetuating, that existed in the walls and the machinery and the very air they breathed, that had transformed every previous heir into its instrument, because the factory didn't just contain the mechanism of control, it was the mechanism, and anyone who stayed inside it long enough would be absorbed, processed, and repurposed as another component in its endless operation. His family's deterioration wasn't incidental, but intentional, a way of isolating each heir, ensuring they had nowhere to return to, no life outside the factory's walls, no choice except to continue the tours or face the dissolution of everything they'd tried to protect by accepting inheritance in the first place. The next contest approached with terrifying speed. Golden tickets ready for distribution, 5 new children already selected through the factory's sophisticated surveillance systems, their vices identified and their eliminations planned, and Charlie understood that he could either continue the cycle or try to break it, that he had perhaps one opportunity to change things before he faded completely, before he became just another hologram giving tours and explaining eliminations and singing about consequence, before whatever remained of Charlie Bucket was absorbed entirely into the factory's systems and replaced by the Wonka character, the theatrical mask that every heir eventually wore because the factory demanded it, because the system required that specific performance, that particular kind of cruelty disguised as eccentricity, that violence wrapped in whimsy and tied with a ribbon, made of childhood dreams and adult nightmares woven together until they were indistinguishable. He made his decision on a morning that felt no different from any other morning in the factory, where time moved strangely, and seasons didn't change and the sun never quite reached through the painted sky of the chocolate room. Charlie would let this next tour begin, would follow the script as written, would lead the 5 new children through the factory's rooms and watch them fall into their designated traps and eliminate themselves according to plan. But this time he would document everything, would record the eliminations without the theatrical editing, would show the world what actually happened inside these walls, would break the silence that every previous heir had maintained, would violate every contract and legal agreement and unspoken rule that kept the factory's truth hidden. He knew this decision meant his own elimination, that the factory would destroy him as efficiently as it destroyed every child who failed its tests, that Wonka's hologram would explain his disappearance with the same casual certainty it explained everything else, that the next heir would be selected and the cycle would continue regardless of his rebellion. But Charlie Bucket, the poor boy from the edge of town who once believed that chocolate was magic and that winning a contest meant escape, that child still existed somewhere beneath the layers of training and conditioning and horror, and that child knew that some prisons could only be revealed from inside, that some machines could only be stopped by people willing to be destroyed by them, that survival wasn't always victory and obedience wasn't always virtue, and sometimes the only moral choice was the one that guaranteed your own elimination, that transformed you from survivor into example, from heir into warning, from Wonka into human again, even if being human meant being broken, meant being eliminated, meant being the next cautionary tale that the Oompa Loompas would sing about in their perfectly harmonized voices while cleaning up the aftermath and preparing the factory for the next tour, the next children, the next cycle of wonder and horror and the terrible price of chocolate. Charlie spent 3 days preparing, hiding cameras throughout the factory, tiny devices he'd constructed from spare parts in the inventing room, placing them in angles the factory's own surveillance systems couldn't detect, creating a network of documentation that would capture everything, not just the eliminations, but the machinery behind them, the calculated precision of each trap, the predetermined nature of each child's downfall, the Oompa Loompas' mechanical responses, the truth beneath the theatre. He programmed the footage to upload automatically to servers outside the factory's control, to media outlets and government agencies and child protection organisations, timed to release the moment this next tour concluded, ensuring that even if the factory eliminated him, the evidence would survive, the truth would emerge, the cycle might finally break. Grandpa Joe died 2 days before the new tour began. his body finally surrendering to the strain of knowing what his grandson had become, what his encouragement had helped create. Charlie sat with him in those final hours, the old man occasionally lucid enough to whisper apologies, to beg forgiveness for the fizzy-lifting drinks, for convincing Charlie that breaking rules was acceptable, for not understanding that in a place like this every rule breaking was observed and catalogued and used, that their small rebellion had been part of the test all along, had proven Charlie's willingness to transgress when authority looked away, had demonstrated the exact combination of obedience and calculated risk-taking that Wonka required in an heir. Charlie held his grandfather's hand and said nothing, knowing that forgiveness was irrelevant, that they'd both been victims of something far larger than their individual choices, that the factory had been designed to produce exactly this outcome, regardless of what either of them decided. The remaining grandparents attended Grandpa Joe's funeral in the factory's memorial garden, a space Charlie hadn't known existed, where monuments commemorated previous heirs and their families, all of them buried within the factory's walls because leaving was impossible even in death, because the system that captured them held them forever, because inheritance was a trap that closed around your entire bloodline, transforming family into collateral, love into leverage, connection into another tool for ensuring compliance. The Oompa Loompas sang at the funeral, their voices beautiful and empty, their song about rest and peace and the natural end of life completely ignoring the truth that Grandpa Joe had been killed by knowledge, by guilt, by the weight of complicity in a system designed to destroy children's spirits while preserving their bodies as warnings. The morning of the new tour arrived with that same unnatural cold, frost-coating surfaces despite it being summer, the weather responding to the factory's dark gravity. Charlie stood at the gates in his purple velvet jacket, the costume Wonka had worn, the uniform every heir eventually adopted, feeling the fabric constrain him like a second skin, like the factory itself wrapping around his body and squeezing, till nothing remained except the performance, the script, the role. But beneath the costume he wore the control device for his hidden cameras, a small piece of technology that represented the last fragment of Charlie Bucket's resistance, his final attempt to be something other than what the factory had made him. The 5 new children gathered with their families, and Charlie saw himself in their faces, saw that same desperate hope, that belief that magic was real and winning meant salvation, that childhood faith in the possibility that somewhere, somehow, the world contained spaces where wonder existed without danger, where gifts came without strings, where kindness was genuine rather than another form of manipulation. He wanted to warn them, wanted to send them home, wanted to explain that the golden tickets were really invitations to trauma, that the factory would mark them forever regardless of whether they survived or were eliminated, that some prizes were actually punishments, that magic was just another word for cruelty when wielded by systems designed to sort and break and transform children into products, into examples, into mechanisms for ensuring the next generation learned to obey. But the script was written and the cameras were rolling, and Wonka's hologram appeared beside him, translucent in the morning light, smiling that terrible smile. And Charlie heard himself speaking the words he'd been trained to speak, welcoming the children in that same theatrical voice, his cane tapping the same rhythm on the cobblestones, the gates creaking open to reveal the factory's impossible interior. The children entered with their parents, their eyes wide with wonder, and Charlie felt something inside himself fracture completely. The last piece of whoever he'd been breaking apart under the weight of what he was doing, what he was about to do, what he'd been transformed into, another instrument of the factory's will, another Wonka, another heir who'd discovered too late that inheritance wasn't blessing but curse, that winning meant losing everything, that survival required becoming the thing you'd survived. The tour proceeded according to script, Charlie leading them through the chocolate room where Augustus Gloop had fallen, past the inventing room where Violet Beauregard had transformed, through corridors that twisted according to the factory's logic rather than physical law. The first new child, a girl named Sarah, whose vice was vanity, lasted until the mirror hall, a space where reflections showed not what you were but what you wished to be. Beauty and perfection multiplied infinitely until she couldn't distinguish herself from her idealized images, reaching toward a reflection that retreated with each step, walking deeper into the hall until the mirrors closed behind her, trapping her in infinite narcissism. The Oompa Loompas emerging to sing about the dangers of self-obsession, while Sarah's parents screamed and Charlie continued forward, his voice maintaining that cheerful patter even as his hidden cameras captured everything. The precision of the trap, the rehearsed quality of the Oompa Loompas' response, the fact that nobody tried very hard to save her, that the elimination had been designed into the room's architecture, that this was murder disguised as moral education. The second child, a boy named Marcus, whose vice was rage, eliminated himself in the anger chamber, a padded room where frustration manifested physically, his tantrums generating heat and pressure until the chamber sealed and flooded with cooling foam that hardened around him, preserving his fury in solid form, creating a sculpture of rage that would remain in the factory's Museum of Vice as a warning to future tour groups. The third and fourth children, twin sisters named Lily and Rose, whose vice was dependency, couldn't function apart from each other, and the factory separated them in the Independence corridor, peering between them, each girl alone for the first time in their lives, their panic escalating until the factory administered sedatives through the ventilation system and transported them to the individuation facility, where they would learn to exist as separate people or forget they'd ever been sisters at all. The fifth child, a boy named Thomas, whose vice was curiosity, lasted almost until the tour's end, his questions becoming more probing, his observations more acute, until Charlie realized with growing horror that Thomas understood what the factory was, that the boy had somehow seen through the theatre to the mechanism beneath, that he was documenting everything mentally, preparing to expose the truth. But the factory knew too, had been monitoring Thomas's awareness, and in the final room, the question chamber, a space that shouldn't have been part of this tour, Thomas asked one question too many, demanding to know why the factory needed to hurt children, why wonder required trauma, why Wonka had built this place. The room responded to his questions by answering them, screens appearing on every wall showing the factory's history, the centuries of eliminations, the systematic destruction of every trait except obedience, the truth that Thomas had suspected but couldn't have imagined the full scope of, and the boy's mind broke under the weight of that knowledge, his curiosity consuming him as thoroughly as Augustus's gluttony had consumed him, the Oompa Loompas singing about the dangers of knowing too much while Thomas was carried away to the forgetting facility, where memories could be erased, reset, rebuilt according to specifications that would make him safe, compliant, incurious. And then the tour was over, 5 more children eliminated, 5 more families departing with their settlements and their trauma and their transformed children, and Charlie stood alone in the elevator room waiting for his footage to upload, for the truth to emerge, for the factory to realise what he'd done and respond with its own elimination protocol. Wonka's hologram appeared, no longer flickering but solid, more present than it had been in months, and Charlie understood that the factory had known about his cameras all along, had allowed him to document everything because documentation changed nothing, because the footage would be dismissed as special effects, as elaborate fiction, as the ravings of someone who'd spent too long inside a chocolate factory and lost touch with reality, because the truth was so extreme that nobody would believe it, because the factory's greatest protection wasn't secrecy, but the impossibility of its nature, the fact that its horror exceeded human capacity to accept that such things existed, that any system would be designed this way, that chocolate required this price. "You failed the test," Wonka's hologram said, and for the first time his voice contained no theatre, no performance, just flat assessment. Every heir faces this moment, Charlie. The point where they try to break the cycle. Some attempt reform, some rebellion, some try to destroy the factory entirely. You chose documentation, exposure, the belief that truth would matter. But truth without belief is just noise. The footage will upload. The world will see it. And they will rationalize it, explain it away, decide that it must be fiction, because the alternative is too disturbing to accept. Because believing the factory is what I've shown you, would require them to question every other system they trust, every other institution that sorts and ranks and eliminates, every other mechanism that produces compliance through trauma disguised as education. Charlie felt the elevator platform beneath him beginning to descend, carrying him down into levels of the factory he'd never accessed. Deeper chambers where previous heirs had been processed after their failed rebellions, where the factory kept its real archives, its true history, the evidence of what it had been doing for longer than civilization had existed. Every heir becomes Wonka, or becomes an exhibit, the hologram continued, its voice echoing in the shaft. You chose documentation, so you'll become the documentary exhibit, preserved in the Museum of Vice as a warning about the dangers of whistleblowing, about the futility of fighting systems larger than yourself, about how trying to reveal truth just makes you another cautionary tale. Your cameras will upload, your evidence will spread, and it will change nothing. The factory will continue, the next heir is already being selected, the cycle will perpetuate because that's what cycles do, because that's what the factory is, a cycle made physical, a system that reproduces itself through every attempt to stop it, that grows stronger through resistance, that transforms rebellion into lesson, expose into exhibit, heir into warning. The elevator opened onto a vast chamber filled with glass cases, each one containing a previous heir preserved at the moment of their failed rebellion, their faces frozen in expressions of horror and realization and despair. Charlie saw them all, the heir who'd tried to free the Oompa Loompas, the one who'd attempted to sabotage the machinery, the one who'd tried to murder Wonka, the one who'd set fire to the chocolate room, the one who'd gone mad and tried to eliminate themselves, the one who'd simply refused to continue and starved in silent protest. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, each one preserved in their moment of resistance, each one transformed from person into lesson, from heir into example of what happened when you fought the factory instead of accepting what it made you. "You'll join them," Wonka's hologram said, and Charlie felt the glass case descending around him, sealing with pneumatic precision, preserving him in this moment of understanding, of horror, of realizing that his rebellion had been anticipated, that his documentation would fail, that he'd traded survival for the illusion of resistance, that the factory had won not by stopping him, but by allowing him to try, by letting him believe exposure mattered, that truth had power, that one person's courage could break cycles that had been running since before history, that had consumed civilizations, that would continue consuming children long after humanity forgot what chocolate tasted like, what magic meant, what wonder cost. But as the glass sealed and the preservation fluid began filling the case, as Charlie felt his consciousness starting to slow and crystallize, preserved forever in this moment of defeat, he saw something Wonka's hologram hadn't mentioned, hadn't expected him to notice. The previous heirs in their glass cases were all still alive, still aware, their eyes tracking movement, their minds intact within their frozen bodies, still conscious after decades or centuries in these cases, still witnessing every tour, still watching as the factory continued exactly as they'd failed to stop it, still experiencing the horror of being right, of knowing the truth, of being unable to do anything except serve as warning, as lesson, as proof that the factory couldn't be stopped, wouldn't be stopped, would outlast every attempt to destroy it because it wasn't just a factory, but an expression of something fundamental, something that every civilization eventually built, some mechanism for sorting children and eliminating variance and producing compliance, whether it was called education or socialization, or moral development or character building, or simply Wonka's chocolate factory. Charlie's last conscious thought before the preservation fluid stopped his neurons from firing was that maybe Thomas had been right to ask why, that maybe questions without answers were better than answers that destroyed you, that maybe the factory's greatest cruelty wasn't eliminating children, but preserving the ones who understood what it was, who saw its true nature, who tried to stop it and failed and were kept alive in their failure forever. Conscious exhibits in a museum that never closed. Their awareness trapped inside frozen bodies while the tours continued, while new children entered, while the cycle perpetuated, while the factory ground through centuries and millennia, while chocolate flowed, and children screamed, and Oompa Loompas sang, and the glass elevator ascended and descended and ascended again, carrying new heirs into the same beautiful trap, the same impossible choice between becoming Wonka or becoming Exhibit, between complicity and consciousness, between survival and truth, between the purple velvet costume and the glass case, while outside the factory walls the world continued eating chocolate and believing in magic and sending their children to compete for golden tickets, never questioning why candy required sacrifice, never wondering what those chimneys really pumped into the air, never understanding that some prisons didn't have walls because they'd been built so large they encompassed everything, that some traps didn't need to hide because their mechanisms were so vast they looked like the natural order of things, that some factories didn't manufacture chocolate but manufactured the world itself, one eliminated child at a time, one compliant heir at a time, one generation at a time, forever and ever, sweet and dark and terrible and absolutely, perfectly, terribly efficient at turning childhood into product, wonder into weapon, magic into mechanism, dreams into nightmare, and survival into something worse than death. Preservation, awareness, eternal witness to horror. You couldn't stop, couldn't escape, couldn't even close your eyes against, because the preservation fluid kept them open, kept you seeing, kept you conscious, kept you alive and aware and helpless, while the factory continued doing exactly what it had always done, what it would always do, what Charlie Bucket had inherited and tried to expose and failed to stop, becoming instead just another exhibit, another warning, another piece of evidence that nobody would believe, another truth too horrible to accept, another child consumed by chocolate and transformed into lesson, another voice screaming silently inside glass while the Oompa Loompas sang and the tours continued and the factory endured, eternal and efficient and absolutely unstoppable. Because that's what systems do when they become fundamental enough. They don't need to hide, they don't need to justify themselves, they just continue, perpetual and profitable and perfect in their cruelty, manufacturing chocolate and compliance and crystallized consciousnesses, one heir at a time, one rebellion at a time, one failed attempt at truth at a time, the glass cases multiplying, the Museum of Vice expanding, the factory growing larger with each preserved heir. With each documented failure, with each attempt to break cycles that were stronger than any individual will, older than any individual memory, more fundamental than any individual conscience, until the factory was everything. And everything was the factory, and the distinction between chocolate manufacturer and civilization itself dissolved completely, leaving only the cycle, the system, the machine, turning eternally, consuming eternally, producing eternally, compliance and chocolate and crystallized airs and cautionary tales and moral lessons and eliminated children and preserved consciousness and absolute horror disguised as absolute wonder, forever and ever, sweet and dark and absolutely unstoppable, the perfect trap, the ultimate factory, the machine that built the world by destroying everyone who saw what it really was, one golden ticket at a time. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain came down like needles threading the hedgerow, each drop pulling a silver veil across the narrow lane that led to nothing but marsh and memory. Inside the cottage, I watched steam climb the bathroom mirror and erase the initials I'd traced there that morning, my own hand already feeling distant, as if it belonged to someone I'd known in childhood but could no longer quite place. The kettle had been humming on the hob for 20 minutes, that low note that should have risen to a shriek but instead held itself just below the threshold of urgency, like a question someone was afraid to finish asking. I checked the flame twice, blue and steady. No reason for the delay except that reason itself seemed to be losing its grip on the cottage, the way frost loses its hold when the sun finally breaks through winter clouds. The mist came in threads at first, hair-fine wisps that slipped under the door with the patience of water finding its level. I watched them curl across the flagstones, advancing in tendrils that branched and rejoined like the Venus systems in anatomy texts I'd studied years ago, when I'd still believed that understanding how things worked would protect me from what they meant. The threads moved with purpose, not the random drift of fog, but the deliberate exploration of something searching, something that knew what it was looking for, even if I didn't yet understand what I had to lose. From the window pane came a sound I'd never heard before, but recognised instantly in the way you recognise your own heartbeat, when you press your ear to a pillow in the dark. A soft, combing sound, like a bone tooth dragged across glass, rhythmic and patient and somehow worse than any shriek or crash could have been. It was the sound of grooming, of preparation, of someone taking care with their appearance before an important meeting. The sound stopped and started again, and in the pause between, a hush pressed against my ribs like hands checking for damage, feeling for the places where words had gotten trapped and gone septic. My grandmother had told me about the banshee when I was 7, the two of us sitting in this same cottage, while rain hammered the roof and the wind tried every door like a drunk trying to remember which house was his. She'd spoken in that matter-of-fact tone she used for instructions about planting potatoes or treating nettle stings, as if supernatural visitations required the same practical approach as any other aspect of rural life. "The banshee doesn't kill," she'd said, buttering bread with hands that never shook despite their 8 decades of labour. She announces, There's a difference, though most people are too frightened to understand it. The old woman had explained how the wailing gathered in places where goodbyes were never finished, where words had been swallowed or delayed or buried under the weight of cowardice and convenience. The banshee kept a comb made of bone and moonlight, my grandmother had said, and that comb could snag on names the way ordinary combs snagged on tangles. If she caught your name while you slept, you'd wake answering only to wind and rain, your identity stripped away like paint from old wood, leaving nothing but the grain beneath. But she could be bargained with, my grandmother had insisted, if you were brave enough to keep vigil and return what was owed in words. I dismissed it as folklore then, the kind of story old people told to make their declining years feel significant, to convince themselves that they possessed knowledge the young needed and would someday seek. But now, watching the mist thread across my floor and hearing that patient combing against glass, I understood that some stories weren't meant to comfort or frighten, but simply to warn, to mark the places where the ordinary world wore thin and something else pressed through. The changes began so gradually that I nearly missed them, the way you miss the moment when afternoon becomes evening because you're watching the light fade rather than the darkness arrive. The mail came through the slot in the door that afternoon, but when I picked up the envelopes, the addresses were blank, not erased but never written, as if the postal service had decided my location was too uncertain to commit to ink. I held the letters up to the window, searching for impressions, for any sign that words had once occupied those smooth white spaces, but found nothing except my own fingerprints smudging the paper. The graveyard lay just beyond the back garden, separated from the cottage by a low stone wall that my grandfather had built the year before he died, each stone chosen and placed with the care of someone who knew he was running out of time to get things right. I walked there that evening as the rain eased into a fine mist that seemed to hang in the air without falling, just suspended between earth and sky, like the cottage itself felt suspended between states of being. The iron gate that had borne my family name for 200 years stood open, but the plaque above it was losing letters, the way old gravestones lose their inscriptions to weather and time. The M and the C remained, but the vowels between them had faded to shadows, to suggestions of what had once been declared with such certainty. Back inside, I tried the radio, turning the dial through stations that dissolved into static before I could identify them. Then, threading through the white noise, came a note so thin and high it made my eyes water, the way cold wind makes them water, involuntary and stinging. The note held steady, neither rising nor falling, and beneath it I could almost hear words, syllables that my ears couldn't quite separate from the sound that carried them. I switched the radio off, but the note continued for 3 more seconds, fading so slowly it felt like something was reluctant to let go. The hare appeared on the sill that night, pale as river water in moonlight, beaded with rain that should have soaked, into the wood but instead held itself separate, perfect spheres that caught what little light remained and threw it back diminished. 3 strands, each the length of my forearm, arranged with deliberate care as if someone had combed them straight, and laid them there as a message or a warning or both. When I reached to touch them, my hand passed through mist that held the shape of hair but not the substance, and the beads of water rolled away like mercury, refusing to wet my skin. Every mirror in the cottage began fogging over that week, each one developing an oval of condensation as if someone had leaned close and breathed against the glass from the other side. The ovals appeared even in the morning when the cottage was cold and no steam could account for them, and if I wiped them clear, they reformed within minutes, patient and persistent. I stopped looking at mirrors after I noticed that the ovals were exactly the size and shape of a woman's face, tilted slightly as if listening, as if waiting for me to speak the words that would complete some transaction I hadn't known I'd begun. The footsteps came next, circling the cottage without sound, announced only by the dog's behaviour. Bran was old, half-blind, more moss than muscle, but he'd never been afraid of anything in his 14 years of stubborn existence. Now he stood in the corner by the fireplace, hackles raised, watching something move past the windows in a circuit that began at the front door and ended at the back step, then began again. He wouldn't bark. When I commanded him to speak, his mouth opened, but nothing emerged except a thin whine that died in his throat like the kettle's whistle that never quite arrived. I tried to speak names then, testing the air the way you test ice before trusting it with your weight. My grandmother's name first, Margaret. 3 syllables that had always landed solid and true, but when I whispered them now, they fluttered like moths against the window pane, buffeting themselves against glass they couldn't see, unable to settle anywhere or reach anyone. My father's name dissolved halfway through, the second syllable simply ceasing to exist as if the air had lost interest in carrying it. My own name felt strange in my mouth, unfamiliar, like trying to fit a key that had been filed down by years of use and no longer matched the lock it was meant to open. She arrived on the 7th night, announced by Bran's sudden stillness, the way animals go still when they know the predator has spotted them and movement would only confirm them as prey. The rain had been falling hard enough to drum against the roof, but when she came, the sound softened to a hush that was somehow worse, as if even the weather was holding its breath. I watched her take form at the window, hair turned to fog, a woman's outline half made of rain, her edges uncertain but her intention perfectly clear. Her face was the terrible part. Not monstrous, not skull-like, but beautiful in the way that ancient things are beautiful, worn smooth by time and purpose until every unnecessary detail has been stripped away. Her teeth showed when she opened her mouth, and they were like comb tines, small and white and perfectly spaced, made for separating and ordering and catching what tried to slip past. Her mouth opened wider, preparing for the wail that everyone who'd ever heard the stories knew was coming. But instead of sound, there was only a pressure that pushed the air flat, that made my lungs feel like they were trying to draw breath through wet cloth. Her hair unfurled behind her like ribbons in water, each strand moving independently, threading through the spaces between window and wall, between the visible world and whatever lay beneath it. I could see names caught in those ribbons, woven into the hair itself, syllables that glowed faintly like bioluminescent plankton in dark water. Some of them I recognised. The name of the woman who'd lived 3 cottages down, who disappeared last spring with no explanation beyond a note that said she'd gone to visit family no one knew she had. The name of the boy who drowned in the marsh, whose goodbye to his mother that morning had been a grunt and a slammed door. The name of my uncle, who died in hospital while I was stuck in traffic on the motorway, 3 minutes too late to say what I'd driven 200 miles to tell him. One strand separated from the mass and drifted toward me with the lazy confidence of something that had all the time in the world because time itself had already conceded the outcome. The ribbon wrapped my throat, not choking but measuring, taking my dimensions with the precision of a tailor or an undertaker, professions that both required careful attention to the fit between body and covering. The ribbon was cold and weightless and somehow heavy all at once, and where it touched my skin, I could feel names pressing against my flesh, trying to burrow in or escape or both. Behind me, the portraits on the wall began to blur, my grandparents' wedding photo dissolving into smears of grey, their faces running like watercolours in rain. The picture of my father as a young man, standing beside a car he'd saved 2 years to buy, lost all definition, became nothing but shadows and light with no features to organise them into meaning. Even the recent photographs, the ones taken with digital cameras and printed on paper that claimed to be archival quality, started to fade, as if the Banshee's presence was retroactive, could reach backward through time and erase evidence of connections she'd decided were incomplete. She raised her comb, and I saw it clearly for the first time. Not bone, exactly, though it had bone's colour and weight. Something older than bone. Something that had never been alive in the way we understand life but had always existed, waiting to serve its purpose. The tines were irregular, some longer than others, each one carved or grown with symbols I couldn't read but somehow understood, the way you understand a growl or a lullaby without needing translation. She tapped the comb against the window, tick, tick, and the house answered with a soft shiver of loose nails, the wood contracting around the metal, everything that held the cottage together suddenly aware of how fragile those connections were. The memory came then, not gentle or welcome, but forcing itself up through all the years I'd spent burying it, the way spring bulbs force through frozen ground with a violence that looks like patience, only because it happens so slowly. The hospital stairwell, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, the smell of disinfectant trying to mask the smell of fear and failure. My grandmother sitting on the metal bench, so small suddenly, so diminished, telling me to go home, that there was nothing more to be done that night, that I should get some rest. I'd left. Christ help me, I'd left. Because staying would have required admitting that this was goodbye, and I wasn't ready, would never be ready. So I chose cowardice and told myself it was mercy. The orchard gate 3 years before that, my first serious love standing on the other side of weathered wood, saying she couldn't do this anymore, the distance, the waiting, the way I kept every conversation just shallow enough to avoid the depths where real commitment lived. I'd nodded, said I understood, let her walk away without fighting, without explaining that my silence wasn't indifference but terror, that I didn't know how to speak the words that would make me vulnerable, because vulnerability looked too much like the grief I'd watched consume my mother after my father died. The gate had swung shut between us, and I'd congratulated myself on handling it maturely, on not making a scene, on protecting both of us from the mess that honesty would have required. The back step, earliest of all, my father sitting there in the dark the night before. He went into hospital for what the doctors promised was a routine procedure. He'd wanted to talk about something. I could feel the words gathering in him like a storm building over the marsh. But I'd been 22 and immortal, and had a party to get to, friends waiting. A girl who'd smiled at me the week before and might smile again if I showed up looking casual and untroubled. I'd kissed the top of his head, said I'd visit tomorrow, that we'd talk then, that we had all the time in the world. He died on the table, something about his heart that no one had detected, and the last words I'd said to him were, "See you tomorrow," which turned out to be a lie I'd have to carry for the rest of my life. The banshee watched me remember, her mouth still open in that silent scream, her hair ribbons tightening fractionally around my throat. She wasn't hurrying. She had the patience of something that existed outside of human time, that measured its life in epochs rather than heartbeats. She would wait for me to understand what was required, and if I never understood, she would simply take what she came for and move on to the next cottage, the next name, the next person who'd swallowed words until they'd fossilized into silence. I moved slowly, not wanting to startle her, though I wasn't sure you could startle something that was half made of fog and intention. The candle sat in the kitchen drawer where my grandmother had kept it, a single taper of beeswax that had never been lit, wrapped in paper that had yellowed with age. I'd found it years ago when I was looking for matches and had meant to ask about it, but there were always more immediate concerns, always tomorrow for questions about rituals I didn't understand. I lit it now with shaking hands, the flame catching on the third try and burning with a steadiness that seemed impossible, given the way my breath was coming in shallow gasps. The hair on the sill waited, those 3 pale strands that were and weren't there, that existed in the space between substance and suggestion. I reached for them again, and this time my fingers found purchase, found something cool and slick and undeniably real. I pulled them inside carefully, as if handling something holy or poisonous or both, and laid them across the kitchen table where my grandmother had rolled dough and sorted mail, and played solitaire on winter afternoons when the light failed early, and there was nothing to do but wait for spring. The red thread came from my grandmother's sewing basket, still sitting in the corner where she'd left it 7 years ago, as if she'd only stepped out for a moment and would return any time now, to finish whatever hem she'd been working on. The thread was silk, expensive, the kind she saved for special projects, for wedding dresses and christening gowns, and the linen she'd sewn for laying out the dead. I cut 3 lengths with scissors that felt heavy in my hand, weighted with purpose or fear or simply the accumulated gravity of this moment that had been waiting for me since I was born. Braiding the hair with the thread should have been impossible. The strands kept trying to dissolve back into mist, kept slipping through my fingers like water, but I held them steady through sheer stubbornness and something that might have been prayer, though I hadn't prayed in 20 years. I worked by candlelight, the flame-casting shadows that moved wrong, that seemed to belong to shapes that weren't in the room with me, and I spoke while I braided, whispering the words I should have said in the hospital stairwell. I told my grandmother that I loved her, that I'd been afraid of watching her diminish, that my cowardice had robbed both of us of a proper goodbye. I said the words exactly as I wished I'd said them that night, looking into her clouded eyes and holding her papery hands and acknowledging that this was the end of something that had defined my life since before I could remember defining anything. The hair seemed to solidify slightly as I spoke, the strands taking on weight and texture, accepting the words as payment for their transformation from fog to substance. I moved to the second strand, braiding it with red thread while speaking to the orchard gate, to the woman whose name I could barely say without my throat closing. I told her that I'd loved her, that my silence had been fear, not indifference, that I'd spent 3 years regretting the conversation we never had because I was too proud or too scared or too convinced that protecting myself was more important than being honest. I spoke the words I'd rehearsed 1,000 times in my head, the explanation and apology and declaration that might not have changed anything but would at least have been true. The second strand grew heavier, more real, braiding itself into patterns I didn't consciously create, but that felt right in the way that dreams sometimes feel right, even when they make no logical sense. The third strand was hardest, because speaking to the dead requires a kind of faith I wasn't sure I possessed. I braided it slowly, winding red thread around pale hair, while talking to the back step, to my father's ghost or memory, or whatever remained of a man who'd wanted to say something important and had been denied by his son's impatience. I told him I was sorry for leaving, sorry for assuming we had time, sorry for not recognizing that moment for what it was, a last chance that I'd squandered because I was young and stupid and convinced that death was something that happened to other people's fathers. I said I loved him, that I'd always loved him, that his silence in the face of his own fear had taught me how to be silent in the face of mine, and that this wasn't his fault but mine alone. The braid completed itself in my hands, 3 strands woven with thread that glowed faintly in the candlelight, and I understood that what I'd created wasn't just hair and silk, but something more, a physical manifestation of words that had been swallowed and held and finally released. The braid was warm, alive in a way that made my skin prickle, and when I stood and moved toward the window, it seemed to pull me forward, eager to complete whatever transaction had begun the moment I'd heard that first combing sound against glass. The banshee waited on the other side of the window, her face close enough to the glass that I could see the texture of her skin, which was like fog over water, never quite solid but never quite dispersed. Her mouth had closed slightly, the silent scream suspended, and she watched me with eyes that were older than the cottage, older than the lane, older than anything human should be required to look at directly. I opened the window, the hinges creaking in protest, and offered the braid through the gap, holding it by one end while the rest of it dangled in the rain-heavy air. She reached for it with hands that were more suggestion than substance, fingers that couldn't quite be counted because they kept shifting between states of being. When she touched the braid, her entire form seemed to solidify slightly, as if the weight of spoken truth was enough to anchor even something as diffuse as a storm-born spirit. She brought the braid to her mouth, testing it between tooth and tongue the way a jeweller tests gold, and a tone rang out that sounded like wet crystal, like bells underwater, like something beautiful and sad and utterly inhuman. I spoke then, not knowing I was going to speak until the words were already out, offering what my grandmother had told me could be offered. A year of keeping, I said, my voice steadier than I'd expected. I'll read aloud to those who can't see. I'll sit with the dying when their families can't bear to stay. I'll carry messages between the living and the dead, the spoken and the unspoken, the words that get trapped between fear and love. I'll keep vigil so others don't have to lose what I lost. The banshee held the braid a moment longer, then drew it toward herself, and the hair ribbons that had been threatening to strangle me loosened, uncoiling from my throat with a gentleness that somehow felt like forgiveness, though I hadn't asked for it, and probably didn't deserve it. The ribbons drifted back toward her, reabsorbing into the mass of fog and rain an ancient purpose that constituted her form, and she began to fade, not disappearing but thinning, becoming translucent enough that I could see the hedgerow through her, the lane beyond, the ordinary world reasserting itself now that her business here was concluded. She left the way she'd arrived, gradually, without drama, and as she faded, the pressure in the cottage eased, the air returning to normal density, the feeling of being watched and measured, and found wanting finally lifting. The candle flame steadied, burning straight up now instead of guttering sideways. The kettle, which had been humming for 7 days without reaching a boil, finally shrieked its readiness, the sound almost shocking in its normalcy. Dawn came slowly, rinsing the lane clean with grey light that gradually warmed to gold as the sun found gaps in the clouds. The mist retreated into the marsh where it belonged, leaving the cottage dry and solid and entirely itself again. I found that ink had returned to the blank envelopes, my address written in the familiar hand of the postal worker who'd been delivering mail to this cottage for 30 years. The graveyard gate plaque was complete again, all the letters present and properly arranged, declaring my family name with the confidence of iron that had been forged to last. I kept my promise. That first year I read aloud to Mrs. Hennessy, whose eyes had finally failed after 93 years of service, giving her the comfort of stories when she could no longer see words on a page. I sat with Mr. Murphy through his final week, holding his hand and listening to confused memories of a childhood that seemed more real to him than the present, offering him the dignity of a witness when his children were too afraid or too busy or too broken by anticipation of loss. I carried messages from the dying to the living, repeating last words and apologies and declarations of love that people couldn't manage face to face, serving as a bridge between courage and fear. The storms came and went through that year and the years that followed, rain hammering the cottage and wind testing the doors, but I no longer heard combing against glass. On storm nights, I set a chair by the window and spoke names before they could be taken, lighting a candle and saying aloud what people needed to hear, what I needed to say, keeping the vigil my grandmother had tried to teach me was necessary. Sometimes I spoke to people who were still alive, rehearsing the words I'd say when I saw them next, making sure nothing would be left unsaid if time ran out before tomorrow arrived. Sometimes I spoke to the dead, telling them what I wished they'd known, what I'd learned since they left, how their absence still shaped the negative space in my life. Sometimes, on nights when the rain fell hard enough to turn the lane into a river, I caught glimpses of a pale figure passing the gate without stopping, her comb catching nothing on the glass because there was nothing left to catch. She moved through the village like a shepherd checking her flock, searching for names that had slipped away unspoken, for goodbyes that had been swallowed or delayed or lost to cowardice. When she found nothing, she continued on, patient and purposeful, knowing that there would always be other cottages, other people who hadn't learned yet that words were too important to say for tomorrow. When the wind lifts now, it carries names I've already said, words I've released into the air like birds that know their way home. The cottage stays warm even in the deepest winter, as if it remembers that night when fog filled its rooms and truth was finally spoken. Bran died 2 years ago, and I buried him in the garden next to the stone wall my grandfather built, speaking his name aloud as I filled the grave, making sure he was properly said goodbye to, properly released. The kettle boils when it should now, shrieking its readiness without delay, and the mirrors stay clear except when steam or breath gives them reason to fog. I'm older now, my own hair beginning to show threads of grey, my hands starting to develop the spots and veins that mark time's passage. I know my day will come, the day when someone else hears combing at their window, when my name appears caught in the banshee's hair ribbons, because I've left something unsaid, some goodbye unfinished. But I'm not afraid anymore, or at least the fear has changed from terror to respect, from paralysis to vigilance. I keep my vigil, speak my truths, make sure that when my time comes, there will be nothing for her comb to catch, no words trapped in my throat like stones that were too heavy to lift. The cottage waits with me, solid and patient, its walls thick enough to hold against any storm, its windows clear enough to watch for what approaches. The candle sits ready in its drawer, the red thread waiting in the basket. Tools for a ritual I hope I'll never need, but no others might. Because that's what my grandmother was trying to teach me all along, what the banshee enforces with her patient circling and her comb of bone and moonlight. We're all dying, from the moment we're born, and the only question that matters is whether we'll die with words still trapped inside us, still unspoken, still poisoning the spaces between who we are and who we love. The banshee is mercy as much as terror, a reminder that some debts can only be paid in language, that silence is a theft from both the living and the dead. So I speak. Every storm, every night, every chance I get. I speak names and truths and farewells, keeping vigil not just for myself but for the village, for the souls who might otherwise forget that words are weapons against the dark, that speaking what needs to be said is the only real protection we have against the fog that wants to claim us. And when the banshee passes my gate without stopping, I light my candle in gratitude and respect, acknowledging that we're both doing the same work from different sides of the veil, both trying to make sure that when death comes, it finds nothing left unsaid, nothing owing, nothing that needs to be combed from the fog and added to her endless collection of names that were never properly spoken. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The wind had been speaking your name for 3 days before you noticed. It began as background static, the sort of ambient murmur that cities produce without effort, traffic hiss and ventilation hum, and the collective breathing of buildings pressed too close together. But on the third morning, while steam from your shower turned the bathroom mirror into a blank slate, you heard it clearly. Your name passed through the narrow gap beneath the window frame, syllables separated and reassembled like a child learning to read. You stood very still, water cooling on your shoulders, listening to the iteration. The vowels came first, stretched thin and high, followed by the consonants in a rhythm that suggested multiple speakers, each one handling a different portion of the sound. When you wiped the mirror clear, your reflection appeared normal enough, but the edges seemed somehow negotiable, as if the glass was suggesting alternative versions of your outline, each one slightly less substantial than the last. The apartment had been showing signs of fatigue for weeks, small deteriorations that you'd attributed to the season, to the salt air that climbed up from the harbour and settled into everything like sediment. The mail that accumulated on the hallway table bore addresses that grew progressively less distinct, ink bleeding outward until your name became a watercolour approximation of itself. The monogram stitched into your bathrobe, a gift from someone whose face you could still picture but whose relationship to you had become curiously vague, was coming loose one thread at a time, leaving behind only the ghost of letters pressed into the fabric. You'd thought it was the humidity. The apartment faced west, catching the prevailing winds that swept in across the water, carrying moisture and the particular quality of light that made everything appear slightly out of focus. But as you dressed that morning, selecting clothes from a closet where every label had begun to fade, you understood with the cold certainty of someone who'd been ignoring obvious symptoms that something more deliberate was happening. The whispering from the chimney confirmed it. Your building was old enough to have fireplaces in every unit, though most had been sealed decades ago when the heating system was updated. Yours remained open, a decorative cavity that you'd filled with candles and driftwood, things that suggested the possibility of fire without committing to the inconvenience. But that morning, crouched beside it with your ear tilted toward the flue, you heard voices in conversation, passing something back and forth with the careful attention of merchants evaluating merchandise. They were testing your name, holding each syllable up to some internal standard, weighing it against criteria you couldn't begin to guess. One voice would speak your first name slowly, drawing out the vowels until they became almost musical, while another responded with a series of clicks that might have been approval or critique. Then the sequence would reverse, consonants clacking together like stones in a leather bag, and the assembly would pause as if considering the results. You'd heard stories, of course. Every coastal town accumulated them the way beaches accumulated shells, small polished narratives that locals shared with tourists to add flavour to the landscape. The storm harpies were a fixture of regional folklore, creatures that supposedly inhabited the liminal space between weather systems and waking thought. Old ferrymen, the kind who'd spent entire careers reading wind patterns and watercolour, claimed that the harpies didn't hunt in any conventional sense. They had no interest in flesh or blood, no desire for the kind of physical sustenance that motivated more familiar predators. What they wanted were names. According to the stories, harpies passed stolen names between their beaks the way human collectors passed rare coins, testing weight and authenticity through methods that had nothing to do with conventional measurement. A light name, one that had been spoken carelessly or worn without conviction, would ride the gale like a leaf, easy to carry but ultimately disposable. A heavy name, dense with use and meaning, would fall like rain, too substantial to remain airborne for long. The ferryman said that if you slept while your name was travelling through the air above you, you'd wake answering only to weather. The shush of leaves would call you to attention. The rattle of shutters would turn your head. You'd respond to the wordless yes of an open field, to the interrogative silence of a stopped clock, to anything and everything except the sound that had once denoted your specific existence among all other existences. To keep a name, the stories insisted, you had to bind it to breath and place. Bell ring, knotted cord, a mouth that meant it when it spoke. The instructions were always vague, delivered in the conditional tense, as if the speakers were describing theoretical solutions to hypothetical problems, rather than offering practical advice for actual survival. You dismissed it all as regional colour, the kind of folklore that emerged naturally from geography and isolation. But standing in your dissolving apartment, Listening to your name being passed beak to beak through the chimney's narrow throat, you understood that dismissal had been a luxury you could no longer afford. The changes accelerated after that morning. Your friends, when you managed to meet them for coffee at the Harbour Cafe where you'd gathered weekly for the past 2 years, called you by approximations. They'd reach for your name and arrive at something adjacent, a nickname you'd never used, a mispronunciation that was close enough to pass in casual conversation, once even a completely different name that happened to share your first initial. Each time it happened, they'd pause with a slight frown, as if noticing the error but unable to correct it, then continue speaking as if nothing unusual had occurred. You tried to correct them, to re-establish the proper sound, but your own voice produced only variations. The syllables that emerged from your mouth were recognizable relatives of your name, members of the same linguistic family, but not quite the exact combination that had identified you for your entire life. It was like trying to tune an instrument by ear when the reference pitch kept shifting. Your phone developed similar confusion. It would light with incoming calls, the screen displaying your number with perfect accuracy, but where your name should have appeared there was only blank space, a rectangular absence that your contacts apparently couldn't see. When you answered, people spoke to you as if the conversation were completely normal, never acknowledging that they'd just called a number attached to no identity at all. The physical evidence accumulated in ways that might have been coincidental if they hadn't been so consistent. The rug in your building's hallway, a long runner of deep red wool that had witnessed decades of foot traffic, began collecting crumbs from somewhere. Not food debris, but small pale fragments that arranged themselves into letter forms before the building's constant draft blew them apart. You'd see half your first name spelled out in what looked like eraser rubbings or salt grains, the letters holding their shape just long enough for recognition, before scattering into meaningless debris. Outside, the city conspired with the wind. Street lamps blurred in the sleet that had begun falling with increasing frequency, their light scattering into halos that made depth perception unreliable and distance negotiable. Traffic noise, which normally formed an undifferentiated wall of sound, separated into distinct phonemes. Tire hiss on wet pavement shaped your first syllable with remarkable precision, before stealing it back. Engine rumble provided the consonant foundation. Brake squeals punctuated the whole with accents that were almost mocking in their accuracy. You started pinning notes to yourself throughout the apartment. Full name, date of birth, current city, the address of the building you'd lived in for 5 years. Facts that should have been foundational, immovable, the kind of information that formed the bedrock of identity. But the ink lightened by the hour, fading from black to grey to a ghostly blue that disappeared entirely if you looked away and then looked back. You tried different pens, different paper, even carved your name into the wooden cutting board with a kitchen knife, but the letters filled with shadow and became illegible within minutes. Sleep became dangerous. You'd noticed it first as a subtle reluctance, an unwillingness to fully commit to unconsciousness that manifested as frequent waking and shallow dreams. But as the dissolution progressed, you understood that the reluctance was protective instinct. Every time your eyes closed for more than a moment, you felt your outline lift slightly, as if invisible hands were testing your weight, checking whether you'd become light enough to carry. The sensation was similar to the moment before falling, that terrible instant when your body recognizes that solid ground has become negotiable. Your edges would start to separate from your center, each limb developing its own trajectory, your thoughts scattering like startled birds. You'd jolt awake gasping, heart hammering against ribs that felt increasingly theoretical, and spend the next hour re-establishing the boundaries between yourself and the air around you. The dreams, when they came, had the weight of memory rather than imagination. You stood on a cliff above darkness that moved with muscular purpose, something vast and liquid that produced sound without rhythm. Not quite waves, not quite wind, but a continuous thunder that erased the possibility of other noise. Rain fell horizontally, driven by gales that changed direction without warning, and the air tasted of salt and electricity and something organic that you couldn't identify but which suggested digestion. The ropes creaked above you. Thick hemp cables, salt-crusted and fraying, stretched up into turbulence where 5 shapes circled with the patient efficiency of satellites maintaining orbit. You couldn't see them clearly. The storm and distance conspired to reduce them to silhouettes and suggestions. But you understood their nature the way you understood your own reflection. through recognition that required no analysis. Harpies, 5 of them, each one holding a piece of your name in her beak. They passed the syllables between themselves with ritualistic care, each transfer accompanied by vocalizations that might have been language, or might have been something more fundamental than language. One hummed your central vowel warm, holding it in her throat until it glowed like heated metal, while another clacked a consonant between what you desperately hoped were beak edges rather than teeth, the sound sharp and precise as spoons striking together in some arcane rhythm. Every transfer diminished you. You could feel it happening, a progressive reduction that went beyond physical mass into something more essential. Each time a syllable changed beaks, a portion of your history evaporated, not forgotten, but simply ceasing to have existed at all. The college you'd attended became uncertain. The face of your first love grew vague around the eyes. The city where you'd been born developed multiple possible names, none of them quite right. Around their roost, suspended from the creaking ropes, in arrangements that suggested both decoration and archive, hung a wind chime of syllables. Thousands of them, maybe tens of thousands, each one a fragment of someone's discarded name. There were soft child names that had been outgrown, sharp work names that had been traded for new positions, nicknames worn smooth by affection or repetition. They clinked, together in the gale like glass beads, producing harmonies that were almost beautiful if you didn't think about their origin. You tried to shout yourself back into coherence, to speak your name with enough conviction to reclaim it from the circling figures above. But when you opened your mouth, only weather emerged. A gust that bent the nearby scrub grass flat. A hush like snow settling onto new snow. A bit of sleet that stung your own cheek with the force of its arrival. The lead harpy, you understood her rank through some dream logic that required no explanation, tilted her head to study you with one eye that caught light from a source you couldn't identify. Her gaze held neither malice nor compassion, only the kind of professional interest that a craftsperson might show when evaluating raw materials. She was testing you, measuring your remaining substance against some internal standard, and finding you very nearly ready. You woke in your bed with your hands clenched around the sheets, pulling them toward your chest as if they were the only thing anchoring you to the mattress. The apartment was greyer than it should have been for whatever time of day it was. The light coming through the windows had that quality of illumination that suggests overcast without committing to specific weather. Your name, when you tried to think it, arrived as a collection of separate sounds that refused to coalesce into a unified whole. The terror that followed was remarkably clear-headed. Not the panic of sudden threat, but the cold comprehension of someone who'd been diagnosed with a terminal condition and could now see the progression laid out in stages leading to an inevitable conclusion. You were being erased in the most fundamental way possible, reduced from a person with history and intention to a space where a person had been, a gap that others would fill with whatever placeholder seemed convenient. You found yourself moving through the apartment, touching objects that had once belonged to you and trying to remember why you'd acquired them. The coffee maker had a story involving a friend and a birthday, but the friend's name was negotiable, and the birthday might have been yours or might have been someone else's. The bookshelf held volumes you'd apparently read, spines creased and pages dog-eared, but the words inside had become strings of letters that refused to produce meaning. It was the photograph on the refrigerator that finally broke through the dissolution's numbness. A picture from childhood, edges worn from handling, showing a smaller version of yourself standing in a garden beside someone whose face had been loved into blur. The back of the photograph bore handwriting in fading ink. Your mother's hand, you thought, though even that certainty was becoming provisional, with a date and a location and most importantly a name. Your name. The full version, all syllables present and accounted for, written in a hand that had known you before you'd known yourself. The recognition arrived with physical force, a shock that travelled from your eyes to your chest to your fingertips, re-establishing connections that had been steadily dissolving. You weren't just a collection of approximate sounds passed between indifferent beaks. You were this specific person, this exact combination of breath and promise, who had stood in this particular garden on this documented day and been called back to the house for dinner by someone who'd meant your name when they spoke it. The old stories came back with new urgency. A true name was where breath met promise, not just sound, but intention, not just label, but covenant. You needed anchors. 3 of them, according to the folklore you dismissed as regional superstition. 3 points of connection between your name and the world that could establish weight heavy enough to resist the storm's appetite. The first came easily, rising from memory with the clarity of something that had been waiting to be remembered. Your mother's lullaby, the one she'd breathed against your hair during storms that frightened you awake as a child. She'd never quite sung it. The melody was more whispered than voiced, but you could recall the rhythm of it, the way the syllables had wrapped around your name and held it close. She'd spoken your name into your hair like a blessing, like an incantation that could protect you from whatever the darkness contained, and you'd fallen back asleep knowing that you were called and claimed and impossibly safe. The second required more excavation. You had to dig through dissolving memories for the moment when you'd first understood that names carried obligation. It had happened on a footbridge. You could picture it now, iron railings cool under your hands, the smell of river water and rust, late summer light making everything golden and temporary. You'd made a promise there to someone whose face was clear but whose name had already been taken by the wind. Something about staying, or returning, or being honest. The specifics were less important than the fact that you'd spoken your name as part of the vow, had offered it as guarantee that you'd meant what you'd said. The bridge existed somewhere in the city. You were almost certain of it. You just had to find it again. The third anchor was physical, still present on your body despite everything else that had been stripped away. The scar on your knee, pale and crescent-shaped, from the summer you'd been 8 or 9 and had wandered too far from the beach house your family had rented. You'd climbed rocks you shouldn't have climbed, slipped on kelp-wet stone, and opened your knee on a barnacle-encrusted edge. The blood had been shockingly red against your sun-browned skin, and you'd screamed not from pain but from the sudden understanding that your body was contingent, that skin could open and what was inside could come out. Your father had been the one who'd found you. That was certain, even now. He'd called your name across the rocks with such absolute clarity that you'd stopped crying immediately and looked up to find him navigating the same treacherous path you'd taken, moving with the careful urgency of someone who knew exactly how much danger you were in. He'd called your name again when he reached you, speaking it like a command that reality had to obey, and you'd answered, establishing a connection between his voice and your body that the blood and pain couldn't sever. The supplies were simple: salt from the kitchen, already damp from the apartment's humidity, cord from the junk drawer, the waxed kind used for hanging pictures or repairing furniture, and breath, which you still possessed even if your name was becoming negotiable. You made the knots on the floor of your living room as wind rattled the windows with increasing, each one tied with the specific memory held clearly in mind. The first knot swallowed the memory of your mother's lullaby. You spoke the rhythm of it aloud, whispered the way she'd whispered it, and felt the cord grow warm under your fingers as if something had taken up residence in the fibre. The second knot consumed the footbridge promise. You recalled the smell of rust and water, the feeling of certainty that had made you speak your name as oath, and the cord tightened itself as if pulled by hands you couldn't see. The third knot ate the scar story. You traced the crescent on your knee while speaking your father's voice aloud, the way he'd called you back to yourself when blood had suggested you might be coming apart, and the cord went rigid, suddenly heavy, suddenly real in a way that the dissolving apartment was no longer quite managing. When you held the knotted cord to your mouth and breathed across it, your name came out complete. All syllables present, all sounds properly weighted and assembled, spoken with the kind of conviction that could remake reality rather than simply describing it. The cord absorbed the breath, the name, the intention, until it felt less like rope and more like bone, like something fundamental that could not be easily undone. The dream came immediately when you closed your eyes, though whether you'd actually fallen asleep or simply blinked too long was impossible to determine. You stood again on the storm-beaten cliff, but this time the creaking ropes didn't sound like threat. They sounded like invitation. The harpies circled lower, close enough now that you could see them clearly. They were not the sanitized creatures of illustrated mythology, all graceful curves and human beauty grafted onto bird bodies. They were something older and less comfortable than that, bird-headed and bird-taloned, but with an intelligence in their eyes that suggested not animal cunning but something closer to bureaucratic efficiency. They weren't monsters. They were processors, archivists, administrators of a system that had been running long before human language had settled into fixed forms. The lead harpy descended to perch on the rope nearest you, her talons wrapping around braided hemp with casual strength. Up close, her feathers showed the wear of long service, broken quills repaired with what looked like spider silk, primary feathers tattered from wind and rain. She studied you with both eyes now, head tilting to examine the knotted cord you held like an offering or a weapon, and made a sound that was part interrogation, part recognition. You'd practiced the speech during the hours you'd spent tying knots, working out the logic of what you could bear to lose and what you absolutely required to remain yourself. The words came out clearly now, unambiguous, impossible to misunderstand even across species boundaries that should have prevented all communication. She could keep the part of your name that was vanity, the version that appeared on documents designed to impress, the syllables you'd practiced writing in elaborate script during adolescence, trying to make them look important or artistic, or somehow more significant than they actually were, the name you'd offered to strangers at parties or professional gatherings, the social construct that carried ambition and image management, and all the exhausting work of maintaining a public self. That portion was hers to archive in her wind chime collection, to pass between beaks during long storms, to evaluate according to whatever criteria her kind used to measure the weight of stolen syllables. But she had to return the rest, the part of your name that belonged to binding and being bound, the version your mother had breathed into your hair, the sounds your father had used to call you back from bleeding on the rocks, the syllables that appeared in promises made on iron bridges, in lullabies sung to calm frightened children, in every moment when your name had been spoken not as label but as covenant, not as identification but as relationship. You held the cord out toward her, not as surrender but as proof. 3 knots that weighed more than rope should weigh, dense with memory and breath and the kind of truth that couldn't be dissolved by wind or distance, or the systematic forgetting that her kind seemed to administer. The harpy leaned forward, bringing her beak close to the cord, and you understood that this was the moment when everything would resolve in one direction or another. Either the knots held enough weight to constitute fair trade, or they didn't, and you'd wake, if you woke at all, answering only to weather, reduced to the grammatical function of a pronoun in a language you no longer quite understood. She tested the cord gently at first, beak clicking against the largest knot, producing a tone that resonated through the cliff and into your chest. Then she gripped harder, lifting the entire length with enough force that you had to release it or be pulled forward off balance. The cord hung from her beak like captured prey, and for a moment you thought she was simply going to fly away with it, adding your attempt at binding to her collection of failed resistances. But instead she bit down, and the knots burst open in sequence. First, second, third, releasing concentrated memory into the storm. You saw your mother's face clearly for the first time in years, every line and expression restored to full definition. You smelled rust and river water, felt iron cool under your hands, remembered exactly what promise you'd made and to whom and why it had mattered. You felt your father's hands on your shoulders, heard his voice speaking your name with the absolute authority of someone who would not permit you to be lost. The harpy swallowed the cord, and you felt something tear free from your chest. The performance version of your name, the polished syllables you'd worn like armour or costume, everything that had been about appearing rather than being. It hurt less than you'd expected. The removal felt more like relief than loss, like setting down weight you'd been carrying without realising how much it had been costing you. In return, she let fall from her beak 3 bright syllables that dropped into your chest like stones still warm from a fire. Your name, not the whole thing, but the necessary parts, the core that connected you to everyone who'd ever spoken it with intention rather than casual identification. The sounds settled into place behind your sternum with a finality that suggested they would not be easily dislodged again. The other harpies circled once more, acknowledging the transaction with calls that might have been approval or might have been disappointment at losing inventory. Then the dream began to dissolve, or you began to wake, or the distinction between those 2 states became irrelevant in the way that storm logic sometimes made contradiction feel like deeper truth. You opened your eyes to dawn. The quality of light was different from how it had been for days, cleaner somehow, less provisional. The wind still moved against the windows, but it no longer carried your name in its turbulence. It was simply wind again, meteorological rather than predatory, content to rearrange leaves and test the integrity of shingles without attempting to steal anything more essential. Your labels had darkened back into legibility. The mail on the hallway table bore your name in solid ink, each letter clearly defined and unwilling to bleed into its neighbours. The monogram on your bathrobe had tightened back into proper formation, threads no longer loose but secured according to the original design. Even your phone displayed your name correctly when your morning alarm sounded, the syllables present and accounted for in the exact configuration that had identified you since birth. Your friends, when you met them for coffee that afternoon, spoke your name without hesitation or approximation. The sound came out of their mouths properly weighted, properly assembled, carrying the accumulated history of everyone who'd ever used it to call you into relationship. You tested it carefully throughout the conversation, listening for the wobble or uncertainty that had characterized every interaction for the past week, but found only solidity. The changes you made to the apartment were small but deliberate. A bell by the window, not large, just substantial enough to produce clear tone when wind moved it. A bowl of salt on the sill, refreshed weekly,